رحیم. ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا بارها ایران را به عملیات زمینی و اشغال برخی از جزایر در خلیج فارس تهدید کرده است. شکی نیست رئیس جمهور آمریکا با فشار سازمان تروریستی موساد به دلیل سوابقش در پرونده اپستین بازیچه دست نخست وزیر رژیم صهیونیستی در جنگ و تجاوز به ایران شد. رئیس جمهور آمریکا که معروف به دروغگوترین رئیس جمهور کشورهای جهان شده است و هیچ ثبات فکری و گفتمانی ندارد، به هیچ عنوان قابل اعتماد نیست و متاسفانه سران آمریکا به کسی اختیارات فرماندهی نیروهای مسلح را واگذار نمودند که به دلیل بی‌تعادلی، موضع‌گیری‌ها و تصمیمات خطرناک و غلط ارتش آمریکا را وارد باطلاق مرگ نموده است. ترامپ که فرماندهان و سربازانش روزانه با مرگ در منطقه دست و پنجه نرم می‌کنند، به دلیل ترس از کشته شدن از پایگاه‌های نابود شده متواری و به مراکز خدماتی، امنیتی و اقتصادی کشورهای منطقه پناه بردند و البته در آنجا نیز هدف قرار می‌گیرند. خود و فرماندهان ارشد ارتش مزمحل آمریکا هزاران کیلومتر دورتر از میدان جنگ انتظار مقاومت از فرماندهان و سربازان را در میدان جنگ دارند. ترامپ موضوعی را یک روز صبح به طبل تهدید می‌کوبد و عصر همان روز عقب نشینی می‌کند. زمانی از مذاکره دم می‌زند و ساعاتی پس از آن تصمیم به اداره جنگ می‌گیرد. این فرد بی‌تعادل و کذاب خسارت‌های فراوانی را به مردم آمریکا، اروپا و کشورهای جهان به ویژه کشورهای منطقه غرب آسیا وارد نموده است. رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست، اعلام می‌داریم رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر میبرند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و نتیجه جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را در بر نخواهد داشت. فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکایی خوراک خوبی برای کوسه های خلیج فارس خواهند شد. از ترامپ، سران و فرماندهان ارتش آمریکا تاریخ ایران را یک بار مطالعه کنند و از برخورد ایرانیان سلحشور با متجاوزان در طول تاریخ درس بگیرند و در حلقه توهم رئیس جمهور متعادل آمریکا سربازان خود را به کام اسارت و مرگ نکشند و مردم آمریکا را به طور گسترده وادار نکنند. نیروهای مسلح مقتدر ایران سرافراز و در صورت عملی شدن تهدید رئیس جمهور آمریکا به عنوان مظهر توهم و دروغ برای قلع و قم شدن ارتش شما لحظه شماری میکنند و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
All right, good morning. Hello. I wasn't going to cut Mr. IRGC spokesman off. We got a problem. I was just going to do a news update, but they launched at Tel Aviv immediately as I started. Sometimes I wonder if they watch the stream and just like tie things to it. They got to stop doing this. That's why I didn't go live for like a day. Just wanted to see if they would stop launching missiles if I wasn't covering it. They didn't really stop launching missiles. My point is you have like 6 minutes. You have 3 minutes and it's Tel Aviv. They've launched one. I support not hurting innocents. No baiting one. No baiting. It's too early in the day one. Makes me think you're on a VPN and you're not actually from Romania. I might have to start quizzing you about Romania one. I'm in a mood today. I haven't had my energy drink. Damn Iranians. What are you doing, you damn Iranians? It's far too early in the morning for this. Damn Iranians. Hello, Timothy Snell. God bless you. Alerts. Alerts. I tried to do my news roundup and they fired at Tel Aviv. They fired at Jerusalem. It's Palm Sunday. They're mad. The Iranians said that they're doing this because of what happened to Christ. What do you mean, Iranians? You can't be launching missiles because you're mad about what happened to Christ. It's good. It's Palm Sunday. I don't understand. Goddamn Iranians. The last missile, they literally wrote they were sending the missile because of what happened to Christ. Damn Iranians. They fired at Tel Aviv. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. I expect there's going to be an air raid. They can never stop the Khorram Sharhars. They can't stop them. Listen, I don't think Romanians are terrorists. One, that's a terrible thing to say about your own people. Yes, we care. God bless you. I slept for 12 hours last night. It's a holy city in Tel Aviv. What are you doing? Why are you fighting? Oh, they're really pissed. They're pissed because the Israelis wouldn't allow the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to be open. The Christian prelate of Jerusalem is really mad. Everybody's just really mad right now. I mean, for the first time in a long time, they wouldn't let. I don't. Personally, I blame like the political and economic powers in Jerusalem for killing Jesus. You know, one of the last things Jesus did during his life was drive the money changers out of the temple. I don't know where this rocket is coming. I haven't heard any alarms yet. It seems to be north of Tel Aviv. I wonder if it's from Hezbollah. They might have all been intercepted. Hezbollah and Iran have been firing pretty consistently. This one looks like Iran, though. Hello, it's so good to see you. Buenos dias. Hello, Silent Dogs. Hello, how long? Hello, Nanya. My plan was just to do a news roundup today, and then as soon as I went live, Iran fired at Tel Aviv. We don't have any information about the hit yet. It's just what my plan wasn't to cover this. My plan was to update you on what had been going on because there was some tension developing in Jerusalem. And then also the Iranians just like really ran their mouth about President Trump. So like everybody's really mad. It's unclear why everyone is really mad. I think I have some idea. I don't want to get into it too much. It's actually why I didn't go live yesterday for a couple reasons. I was quite concerned. About a number of things. But I'll get you updated over the past 24 hours. The biggest problem is there's now a deadline of noon Tehran time tomorrow. It's Sunday, March 29th, 2026. It's day 29 or 30 of the U.S.-Iran war. Good morning, The Real Honest Truth. And so it is, let's see, 2:45 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa, and it's 4:15 p.m. In Tehran. There's a deadline less than 24 hours from now. Set by Tehran. Yesterday, the IDF bombed a university in Tehran. It was actually about 36 hours ago. That seriously upset the Iranians. So the Iranians have set a deadline of noon Tehran time, which is like 4:30 in the morning or so in the U.S. East Coast tomorrow, Monday morning. They said they're going to bomb 2 universities in the Middle East that are American or Israeli. Then they threatened the Americans and said that the Americans had to withdraw or publicly denounce the Israeli bombing of the universities. There was a slight lull. I wouldn't call it a lull, but there was a slight lull in attacks for about 24 hours, and then it just started up again. like almost immediately, because something like an hour ago, I'll show you what happened. Like there was going to be this kind of like lull until tomorrow, because there was no land invasion on Friday night. The Iranians hit a bunch of, they argued that they hit a bunch of, or they claimed they hit a bunch of American positions in the north of the Persian Gulf. I can show you where that is actually on the map. So they claim they hit a bunch of American positions right here, okay, south of Kuwait. And then they claim they hit American positions in Saudi Arabia, which is here. They destroyed actually an AWAC, like a spy plane, like a radar spy plane, but it might have been a decoy. But they hit hard. Then they hit in Qatar, and then they've been hitting the UAE really hard. Basically, every country that the U.S. could use to facilitate a land invasion, they've been hitting. The Iranians expect an invasion from the northwest. They expect an invasion like from around here, okay, the northwest, or from around here, like anywhere from the Persian Gulf through to Bandar Abbas. Frankly, I think it could be both. There's no question there's going to be a land invasion of Iran. The question is, when is it going to happen? Iran expects it tomorrow, probably the next day. I think that's probably reasonable. But it could happen at any moment. Probably not today because it's Palm Sunday. But if Iran's kind of pushing hard. I think they're reacting to what Israel's doing in the Middle East, frankly. Because there was no reason for Iran to launch this morning. I didn't actually... Wait, is there a launch? I didn't hear any sirens on that last launch, but that's not really demonstrative. Let me show you what the Iranians said this morning. I played it for you during the intro, but then I literally had to turn it off because there was a launch. So let me just get that up and going here. It's a Sunday stream too. I'm not guaranteeing you I'm going to go for that long. I plan to go for like an hour or two. We'll see how I feel. Like I didn't have my energy drink today. I'm feeling a little bit off, but I did sleep for like 14 hours, so I was exhausted. I went 28 days in a row. I looked at the recordings of this broadcast for the past 28 days. It was 127 files and 106 gigs on disk. That's an absurd amount of space. It's 1/10 of a terabyte. Now I'm going to show you the Iranians' most recent statement, full English captions, and I'll give it to you full screen so you can actually see what's going on. I'm going to put it on the other full screen. Welcome to Towel News Network. My name is Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk in Boston. It's Sunday. It's Palm Sunday, so I'm not guaranteeing you I'm going to be fully in the zone. Who knows? Maybe if it's God's will, I will be, you know what I'm saying? But as of right now, I'm just disorientated. I slept for 13 hours. The Iranians were calm. Then they started making threats. Then they bombed Tel Aviv. Then they insulted Mr. President. I'll let you listen to that now. I'm going to full screen it for you. Give me 1 second. Oh, no, I don't want to show the cams. I mean, the cams are cool, but I wanted to show the man from the Iranians. All right, let me full screen this. Closed captions. Here's the latest statement from the Iranians. To say they're using fighting words is an understatement.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا بارها ایران را به عملیات زمینی و اشغال برخی از جزایر در خلیج فارس تهدید کرده است. شکی نیست رئیس جمهور آمریکا با فشار سازمان تروریستی موساد به دلیل سوابقش در پرونده اپستین بازیچه دست نخست وزیر رژیم صهیونیستی در جنگ و تجاوز به ایران شد. رئیس جمهور آمریکا که معروف به دروغگوترین رئیس جمهور کشورهای جهان شده است و هیچ ثبات فکری و گفتمانی ندارد، به هیچ عنوان قابل اعتماد نیست و متاسفانه سران آمریکا به کسی اختیارات فرماندهی نیروهای مسلح را واگذار نمودند که به دلیل بی‌تعادلی، موضع‌گیری‌ها و تصمیمات خطرناک و غلط ارتش آمریکا را وارد باتلاق مرگ نموده است. ترامپ که فرماندهان و سربازانش روزانه با مرگ در منطقه دست و پنجه نرم می‌کنند، به دلیل ترس از کشته شدن از پایگاه‌های نابود شده متواری و به مراکز خدماتی، جمعیتی و اقتصادی کشورهای منطقه پناه بردند و البته در آنجا نیز هدف قرار می‌گیرند. خود و فرماندهان ارشد ارتش مزمحل آمریکا هزاران کیلومتر دورتر از میدان جنگ انتظار مقاومت از فرماندهان و سربازان را در میدان جنگ دارند. ترامپ موضوعی را یک روز صبح به طبل تهدید می‌کوبد و عصر همان روز عقب نشینی می‌کند. زمانی از مذاکره دم می‌زند و ساعاتی پس از آن تصمیم به اداره جنگ می‌گیرد. این فرد بی‌تعادل و کذاب خسارت‌های فراوانی را به مردم آمریکا، اروپا و کشورهای جهان به ویژه کشورهای منطقه غرب آسیا وارد نموده است. رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست، اعلام می‌داریم رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر میبرند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه‌ای جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را در بر نخواهد داشت و فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکایی خوراک خوبی برای کوسه های خلیج فارس خواهند شد. بهتر از ترامپ، سران و فرماندهان ارتش آمریکا تاریخ ایران را یک بار مطالعه کنند و از برخورد ایرانیان سلحشور با متجاوزان در طول تاریخ درس بگیرند و در حلقه توهم رئیس جمهور نامتعادل آمریکا سربازان خود را به کام اسارت و مرگ نکشند و مردم آمریکا را به طور گسترده عزادار نکنند. نیروهای مسلح مقتدر ایران سرافراز و سربلند در صورت عملی شدن تهدید رئیس جمهور آمریکا به عنوان مظهر توهم و دروغ برای قلع و قم شدن ارتش شما لحظه شماری می کنند و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
So that's the latest from the Iranians, okay? Then I'll show you what happened this morning. All right, so if you're just getting caught up, there was a little bit of a lull after Friday night. The Iranians struck very hard across the Gulf, in particular at American positions, and then everything kind of stopped for about 12 hours. There was some light shelling yesterday. The Houthis started firing a bunch of missiles, but like the Houthis don't really hit Israel that often. God bless you, We Care 26. Happy Palm Sunday to you as well. But the Houthis don't really do a good job of hitting. Like all their drones got intercepted. I think they launched a missile, a drone, and a rocket yesterday. But the thing is, the Houthis can't really hit Israel. They have launched a lot before, but they have to the Houthis are in Yemen. They're another sort of element of the Iranian axis in the region. They launch from here, okay, and the missile has to go up Saudi Arabia, it has to go near Egypt, Sudan, Eritrea, and then it has to get to Israel. They always fire near here. Back during the last war, in 2023 between Israel and Hamas, when the Houthis would fire, they would have their alerts, like Israel's alerts would impact from Tel Aviv through Beersheba in the Negev in the south. This time, all the Houthi launches are just lighting up the south, and all the drones and missiles are getting intercepted. The Houthis they're not as much of a threat as Hezbollah in the north of Israel and the south of Lebanon. I'll update you on that. There's a lot of fighting going on right now down here. So the Israelis are at Nakura. They've taken a little bit of territory. There's a really big battle for El Qaim here, which is right in the middle of the Israeli border with Lebanon in the north. And then the Israelis are trying to get up to Sur here in the southwest. And the Israelis want to take up to the Litani River. They want to take the territory from Lebanon. The Israelis are also bombing intensively in the Lebanese capital, which is Beirut. Yesterday, 2 of my colleagues were also killed in the south of Lebanon. There is an allegation from the IDF that the El Manah journalist was a commander in the Radwan forces of Hezbollah. The other journalist that was killed worked for El Mayadeen. Both channels we have watched before here. We actually have watched one of the journalists who was killed many times. The reality, though, is that I did see a picture of the El Manah journalist from 2020 where he was in Radwan forces gear. And if you don't know what that is, that's Hezbollah's Special Forces and Intelligence Directorate. And listen, as you know on this stream, I have a rule about troop movements. I do not show troop movements in real time. I do not, even if I get footage on the ground in real time, I do not show it. It goes all sides. I don't show Israeli troop positions. I don't show Hezbollah troop positions. I don't show any troop positions because that's what can get people hurt. The journalists that were killed, Israel is alleging that one of them in particular was actually using the cover of journalism to provide intel on troop movements of the IDF. It's a big deal if it's true. It's a big deal that they were slaughtered yesterday. The female journalist from El Mayadeen, it's actually heartbreaking. She survived the initial airstrike on the car they were driving in the south of Lebanon. And then they double tapped her. And they killed the medics who were coming to save them. But the mask kind of dropped because then immediately after her father, the female journalist's father, at her funeral, pledged his children to Nassim Qasem, the sheikh who's in charge of Hezbollah in Lebanon. So, I don't know. It's a really tough thing for me as a journalist. Like, if that happened to Zina Kador or another journalist, and there was no allegation of Hezbollah involvement, it would be an international incident. It would be as bad as when the CNN crew got chokeholded 2 days ago and the police officer in Israel who did it. CNN was in the West Bank trying to film like settler violence against Palestinians. There's been some like retaliatory settler violence against Palestinians. The CNN crew got choked out by the IDF, and then the IDF got so embarrassed because, listen, it's really not a good idea to mess with CNN. Like, CNN's a little corporate, but you really shouldn't mess with them. They just have a lot of money and connections with government. So immediately they arrest the IDF soldier, I've never seen it before, who chokeholded the CNN cameraman. There's like a really weird situation on the ground in Israel right now. I'll show you some of the protests from yesterday in Tel Aviv. The Israelis were arresting their own citizens for holding protest marches, which also I think was why the Iranians held off on bombing. I think the last thing the Iranians wanted to do was, as a protest march against the war is going through Tel Aviv, they're like bombing Tel Aviv. Hello, Bunny and Kofi. How you doing? I'm feeling so much better today after getting some rest. But yeah, so there's been this weird 24-hour pattern. I think it's all about to end, but there was kind of this sort of lull yesterday. I wasn't feeling that great. But there was a lull as these anti-war protests were happening in Tel Aviv. Also, what are these people doing in the United States? Like, I don't understand why they're putting all this money into these protests, which then have no demonstrable impact on public opinion or politics at all. Just a bunch of people going to a park. Then there's some news articles, politicians speak, and then everybody moves on and it's like it never happened. I don't really understand the point of it. I really don't. Anyway, at least in Israel, they had an actual anti-war protest, and the police declared it an unlawful assembly and started arresting Israelis who were against the war. It was not a pretty sight, but it also probably explains the lull in Iranian bombing. But the problem is, I don't know if there's actually a unified, objective on the part of the Israelis and the Americans. I'm going to do a lot of analysis today. It's Sunday. I will take live news as it happens, but I got to tell you what I've been thinking about over the past 24 hours. I don't think it really makes a lot of sense what the Americans and the Israelis are doing right now. It doesn't feel like there's a unified objective or there's a unified strategy for the war. It really feels like it's a lot of just back and forth tet-for-tat bombing. And I also think the plan was to try to decapitate Iran's capabilities within the first month, and that didn't happen. Iran is still firing missiles like 28, 29, 30 days later, and they're not showing any signs of stopping. In fact, sometimes when the Israelis bomb in Yazd, which is one of the underground missile cities, Iran will fire missiles from Yazd immediately after that to prove that the Israeli strike didn't impact the facility that's launching the missiles. So it's like, it's very tit for tat. And each time one side, especially the Americans or the Israelis, say that the Iranians are like out of missiles and defeated, they just launch more missiles constantly. So we're at this weird stage of the war where, and as I've said before, it's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to off-ramp through Pakistan, but I don't know if that's going to happen. There was some meetings yesterday with the Saudis and the Qataris and the Bahrainis and the Kuwaitis, I'm pretty sure, maybe 3 of those 4, in Pakistan with Iran. Pakistan's a really good mediator for this because Iran has a bunch of connections to Pakistan. And they do like a lot of integrated like space technology work with Pakistan. But I don't think it's going to work. I think more likely this is going to have to end with a ground conflict. And either Iran is going to take like Kuwait and Bahrain and the UAE back as territory, or conversely, the U.S. is going to go in there with ground troops. And really, there's no other option. You can't get the uranium. You cannot shut the missile cities down, etc., with bombs. Like, first of all, the uranium is probably in Natanz or one of the other cities in the middle of the country. They probably got it out of Fador, which is the nuclear facility to the south of Tehran and the north of Homs, during the June 2025 war. There's some satellite pictures of the uranium that the Iranians had getting moved. It's only like 60% enriched, getting moved to Natanz. Anyway, the point is that even if the uranium is bombed and underground and buried, it's useless to leave it there because someone can go in and get it. You have to go in and get it. You can't, even if you bomb it underground, it will just disperse into the soil and the Iranians can reconstitute it. So the only way to get the uranium is to physically go in and get it. Likewise, these missile cities are 500 meters under the earth. Our bombs, the Israeli and U.S. bombs, maybe can penetrate 50 to 60 meters. That's of soft rock. If it's like granite, maybe 30 to 40 meters. So there's just no way to get to a 500-meter embedded launch facility, and there's no way to get the nuclear material out of Iran without going in with boots on the ground. Ron Hunter says, Michael, the godlike one, lift you up and preserve you from the evil one who roams the earth to ruin men's and all souls. Oh, God bless you, Ron Hunter. What a powerful passage. Thank you for sharing that. What a powerful and touching passage. Thank you for that. That was wonderful to read. It really was. I had not read that one before. Thank you, Ron Hunter. It is Palm Sunday, although I'm about to read you a statement from the Christian prelate of Jerusalem that probably explains why things are very intense right now. I think I was just going to do a 1 or 2 hour news update today, catch you up on what had happened yesterday during the anti-war protests in Tel Aviv, etc. But no, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that what happened this morning at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre really upset the powers that be in the Christian faith and the Islamic faith. Hello, Rick Ray. So I'm going to read you this joint press release. This doesn't go out very often. Like, I've never seen them do something like this. Maybe when the El Aqsa Mosque was initially closed, there was a joint statement. But, like, basically, there's 3 religions, obviously, in the Holy Land: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And each of the religions has, like, a designated head of their religion in Jerusalem. It's, like, a very sacred thing that you kind of, like, oversee the, like, different holy sites for the religions, all right? Very rarely do they all say anything. they're all in charge of the city, like they're prelates technically, but they don't really like put out, like the patriarchs don't put out joint statements because they're all different religions. But something happened today that upset them all, and this is why I think we saw some trolling. Wait a minute. No, Nanya, you can't time someone out because they say Iran, not for a full day, just because. No, Nanya, I understand, but like it's an opinion. It's an opinion. Like they can say an opinion. What they can't say is like Iran has a right to build nuclear weapons to hurt people or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just an opinion. It's like if you tell Iran they can't have it and then you like silence them, they're just going to get more mad. So I'm intervening there. I get what you're saying, Nanya. I think like I got to draw the line between like an opinion and then like the consequence of the opinion. You see what I'm saying? It's like a very protected space here. Everyone has to feel free to voice their opinion, but it can't then cross that line to like Iran should have nuclear weapons so they can hurt people. You know what I'm saying? I know. Nanya, trust. Well, it's called a tactical deterrent. Nanya, there's this theory that if everyone has them, no one will use them. I know it's absolutely absurd. I wish it was not that way, Nanya. I promise you I don't love this. I am a fan of nuclear non-proliferation, but there is an argument that the more states that have nuclear weapons, the less likely they are to fire them. In that way, there is an argument that nuclear proliferation actually advances peace. Do I agree with it? Not really, but it's an opinion. But yes, I'm a little protective of opinions, Nanya, as you know, but it's never in the spirit of either side. It's just in the spirit of sort of open debate. But if I see anything that like is even close to like the weapon should be used on like people, or if I see anything that borders on like derogatory comments or anything like that, I intervene. So, but yes, Nanya, listen, Nanya, you and I are on the same page. I'm an American, but there's 180 countries here, so I try to just walk that fine line. Actually, you know what? This is a good time to do this. So anytime you want, you can do !rules, !love, !discord, or !donate. And our wonderful Nightbot will remind folks of what the chat rules are. I'm going to read the statement. Thank you, Christopher Gardens, but I also moderate my own chat. Thank you, Nanya. This is a one-man operation. Here's the statement from this morning. This is from the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the Custody of the Holy Land joint press release. This was this morning, Palm Sunday. Quote, "This morning, the Israeli police prevented the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, His Beatitude Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzabella, head of the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, together with the Custos of the Holy Land, the Most Reverend Father Francisco Ilepo, OFM, the official guardian of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, as they made their way to celebrate the Palm Sunday Mass. The two were stopped en route while proceeding privately and without any characteristics of a procession or ceremonial act, and were compelled to turn back. As a result, and for the first time in centuries, the heads of the church were prevented from celebrating the Palm Sunday Mass at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This incident is a grave precedent and disregard the sensibilities of billions of people around the world who, during this week, look to Jerusalem. The heads of the churches have acted with full responsibility and since the outset of the war have complied with all imposed restrictions. Public gatherings were canceled, attendance was prohibited, and arrangements were made to broadcast the celebrations to hundreds of millions of faithful worldwide who, during these days of Easter, turn their eyes to Jerusalem and to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Preventing the entry of the cardinal and the custos, who bear the highest ecclesiastical responsibility for the Catholic Church and the holy places, constitutes a manifestly unreasonable and grossly disproportionate measure. This hasty and fundamentally flawed decision, tainted by improper considerations, represents an extreme departure from basic principles of reasonableness, freedom of worship, and respect for the status quo. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land expressed their profound sorrow to the Christian faithful in the Holy Land and throughout the world that prayer on one of the most sacred days of the Christian calendar has thus been prevented. My pleasure. Sorry it took me a second to get to that. This is very concerning and very upsetting. This is one of the reasons I went live. I was kind of mad. And I think the Pope's going to be a little mad. That's a Ukrainian drone. That's a Russian drone going after a Ukrainian drone. Pete. I know that footage. I'll put a note on it. But this is what's going on in Jerusalem today. If you're wondering why everyone is mad, it's because for the first time in centuries, the Holy Fathers of the Holy Land were not allowed to do their thing. And it really upset people. So look what the Iranians did. Look what the Iranians did. They put a video up, and it says, "In revenge for Christ's suffering." They're the defenders of Christ now? Well, Jesus is one of the most quoted prophets in the Quran, alongside the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So, but I'm just saying, look. And then there's another one that says, when the angels told Mary, God had chosen you, purified you, and given you distinction over all women. Oh. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he said that there was a fundamental compatibility between people who revere Jesus and the Virgin Mother and also people who are of the Islamic faith. So I always liked that. And Ali Larijani, the head of, or the secretary of the Supreme Council of Iran who was killed, did you know he wrote a book with a commentary on the writings of Rene Descartes? I think the problem is they're smarter than us and we're acting pompous. That's why this isn't working. We're treating the Iranians like they're just some rogue outlaw state, but they're actually a very advanced state with a substantial amount of history. And if you don't understand the emergence of the Iranian state, it was called Persia until the mid 20th century. If you don't understand the emergence of the Iranian state as kind of a bulwark against Western imperialism in the Middle East, then you'll never understand Iran. Even its parliament exists as a middle finger to the British, who didn't want Iran to have a parliament in 1906. And then you got to look at what was done to Iran with the Saxe-Picot Treaty with Russia and the UK during the First World War. Then you got to look at what was done the second time that the Western powers tried to partition Iran after World War II. Then you got to look at how from 1906 until 1979, the British were taking 86 or 84% of the Iranian oil revenue, and the Iranians were getting 14%. The British took Kuwait from Iran. They took, that was, I think, in the 19th century, early 20th century. The British just took Bahrain. They just made, Kuwait exists to facilitate British petroleum interests in the Middle East. The British just took Bahrain. They made the Shah, the fake Shah that they installed after 53. They made him just give it up for a very low price. I'm telling you, there is a lot of history. That 1979 revolution was actually kind of check and balance against post-World War II sort of nation building, especially in the Middle East. And if you don't treat Iran that way, they're just going to rail on you. They're smart. They understand a lot of history. They read a lot. They're very skilled in the art of war and deception and propaganda and proxies. It's just a very systematically refined state. And if you don't treat them that way, they get really mad. That's why they're trolling, because I think they don't feel like they're being respected as an equal on the international scene. I have not, Pete, but I don't doubt that for a second. Not to mention, have you seen what China does to Uyghur Muslims? There are some countries in this world who oppress people just because they are religious. And China is one of the worst offenders, frankly. Frankly, I don't understand how China has any Arab allies. China actually runs internment camps for Muslims. They're one of the worst violators of human rights in the entire world, and yet for some reason Iran wants to play ball with China. How about giving China the middle finger, Iran? Anyway, here's the latest from the IRGC. Let me have the statement read out that came along with it first. Go ahead, British announcer towel. And yes, there's more active rocket fire on the north right now. Hello, T-Woo. So good to see you. Hello, Roxanne.
Breaking news. The Revolutionary Guard announces Wave 86 of the True Promise 4 operations. Since Sunday dawn, under the code name, O Lord of the Worlds, and dedicated to the brave martyr journalists Ali Shuaib, Muhammad Fatuni. The martyr Fatima Fatuni, as well as the martyrs of the Armenians and the Christian martyrs in the 8-year Sacred Defense and the Ramadan War, the operation has begun against American and Zionist targets in the region. In the first phase of this operation, the infrastructure for air operations, drones, and weapons depots in the American bases in Victoria, Urajvan, and Al-Kaj were targeted using missiles and drones. And in continuation of the operation, hideouts of the American Army Forces, the Zionist regime, and its terrorist party were targeted in various areas, including Arad, the Negev, Tel Aviv, Erbil, the 5th Naval Fleet, and Al-Dafra, with precise hits. The spread of smoke columns and explosions in the region, and images of the wreckage of destroyed American aircraft estimated at millions of dollars, have thwarted the attempts of officials and media outlets of countries allied with America in the region to impose a media blackout on the Iranian attacks. And victory comes only from Allah, the Mighty, the Wise. And you will find those nearest in affection to the believers those who say, we are Christians.
Okay.
That is because among them are priests and monks, and they are not arrogant. Conversation.
No, I was pausing that. Okay, so here's the video that the Iranians released this morning. This is Wave 86 of Operation True Promise 4. They're invoking the names of my colleagues. So I will tell you more about that and the bombing in South Lebanon of those two journalists. Let's take a listen to the latest from the Iranians. It could be loud. When the band of Trump are destroying American, there's no need for our missiles to reach U.S. territory. Bro. Hello, Standing Stones. Look at this from the latest from the Iranians. Look what they wrote on the missile. When the band of Trump are destroying American, there's no need for our missiles to reach U.S. territory. What they're trying to say is when Trump's merry band are destroying America themselves, there's no need for our missiles to reach U.S. territory. It's very broken English. It's like Farsi to Arabic to English. Did you know we tried to impose a Western calendar on Iran? That's part of the reason they hate us. So that's the perspective of the Iranians today. You get a lot of hints about what they're thinking from their propaganda videos, which the U.S. news doesn't show. So no one really knows what the Iranians are thinking. But if you read between the lines, they kind of tell you.
الله الرحمن الرحیم. پروردگارا قادر مطلق تویی، عزیز تویی. خدایا با توسل به آیه نورانیه و ما رمیت از رمیت ولکن الله رما، و به نیابت از همه این مردم که در سرما و گرما در خیابان برای اقامه دین تو ایستاده‌اند، دشمنانت را به دست پرتوان این مردم ذلیل کن. لبیک یا حسین.
So I think what's happening is there's these like individual units that go out and fire these missiles, and then they take cell phone video and they send it back to like a main headquarters in Iran. That's the best I can discern. Also, Nanya, listen, I agree with you. That's why I've always had this like very like reserved perspective towards towards North Korea, because I don't understand how they even got nuclear weapons to begin with. By the way, listen to what Bahrain said today. To safeguard the safety of seafarers and seagoers and to enhance the security of Bahrain's coastlines amid the blatant Iranian aggression, the Ministry of Interior has announced that there is a ban on maritime movement for seagoers from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. starting today until further notice. Isn't that a little odd? Bahrain is banning sea traffic in its waters between 6 p.m. and 4 a.m. every day. A little bit odd. Now let me show you what happened yesterday. Okay, let me show you what happened that caused, well, there was a lot of things that caused people to be upset. This is actually a really sad thing that I even know about. When journalists die in the Middle East, this is... I believe this is the Almanah journalist. When journalists die, they have a tradition. It's a very sacred and honorable thing. The journalist's microphone gets put on their coffin. It only happens if they're killed in action while covering a war. And unfortunately, I've seen it more than once. So 2 journalists yesterday, one of whom, the IDF does have evidence, they're not just claiming this. One of the journalists that the IDF struck in South Lebanon, was very clearly working for the Radwan brigades of Hezbollah. These are the 2 journalists that were killed, okay? Sky News is taking it. Sky News, to their credit, ran it as the top story on their domestic UK news program. It was probably one of the most touching segments I've seen. I don't know why Sky, somebody at Sky must have had a connection to one of these journalists, because they ran it as the top story yesterday. Now, here's Courtney Boneo, who's getting rightfully a lot of attention. We've been watching her for a few weeks now. Here's Courtney Boneo, who's doing a report in South Lebanon when she got the call about her 2 colleagues in the area having been hit by an airstrike. This is Courtney Boneo reporting yesterday in South Lebanon.
I'm reporting to you from the neighborhood of Hosh in the city of Sur. Hours ago, there was an Israeli attack on the town of Hania, which is just a few kilometers down the road here. We went in and talked to the hospital administrator, and he informed me that 6 Syrian farmers have been killed in this attack and 9 were injured. Most of them are here at the Italian hospital. Some of them have been transferred to other hospitals because of their critical conditions. And it's not even noon. And this is not the first massacre that the Israeli army has committed today. Earlier, they committed a massacre against paramedics in Nabatea, killing 5 men and injuring many more. And I just got a report in that there was a massacre in Jezin. Targeting civilians and targeting medical personnel is a war crime.
So that was Courtney Boneo reporting as she got the news about the airstrike that I'm about to show you in the south of Lebanon. By the way, it got so intense on Al Jazeera this weekend that they went to 12 screens. 12 screens. Tehran, Washington, Ramallah, the West Bank, Sur, South Lebanon, Hodaya, Baghdad, Riyadh, Doha, Muscat, Kuwait, which is Oman, Kuwait, Amman, Jordan, and Islamabad, Pakistan. They have people in like 10 countries all the time. I'll show you a footage from last night in Tehran as well. There was very intense strikes last night in Tehran. I believe this was on Fador. This was Tehran last night. Amman. Thank you, hand boys. I read it wrong. It's Amman, Jordan. Amman. Not Arman. I think someone on that image tried to translate Arabic to English, and the text was just hard to read, but I should have known it was Amman. You're looking last night at Tehran. I think we all do, Nanya. You're going to be our old age secretary, making sure people all get to old age. Yeah, Tehran has been just decimated. I agree. I think there's a strong argument about, like, states that have nuclear weapons don't really get attacked. This was the Parchin complex in Tehran yesterday. This might have actually been this morning. This was the Parchin complex in Tehran. It's a major missile site. It was either overnight or this morning. It's already nighttime in Tehran Sunday. This might have been Sunday morning. Primo, is that you on a new username? Or is that someone mocking Primo? Because there was that person who was attacking Primo. And I won't have that. I won't have it. Let me show you what happened yesterday in South Lebanon, though. More attacks in the north. It's going to take me a second to get to the images from yesterday. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. All right. It would be funny if it were an imposter Primo. Not that you can really do anything, but... let me show you what happened yesterday. Okay, so this is the last report from Fatima Fatunai. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but we have watched her before. This is her last
مقابل
report.
حي البيضاء الفقعاني في بلدة الطيبي، حيث دارت مواجهات وما زالت تدور هذه المواجهات في استهداف مباشر لآليات الاحتلال العسكرية وجرافات الدينين التي تقوم برفع سواتر ترابية وجرف منازل المواطنين هنا في هذه البلدة، حيث تستمر عمليات التصدي التي تقوم بها المقاومة في هذا الحي الذي يقع شمال بلدة الطيبي، بالإضافة إلى تواجد قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الإسرائيلي في الحي الجنوبي ومشروع الطيبي، حيث دمرت أيضا دبابات المركافة التابعة لقوات الاحتلال المتوغلة من بلدة عديسي باتجاه هذه البلدة ومن مختلف الأحياء من حي الدبش وصولا إلى الأحياء الجنوبية. هذا الحي ظل عصيا على الاحتلال بعد تدمير 6 دبابات قبل توغل. نقف الآن مقابل.
So that was her last report, Fatima's. You can judge for yourself. Here it is with subtitles.
في بلدة الطيبي حيث دارت مواجهات وما زالت تدور هذه المواجهات في استهداف مباشر لآليات الاحتلال العسكرية وجرافات الدينين التي تقوم برفع سواتر ترابية وجرف منازل المواطنين هنا في هذه البلدة، حيث تستمر عمليات التصدي التي تقوم بها المقاومة في هذا الحي الذي يقع شمال بلدة الطيبي، بالإضافة إلى تواجد قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في الحي الجنوبي ومشروع الطيبي، حيث دمرت أيضا دبابات المركافة التابعة لقوات الاحتلال المتوغلة من بلدة عديسي باتجاه هذه البلدة ومن مختلف الأحياء من حي الدبش وصولا إلى الأحياء الجنوبية. هذا الحي ظل عصيا على الاحتلال بعد تدمير 6 دبابات قبل
Now, whatever one may think, she was unarmed. Both of them were unarmed, okay? And she was killed. I will show you what happened, okay, to her car and his car. Whatever you may think about their role doing either of them, like their role as like sympathetic to Hezbollah or sympathetic to whatever cause it may be, no one deserves this. They were both slaughtered. This is the actual moment. It was a double tap. As people went to help them, they hit them again. That was Fatima's last moments. You can't see anything, but that is when they double tapped them. So they had already hit the car. I just want you to understand. They had already hit the car. Fatima was trying to run away from the car. The medics were trying to go save her, and they double tapped them. It's called a double tap. It's a very controversial, it's very illegal, but it's a war, so you can't do anything. It's horrifying. She was trying to escape that car. She had already been bombed. The male colleague had died, and she was trying to run, and they double tapped her in broad daylight. That was not a strike on a car. They double tapped a human. And they killed the paramedics who were trying to go save her. And their argument, again, the Israeli argument, if you choose to believe it, is that these two people were, these journalists were legitimate military targets because they were providing intel to Hezbollah. That is their argument. That both of these journalists were killed. The Israeli argument is that both of these journalists were killed because they were providing intel to Hezbollah for the purposes of targeting Israeli troops. Okay, so that's the argument. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. But this is what was done to them. You should see, there's no bodies in this picture. You should see the impact. They hit the car, Fatima lived, ran away from the car, and they hit her again. That's why there's a lot of tension right now. Not just between Iran and Israel, but between Israel and the press. Like, the press doesn't really know the difference. They really don't. They just see it as a journalist until proven otherwise. So there was a lot of anger about that. At the same time yesterday, here was the hit on the north of Israel. This was near, what settlement was this near? This was in the north near Beit, what's it called? It's right north of Haifa. These were Iranian strikes north of Haifa yesterday. I think it's near Kiryat Shimona, but it might be like Beit something. It's to the north, though. Oh, Iran cares a lot about oil. They nationalized their oil in 79. It was because of the British colonialism of Iran's oil that the radical Islamic movement even got so much power. It's not really the Americans to blame, it's the British. And like the British companies. You have a good time at the dog park, Standing Stone. North Israel yesterday. You're listening to more attacks. And then this is the latest. This was from Tehran. We're starting to get more footage from Tehran from the Red Crescent in civilian areas that get hit. Good morning, Renee. God bless you. This is Tehran yesterday. So, Iran is starting to let out some footage through the Iranian Red Crescent, but it's still very sparse. Let me show you. So right after Israel hit Yazd yesterday, Iran fired these two missiles from Yazd. This is from the ground in Iran. Yeah, in a lot of countries, protests aren't even allowed. In America, it's a right under the First Amendment, but in a lot of countries, it's not allowed. They don't even have a First Amendment right. In England, you could be arrested for what you say on social media. I saw some doctor get arrested yesterday and have to go to court because she criticized Israel. I thought it was the strangest thing. The officers came to her home and put her in handcuffs because she didn't even say anything that bad. She just said Israel had committed an attack or something, and they arrested her. I could not live in a country like that. I really couldn't. Now I'll show you the latest from Hezbollah in South Lebanon yesterday, fighting against the Israelis in Taiba. It's actually from the 25th, but they released it yesterday. Hi, Pulsar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Special Sunday morning stream with Towel. We'll go until lunchtime, maybe 1 or 2 p.m. I have doctors in the morning, so I have to get a lot of rest tonight. That was the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It's so good to see you, Pulsar, my dear friend. Hello, Renee. Hello, Trixler. Let's see if the Pope gave a really good mass in Monaco yesterday. If you missed it, it's well worth watching. Here's a hit in Eilat yesterday. This is a hit in Eilat. So Iran was striking tactical positions in Israel yesterday. Oh my goodness, Trixler, I'm so sorry to hear that. I have heard some very scary things about the online culture in Europe, about the way police arrest people for things. I live in America, so opinions here are completely protected. Like your opinion about something, the government absolutely cannot intervene. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Some opinions may border on actionable things like civilly, but even most of the time, like opinion in the United States is almost like completely protected. Your opinion on something is like sacrosanct. It's a little different when you start like asserting things as fact versus your view on them, but like on the whole, if you say your opinion in the United States, you are completely protected. This is Elot yesterday.
Oh my god. Oh my.
We actually have such strong constitutional rights here that if the government intrudes on your right to say your opinion, they can get in serious trouble. They have to pay you money. And they oftentimes do. You get a lot of like small towns that don't like people criticizing their like select board or local like government, like town council or whatnot. And so as a result, they try to like arrest people like for disorderly conduct, like stuff that doesn't look like a speech crime, but is like an attempt by the government to arrest someone for their speech. They will oftentimes have to pay millions of dollars for doing that. They get away with it in the moment, but then they have to pay, like they'll have to pay seriously. This is the latest from Kuwait yesterday, where fires were raging out of control at the airport. Nanya. I don't want to see people timed out, like if you're in a debate with them. I know it's tempting. I untimed you out, DD Tames, but seriously, Nanya, you're abusing the mod privilege, alright? You really are. I can't have you timing out other mods because they disagree with you. You're wonderful, Nanya, but like you're making the space one where like people are gonna like tiptoe around debating with you, and I can't have that. All right, so DD Tames, I know, Nanya, I know, but I can't have one side of the conversation having that amount of hand over the other. No personalities. DD Tames, you're back. I overrode it, but no personalities. All right, and I really have to think about how we're going to enforce, like, decorum. Because it has to be me enforcing the decorum. I don't want to see anyone censored for their opinion. If it becomes a problem and I need to name... We have Standing Order Rule 1, Tower Rule 1. If I need to intervene because there's a breach of decorum, I will name the member, the honorable member for, and then I'll say your username. Then I will time you out, okay? But on the whole, unless it's like a very emergent situation and someone uses a slur or something like that, like leave it, like escalate it to my attention, I will render a ruling as the speaker. And I'll normally name you and like remove you from the chamber for the day's sitting for like 10 minutes. But I can remove you for 24 hours. But I only want to see that as like a last resort. It's just kind of how I do moderation. It's just, I'm not saying other people have to mod that way. It's just that's how I want this space moderated. All right. But I also am very protective of people. So Nanya, I'm not saying that anyone's going to be able to call you anything, but I don't want to see timeouts used for perspectives. I will intervene if there's a breach of decorum. Thank you. Hi, Fraud. So good to see you. Thank you all very much for your understanding and patience. That was the latest from Kuwait. Oh, wow. My internet went down. I know, I'm back. That was odd. I'm back. Internet went down. That was so odd. Wow. The internet went down. Like, for like 60 seconds. Like, it got hit pretty hard, too. Like, my home network stayed up, but my internet went down. Wow. I'm back. Yes, hello. We had some slight internet issues. You might get a little buffering. Everything's stable. But yeah, it's sunny outside. There's no storm. There is no reason for there to be internet issues like that. That was odd. That was definitely an odd one. Everybody goes down from time to time. We get like frame drops, buffering. We're getting it a little bit right now. But yeah, that just went down. The whole thing went down. My whole internet went down. Everything went down. It's back now. I got it to cycle, but the whole thing went down all at once. We're back now. This is Bushehr, Iran, yesterday. How long I wish I had a McDonald's that close. Are you kidding me? This is Bushehr, Iran, yesterday. Fry, yeah, you know, I heard some people have been having issues with their home internet. Here's the latest from Eilat yesterday. Yesterday in Eilat. Yes, Twin B, that's correct. The one you just saw in Bushehr is the nuclear facility. Now we're going to Eilat, Israel. This is Eilat yesterday, Israel's southernmost city. We're back. Yes, Bushehr in Iran is one of the nuclear cities. Another one is Natanz. And then I forget which city that's in. That's in a city in the central part of Iran, central west. And then another nuclear city is north of Qom, south of Tehran. That's Natanz. All right, this is Eilat yesterday. This is one of the Iranian missiles that hit Eilat.
Yo, זה נפל פה.
That was yesterday in Eilat. So when the Iranians want to hit, they can hit.
הנה ממי. הנה.
It's a small missile too, but it goes fast.
Yo, זה נפל פה.
Okay, so that was in Eilat yesterday. Now, this is the hit on Yazd. This is one of the underground missile cities. So this is what got hit in Iran yesterday. Well, multiple things got hit. But immediately after Yazd got hit, just to prove that it wasn't like not working, the Iranians fired missiles that hit. Here's that picture I mentioned earlier. This is the enriched uranium from a satellite image showing on June 9, 2025, the Iranian nuclear material being moved to Esfahan. So there's another nuclear site in Esfahan. You can see the material going into the tunnel there. All right. And then according to specialists who spoke to Le Monde, this is very possibly enriched uranium. All right. So just if you're wondering, like, what is the U.S. actually thinking about? I'm going to have to translate this to English and then have it read. Sure, why not? Okay, let's take a listen to this. Le Monde's a pretty good site. They're a pretty serious French newspaper. Come on, British reporter towel.
In Iran, a previously unseen satellite image shows a mysterious loading operation at the Isfahan nuclear site in 2025. Published yesterday at 5 a.m., updated yesterday at 6:23 p.m. An investigation by Le Monde reveals images of a convoy at the gates of a major underground nuclear complex in Iran. According to several experts, it could be part of the country's stockpile of enriched uranium. An intriguing scene unfolds before the eyes of a satellite on June 9, 2025. The scene is located at the foot of a mountain rising to 1,700 meters, just a few kilometers from Isfahan, in the heart of Iran. Deep within the rock lies one of the country's most heavily fortified tunnel complexes. According to Tehran, it was built in 2004 to secure the storage of nuclear material against aerial threats. Indeed, on June 13, 2025, 4 days later, Israeli bombs rained down on the country. A lightning air campaign against Iran, soon joined by the United States, which lasted 12 days. But when a satellite photographed it on June 9, the Isfahan site still seemed quiet, with one exception. A large convoy was approaching one of the entrances to the underground network. A 13-meter-long flatbed truck was loaded with 18 electric blue barrels, each just over 1 meter in diameter. A second, smaller truck, topped with a crane, followed closely behind. 3 smaller vehicles, apparently civilian, accompanied the trucks.
And then it stops there because they only allow you to read so much of the article. But the point is, this is the reality. Iran is moving nuclear material around its country to Isfahan and other areas, and that's what the U.S. has to go in and get, almost certainly. This is a CRAM last night over Erbil. I know how many people like to see the CRAM. It's a counter-rocket artillery and mortar gun that shoots down drones. CRAM go burr, as a lot of people like to say. It fires 4,900 rounds per second. 4,900 rounds per second. Kind of looks like an elephant trunk sometimes when it fires. Yeah, it's a dangerous weapon too. If it doesn't hit its target, those shells just go, they're very big shells and they just fire for miles. Here's more from Hezbollah. From the 25th of March, a Markava tank in the area of Bikat Derbel. Coffee's good, bunny. Alright, latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, showing an attack on an Israeli Markava tank in the area of Babel Pond, let me get you the exact name, Debel Pond, which is Bikat Debel, on the 25th of March. Hezbollah oftentimes releases footage with a few days lag. Here's a Houthi drone that tried to attack Eilat last night. It did not work, it got shot down. That's a Houthi drone just getting lit up by Israeli interceptors. So those things moving really fast are not Houthi missiles. It's you see the Houthi drone get lit up in the beginning, and then they light the Houthi drone up again. So it's 2 interceptors over Eilat hitting a Houthi drone from Yemen. The first part of the clip is the drone getting hit, and then another interceptor comes in to get the drone. Thank you, Mason. I appreciate it. I'm trying to cut back. It's the stress. It's my de-stressor. So that's why the Houthis are not having a lot of success, okay? The Houthis are struggling right now because it's very easy for Israel to intercept them. Okay, so I'll show you more footage from Tehran yesterday overnight.
همیاری و همدلی مردم رو نگاه کن. این یکی از همسایه‌های همین محله.
Tehran yesterday.
برای مردم اینجا تغذیه میارن، شربت درست میکنن، غذا درست میکنن. به هم دیگه کمک میکنن اینا، بنده خدا.
Hello, T.A. Sarah. You're here bright and early. 70 million bonus points.
چی دیگه هم بود اون پایین مغازه‌دار بود، گفتم مغازه‌مو کلا خالی کردم.
I love it, Lilith. I love it.
هر کسی که جا مکان نداره بیاد اونجا. البته حالا شهرداری چند تا هتل و اینا اوکی کرده، مردم میرن اونجا. اونایی که اینجا ساکن بودن و اونجایی که الان ما هستیم، اینا که بنده خدا همه شهید شدن. هیچی. این ساختمان‌های اطراف که مثلا آواره شدن میرن اون هتل‌ها. یه سری نیروی امدادی هم هستن که جا و مکان ندارن، از شهرهای دیگه اومدن کمک. بنده خدا میبره مغازش، گفته برید اونجا بخوابید. اینم
That's the result of one strike. That's the result of one strike in Tehran. Hi, God Manners. Yeah, it's so good to be back. I definitely needed that 12 to 13 hours of rest. Here's the report from Sky's Alex Crawford on the journalist who died yesterday in Lebanon.
Attacks on the three journalists. They were travelling along one of the main roads in the south of Lebanon. They've been named as Ali Shuab, who worked for the Al Mana television, Fatima Fatouni, who worked for Al Mayadeen, and Fatima's brother, who was working as a freelance cameraman for both Al Mana and Al Mayadeen. The two senior correspondents were very well known in Lebanon, and they now reach more than 20 journalists in Lebanon who have been targeted in Israeli strikes since October 2023. The President, General Joseph Aoun, said once again Israel is violating the most basic rules of international law and laws of war by targeting press reporters who are performing a professional duty, and he has strongly condemned it. He particularly quoted Article 79 of the Geneva Convention, which bans the targeting of journalists as long as they have not directly participated in hostile acts. Now, there's also been a lot of communication from Israeli spokespeople who are trying to justify this attack. In one of them, one of the posts on X, one of the key Israeli military spokesperson describes one of the senior reporters, Ali Shuaib, as a fundamental pillar in the terrorist propaganda system affiliated with Hezbollah. That has been roundly dismissed by most of the journalist fraternity and indeed the Lebanese government, who recognized Ali Shuaib as a senior journalist who, as part of his journalist activities, maintained contacts with both the Lebanese government, the Lebanese army, and of course the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. On top of these attacks against the journalists, the killings of the journalists today, Israeli airstrikes have also killed 7 medical workers, 7 first responders, and wounded 7 others in a string of attacks across South Lebanon. There've also been a number of children killed. We went to the funeral this morning of one 10-year-old boy. He was killed in an Israeli airstrike yesterday, which killed 6 people, half of them children. All this has led to rising condemnation and anger within Lebanon, with the Lebanese authorities urging Israel to stop these attacks.
Breaking, there has been a serious hit in southern Israel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and it's just past 10 a.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Sunday, March 29, 2026. It is 4 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It is 5:30 p.m. in Tehran. There has been a serious hit in South Israel. I have the pictures for you now. It is the chemical plant in Niat Hovav near Beer Sheva in the Negev desert. There is a massive explosion, and there is a fire burning at multiple locations across the facility. I repeat, there has been a massive strike in the south of Israel near Beer Sheva in the Negev desert. There is a massive fire burning. There has been a massive attack. This is Israel now. This is Beersheba now. There has been a massive attack on Beersheba. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Serious damage in southern Israel as more rocket fire comes now over the north. This appears to be a chemical plant.
Oh, yeah, well, I did.
Yeah, I believe this is a chemical plant. I did not know that about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Thank you, Mason.
Oh, yeah, well, I did.
Seth, welcome to the channel. I would agree, sadly. Things are escalating rapidly. That is a chemical plant burning in Beersheba right now.
Oh, yeah, well, I did.
Very serious situation in the south of Israel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That is a chemical plant burning.
Oh, yeah.
There's more rocket fire now. This is ADAMA Limited's pesticide plant in Nat Hova. It's a pesticide plant. I repeat, this is what was targeted, a pesticide plant. Peace be upon you, Mason. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, production has stopped. There is a leak of hazardous material. All workers in the factory and neighboring factories have been evacuated. There is a leak of hazardous material in Beersheba following a very strong Iranian strike on a pesticide factory. I repeat, there has been a leak of chemical material in Beersheba. Hello, Karina. Good to see you. There is a quite serious situation unfolding right now in Beersheba in the south of Israel, where a chemical plant creating fertilizer in the Negev has been hit. It's actually a little bit it's a little bit outside of Beersheba, but it is in Beersheba.
What the fuck?
I apologize for any language. That is people reacting to a very serious chemical spill or chemical leak. They need to get out of there. Look at that smoke.
What the fuck? אצלנו.
Yeah, leave, bro. Does that look like safe particulate to be around? Leave. Does any of that look safe, bro? That is very, very bad. That is not smoke. That is chemicals. That type of smoke is chemicals. Leave the area. You should be getting in a car. First of all, you should be putting on a mask. Hello, JR. Good to see you out there in Arizona. God bless you, and God bless all the people of Arizona. What is that man doing? What are they doing? I get that, okay, you can take a video, but put your gas mask on. Put some kind of mask on and run. Leave the area. If the prevailing winds shift, you are going to start breathing in petrochemicals. Run. I don't get it. What are you doing? There has been a major strike on a petrochemical factory in Beersheba. Why are you driving? But no, don't drive up to it. No, that's a terrible idea. Why are you driving up to it? Support for the war worldwide. Antonio, support for the war worldwide has dropped 10% over 30 days. This is Beersheba right now. I don't know why this person is driving up to the top of that fire, but it's not a good idea. Oh, there's very bad damage at this facility. Very bad damage. Iran has just struck a fertilizer factory. It's bad. It has caused a substantial amount of damage. It's in the Negev. It's near Beersheba. And the chemicals are still burning. This I now have the fuselage from that missile. Okay, that was a really serious hit. The Soul Controller, I want my paintings back from Adnan Khashoggi. Alright, can you get me my paintings back, Soul Controller? He took my damn paintings. I demand them back. You can't just be blaming Epstein when Adnan Khashoggi stole my damn paintings. Here's the fuselage from that missile. I am doing well, Mishigama. I was thinking about you. I hope you're doing well. I still want my paintings, though, Soul Controller, from Adnan. I want them. I demand satisfaction from Adnan Khashoggi. I challenge his family to a duel. That's not actually a thing anymore, but a rhetorical duel. Thank you, T.A. Sarah. Adnan Khashoggi's family has to give me my paintings back. I own like 1/3 of them, but they're still mine. Okay, so I'm allowed to be the designated representative of the paintings. I don't think I'm actually allowed to be, but the point is, until I get those paintings back, I'm going to yell about Adnan Khashoggi every time someone mentions Jeffrey Epstein. Mind you, I did a lot of Epstein Files research, so I have the liberty to do that. But anyway, my point is, give me my damn paintings back, Adnan. Well, he's dead. But his family can give me them back. I demand my paintings. Here's the latest from Courtney Buneo in honor of our colleagues who passed away yesterday. Courtney knows the situation very well.
In the city of Sur.
It took a... So I have cried on this stream before during bombings, and I will never judge a journalist for being emotionally or like impacted on a human level at the loss of life or their colleague. So don't judge her. She knew these people personally, including Fatima.
I'm reporting to you from the city of Sur. As you may already know, my colleagues Fatima Fatoumi and Haj Ali Shaib were killed today in a targeted Israeli drone strike. Ali Shaib worked for Al-Manar and Fatima worked for Al-Mayadeen. I worked with them in the field on the borders for the last 15 months documenting Israeli war crimes. Haj Ali Shaib was a veteran journalist and devoted his entire career to documenting Israeli war crimes in South Lebanon. Fatima was one of the bravest journalists that I've ever met. She never shied away from danger. She never shied away from a report, ever. And today, while documenting these war crimes and the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, they became victims of a war crime themselves. They were shining examples of integrity and ethics. And we, as journalists in Lebanon, will honor their memory by continuing to work today and tomorrow and every day until the Israeli army is out of South Lebanon.
That's very hard to watch. Now, I think a lot of you will feel the human connection. No one just gets into journalism. You have to have a reason. And that's why I'm so insistent on showing every perspective. Just because Courtney Boneo really, really is sympathetic to the people of southern Lebanon, that doesn't make her reporting any less real or her emotions any less real. It just means when you listen to her reporting, you have to remember she's coming from the perspective of she wants Israel out of southern Lebanon. That does not make her a bad person, does not make her any less of a journalist. It's just important to know people's perspective. That's why I play it. And setting aside ideologically why someone is involved with journalism, every journalist is a human being telling human stories through human mediums, with human voices. And if you lose your humanity, you're not a journalist at that point. You're just like an AI. So I never want to see the human perspective leave journalism. I always want it to be front and center, even if it means that you see the raw ugliness of war on the face of a person that you normally would expect to be completely impartial and devoid of emotion. In response to the Iranian threat, as I mentioned, starting 12 noon Monday Iran time, which is about 5:30 a.m. in the east, 4:30 a.m. in the East Coast, in the U.S., which is like 10:30 a.m. In Tel Aviv in South Africa on Monday. Iran has threatened to bomb American and Israeli universities. So the American university in Beirut is going to be going all online Monday and Tuesday. 100% Mary P. If you lose your humanity, then you are AI. I have the latest statement from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon as well. Let me have that read out for you now. Hold on one second. It's Sunday, but now that this petrochemical attack has happened, the news is flying in hard and fast. Here's the latest statement from Hezbollah 22 minutes ago. British reporter Tal, would you be so kind?
Conversation. Urgent. Hezbollah Brigades, statement and clarification. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. The operations of the Islamic resistance are confined to confronting the Zionist American enemy and its allies, and harming their interests. Nevertheless, the Hezbollah Brigades do not deviate from the circle of honorable enmity, even with these enemies. Targeting civilian gatherings is religiously forbidden, not to mention civilian homes in general. We specifically mention the shelling of the home of the family of Saeed Najirvan Idris Barzani, in whom we have a favorable presumption due to his adoption of positions opposing the policies of Massoud and his son Masroor, which may be the reason for the targeting. What the enemy has habitualized in committing criminal acts, and other insidious ones, including its recent targeting of the port of Salalah in the Sultanate of Oman via aircraft launched from Emirati territories, is nothing but aimed at dragging some parties into this unjust war against the Islamic Republic. Such a treacherous enemy that feeds on killing the innocent and stoking discord cannot be stopped except by fire. And the moratorium on operations against the dens of espionage and sabotage hidden in the vicinity of the lair of the American Evil Embassy was only on the condition of not targeting residential areas in Baghdad and the provinces. And we will resume bombing these lairs forcefully to turn them into rubble if the enemy does not comply. While affirming that the Mujahideen of the Islamic factions have shouldered the burdens of resisting the American occupation of Iraq in 2003, and continue to offer martyrs and sacrifices up to this comprehensive war to defend the land and sanctities, which the Zionist American enemy and its allies are waging in West Asia, we will not relent in targeting the interests of all who cooperate with this enemy, the latest of which is Ukraine. Hezbollah Brigades Operations Command.
That's actually Hezbollah. It's the Mujahideen for the Islamic resistance in Iraq, not Lebanon. But it just shows you it's coordinated messaging by Iran across all the territories. Here's the latest from Hezbollah. This is Hezbollah repelling an Israeli attack on March 26th in Quantara in southern Lebanon. Latest from Hezbollah. They put out a lot of media very fast. That's true, Robson. Just a special shout out to BB Egan. Thank you so much for keeping me in mind. The end of the month is actually really hard, so to all of you who have been sending super chats and donations, they are appreciated. I just got to get to like the first, so if you want to help out Little Towel, it does mean a lot to me, and this is a public information service. It's run by one man. I'll show you what it was like to cover 28 days of this war in a little bit, but for now, back to Hezbollah, southern Lebanon. Oh yeah, this is the Hezbollah song. They do all the editing themselves. Oh, God bless you, Tiffany Bob. Thank you so much for all of your support of Little Towel. It means so much to me. God bless you, Tiffany Bob. Your kindness, compassion, and support is wonderful and appreciated. And what you hear in the background, of course, as has become normal, this is going to be an intense Sunday. I think Israel's decision to not let the Christians pray in Jerusalem has like really upset a lot of people. It's really not good. Like, I don't think that was a smart decision. It was not a good idea. Like, even the Pope's going to be mad about this. I can tell because I'm mad about it. I don't know why they did it. I really don't. Like, I think today would have actually been quiet. I think the Iranians were signaling they were going to let people just kind of observe Palm Sunday. They really were. It was kind of quiet until Israel did that. The second Israel stopped the people from praying in Jerusalem for Palm Sunday. Like as soon as that happened, Iran blew up a petrochemical factory, a fertilizer factory in the Negev immediately. Yeah, Mary P, it happened earlier today, and the prelates, like the people who run the churches in Jerusalem, are very upset at Israel for this. Very upset. I can't even really put it into words. They put out like a joint statement, and then immediately Iran bombed a petrochemical factory in the Negev. Now they've had to evacuate the petrochemical factory and the whole area around it because there's like chemicals in the air. It was a really bad idea. I don't know who authorized it, why they did it. It was a really bad idea. Not to mention the Al Arabi TV office in Tehran was just banned. Here's the latest from Al Arabia about that. A TV station in Iran was bombed about 2 hours ago.
پاتو بذار روی این تو اشتباه میکنی پاتو بذار مواظب منو بگیر اوکی هكذا يبدو المشهد هنا تم استهداف المكان
التلفزيون العربي
هكذا يبدو المشهد نخلي مكتب التلفزيون العربي
Al Arabia in Iran has been hit. American universities in Qatar are closing. Very serious situation. So first of all, that is a TV station in Iran which was bombed. Second of all, this is what's going on right now in the south of Israel. A fertilizer factory has been bombed. This was immediately after the Holy Sunday prayer services were stopped. It happened immediately afterwards. And there's a serious amount of petrochemicals in the air in the south of Israel. This is a fertilizer factory that Iran bombed as a result of, I imagine, what happened in Jerusalem. And there's a serious amount of like fertilizer or some kind of chemical in the air. It seems to be a chemical attack by other means. Iran basically launched a chemical attack on Israel. I need to get captions for that. I'll show you the damage in Israel right now. This is that fire. I'll show you a closer view too, but it is a very serious situation. It's probably the most serious hit Iran has done. It's not contained at all. All right, so Israel's trying to clean this up. Listen. This is getting really bad. I think Israel knows that was a really bad decision, because look what they just put out. Israel just put out this statement. My name is Grant Ellis. We've had a serious situation develop. I was just going to do a news roundup, but in the last 2 hours, Israel stopped holy prayer in Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, and it caused the Christian leader, I forget what his title is, the leadership of the sort of Christians in Jerusalem, the Catholics to get very mad. They put out a statement being like, we were stopped from praying for the first time in centuries, and we are very, very mad about it. So immediately, Iran bombed a petrochemical factory. It's no, not petrochemical, a fertilizer factory, which is even worse, in Beersheba in the south near the Negev. And there is now just uncontrolled, the fertilizer just burning in the air. I don't know if it's that specific chemical or a chemical involved in fertilizer production, but there's a chemical spill in southern Israel as a result of this. And this all happened within an hour. In turn, Israel just put out this statement, I imagine, trying to clean this all up. Go ahead, British reporter Towel.
Conversation. All safety and precautionary instructions in the Old City are a direct result of Iranian missile fire. As is known, the Iranian regime has fired on the Old City on multiple occasions, striking sites in the vicinity of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Western Wall. In light of this, and in order to protect the lives of worshippers of all faiths, precautionary instructions have been issued for all holy sites of all religions, and mass gatherings are not possible. The concern over a mass casualty event in the Old City is particularly acute given the area's density and the difficulty of deploying first responders in such an incident. The police will meet with Cardinal Pizzaballa, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, and work to explore solutions that allow for as normal a routine as possible while ensuring public safety.
And the first comment is right there. When you have to put out a statement like this, you've caused a serious problem. I mean, Iran is now nobody's gonna be mad about this because Israel has really upset the Catholic and Christian communities. It was the worst thing they could have possibly done. I'm going to show you videos now. This is what Iran did in response. They caused it's basically a chemical attack by other means. You don't have to launch a chemical weapon if you blow up a chemical plant. It's a fertilizer plant. That is a chemical attack, and that's exactly what they just did.
Yo. أصلينه يو أصلينه.
Yeah. And listen, Ida, if you don't believe me that Iran is doing this in the name of the Christians now too, I'll show you. This is on the ground. Oh yeah, it's a chemical attack. Look at it. Look at it. It's a chemical attack. Seriously, it's very dangerous. And they're very mad. And the Iranians, I tried to tell people earlier, the Iranians already invoked Christ today when attacking Israel. They're very mad. And they're going to try to rally support from the Christians against Israel over this. It was not a good idea. The Iranians were not going to bomb Jerusalem on Holy Sunday. They just weren't. They don't do that. They're very against that. I'm telling you, they did. Look why they bombed in the south. It was a message. Iran's being like, we were never going to bomb Jerusalem on Holy Sunday. Like, what are you doing? They're really mad. Hi, Mel Shaggy. We have a serious security situation developing in the south of Israel where there is a fertilizer plant that has been bombed in a chemical attack by Iran because Iran is taking like the cause of the Christians up now because Israel banned prayer on Holy Sunday in Jerusalem at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which has really upset a lot of people. So now Iran is and if you don't believe me, you might be saying to yourself, no, Iran is not trying to like take up the cause of the Christians. Yes, they are. I will show you their latest video from their 86th wave of Operation True Promise 4. They put Christ's name on it and the name of the Virgin Mother. And they said that they were doing this to avenge Christ. So we're in a serious, Iran's going to try to like set up a world order where they're the defender of faith. Like we absolutely have to stop this immediately. We have to like bring them to the table or talk to them, whatever. But this path is not working. Hello, Drop Micro Dots. God bless you. I actually just left a comment on your Twitter about the Kelsey thing. But I also think, Micro Dots, I meant to message you today. I want to do like a bumper for the top of the hour. And maybe we can work on it. Where like, it's like Towel News Network. It's like 30 seconds or 60 seconds of like me like doing the news, and it's like towel news, like where journalism is not an industry, something like that. Anyway, but I also would like to work with you on like an actual documentary production for Kelsey. I feel like we can do the whole thing in like 3 months. You know what I'm saying? Like interviews, like especially with your video production skills and the way I think systematically. But anyway, we should think about that. I think you and I could like do a really good like impartial treatment that would really point out the police corruption. And we don't have to tell the whole thing. I think there's a lot more to that story. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to go into the butterflies. You get what I'm saying? But like we can tell the story, you know? All right, here's why I'm saying that we have to be careful about the Iranians. Look at this. You got it, Microdots. I'll message you later today, Richie, when I'm done streaming. I'm going to end a little bit early. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow in the morning, so I have to get a good night's sleep. And anytime I go into the doctor, there's a risk they're going to stick a needle in me, and I'm going to just faint. All right, so I just want to point out, you are looking at the latest from the Iranians. Do you see what that says? In the top, it's a quote from the Holy Quran. Now, if you know anything about Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the deceased supreme leader of Iran, you will realize that he gave a bunch of speeches kind of like encouraging those of the Islamic faith to understand like why Jesus and the Virgin Mother are so venerated in the Holy Quran. So it's not just the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who's in the Holy Quran. It's also Jesus and Mary and a lot of different sort of elements of spirituality that you might find in the Bible. Okay, so that's why that quote is up there at the top, okay? Because it's like a religious doctrine. When a religious leader in Iran interprets the Holy Quran in a certain way, then like that, it becomes like the policy of the state, okay? It's like a theocracy. What happened? What did you do? Who cussed? Oh yeah, you got timed out for 5 seconds because you used all caps. Hi, Maritime Slave. Good to see you. Okay, so that's the top part. That's kind of like a reference to Ali Khamenei's Ayatollah. Launch! Launch! We have a launch from Iran. We have a launch. Where are they firing at now? It's the southern Negev. Oh no, they're going to keep hitting these factories. They're so mad. It's the southern Negev. We have a launch from Iran. The last hit was really bad, and they've launched again right now. You have 6 minutes. You have 7 minutes or so, maybe 7 minutes. It's coming to the south. It's going to be coming towards the Negev. I'm going to take you live now. Iran has launched again. And every time they launch at the south, they hit. And they're hitting chemical factories. I don't know what they're about to hit, but it's coming in now. I just want to warn you, you have like 6 minutes. Okay, it's going to happen now. I brought the live cams up for you. You have about 7 minutes. My pleasure, Witchy Wash. It's so good to see you. I'm always happy to help. Yeah, it may be I don't know what they're about to hit, but it's not going to be good. Anytime they target the south, they hit, and it's bad. They just hit a chemical plant. Who knows what's coming next? You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Four minutes. I don't know if we're going to see it. Sometimes you're able to see it on the owl cam. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it. This is a very serious situation. It is a daytime strike, and after the situation in the Holy Land this morning, Iran has just gone off. They're like invoking the name of Christ while bombing Israel because they're mad. They're really mad about Alaska, but they know it's good PR to invoke like the persecution of the Christians today because it's Holy Sunday. So they're bombing the ever-loving heck out of southern Israel and literally bombing chemical fertilizer plants to punish the Israelis in the name of Jesus. Like, this whole thing has just become completely flipped on its head. I don't know why the Israelis did that. That was a terrible decision. You're going to get no sympathy. Israel is going to now the Catholics and the Christians are going to be like, well, you you literally banned prayer when the Iranians were not going to bomb Jerusalem, and now, like, we're mad. Thank you, Standing Stones. That's what I mean. This was done on purpose. Like, Israel should never have done that. It was a very bad decision. Because now the Iranians are going to feel like they have the moral upper hand with the Christians, with the Muslims. The Iranians are going to become like the defenders of faith. This is a very bad situation for Israel. That was a horrible move. They need to fix it immediately. I know Israel just put themselves in a really bad position. They're not going to get a lot of sympathy. Iran's got to be careful with what they hit. That's why they're firing at the south. But Israel's going to get no sympathy today from anyone. It was just such a bad idea. Why would you ever do that? On today of all days, like, knowing that the Iranians would never shell Jerusalem on Holy Sunday. They would never do it. They actually adhere to religious doctrine. You just open the door to them just railing on Israel all day, and no one's going to be mad about it. I will never understand. I will never understand. That was such a bad call. They were giving people a break. They didn't fire for like 8 hours yesterday. Red alerts. Here they come. Red alerts. It's Beersheba again. Watch the Central Israel cam. Here it comes. Red alerts. It's southern Israel. It's probably going to be another factory. It's the West Negev. It's Beersheba. They're really mad. They're very upset. They won't shell civilians today either. They're just going to they're going to just continue to wreak hell on Israel all day in the name of Jesus too. You watch, every missile they fire is going to be about Jesus. Because they actually venerate Jesus. Oh, I didn't see this one coming. You want to watch the top left cam. You have about a minute. It's going to be coming in over the south. These normally come in across Jordan or the sea there near Saudi Arabia. You can't always see the attacks on the south, though. There is no heavy... It's right in the middle of Beersheba. I don't know what they're about to hit, but it's not going to be good. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are very mad about this situation in Jerusalem. Even U.S. representatives are making statements about what happened in Jerusalem this morning with the Catholics and the Christians. You really can't stop them from praying. It was a very bad idea. The Pope might have to say something. He really might. Because Iran's going to bomb all day unless Israel lets those people pray. The best idea right now is to open the Dome of the Rock, to open Al-Aqsa, open the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Just Iran is not going to bomb them. Iran is not going to bomb Jerusalem if you open the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Iran is not going to bomb them. They are religious. They will not bomb them. If you keep it closed, they're going to keep bombing southern Israel. It's really not that hard to tell. That's exactly what's going on, and they know they have the world's support right now. It's not enough to just call them and apologize. You must open it. Isaac Hertz just put out a statement, but you must open them. They're going to go absolutely, it's not going to stop. The red alerts have not fully lifted, but I'm just telling you, they have to figure out a plan. Like, what they're doing now is not a plan. There's a toxic material leak. There's a toxic material leak in the Negev. And Iran's going to keep doing this until they open those churches. Somebody listen to me. Please just open the churches. It's really not that hard. I promise it's not going to be a big deal. Nothing's going to happen if you open the churches. You know what is going to be a big deal? If you don't open the churches. They're going to bomb the south of Israel. They're going to bomb anything they can. Wow. Okay, I have new footage for you from Ukraine right now, where Ukraine is daytime bombing Russian oil fields. And it's honestly not a bad, it is not a bad outcome. It's not my job to negotiate diplomatic outcomes of anything. I am a Catholic, so I have somewhat of an interest in this, like spiritually. But I just want to say, it is not a bad outcome. If the result of this is no bombs fall for the rest of the day, and they open up the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and they open up Al-Aqsa Mosque, no, like that's a decent resolution. There's been a serious situation, Yogesh, in the south of Israel where there is a toxic chemical leak because after Israel shut down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre this morning for the first time in centuries and wouldn't let the Christians pray on Holy Sunday, on Palm Sunday, the Iranians bombed a fertilizer chemical plant in the south of Israel, and it's spewing toxic material throughout Israel, the south of Israel. Why Israel shut down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, I don't know. It was not a good idea, but it caused like a serious international reaction. I'm showing you now the latest from Ukraine. I'm going to show you the latest now from Ukraine, where Ukraine in the middle of the day has shelled a Russian oil depot. This is today. So Ukraine is pulling off daytime attacks on Russian oil installations.
Охуеть. Бля, сейчас взрывная волна дойдет до нас.
Ты прикалываешься?
Смотри, ебанись.
Может, ты...
Да нормально, не ссы. Бля, ебать там огнище.
Ёб твою мать!
Охуеть, вот это, блядь, да.
Again, the latest from Russia just minutes ago.
Офигеть!
Охуеть. Бля, сейчас взрывная волна дойдет до нас.
Ты прикалываешься?
Смотри, ебанись.
Может, ты...
Да нормально.
I think it was the civil authority in charge of Jerusalem who killed Jesus. They were mad at him because he kicked the money changers out of the temple, you know what I'm saying? So they were mad at Jesus. You know, one of the last acts that Jesus did, it was on Monday of Holy Week, right before the Holy Supper was, the Last Supper was Thursday. One of the last acts that Jesus did was go into Jerusalem. I think he like arrived in Jerusalem today, like Sunday, Palm Sunday, and then like the next morning, or maybe he arrives the next morning on Monday, but he arrives in Jerusalem, and then that's the like last thing he does. He goes into the temple and he just flips over he gets his whip out actually, but he flips over the table where the money changers have set up in the temple. I don't know, Kanapi. I think it was more like Canaanites and like kind of like even the Jewish people of the time of Jesus. Jesus was a Jewish person. Even the Jewish people at the time of Jesus did not like the Canaanites. Like no one liked the Canaanites at all, like whatsoever. A lot of people went around like trying to convert them, in fact, because they were like very evil. There was like 7 like religious traditions that all go back. It actually, like, Cananism is probably one of the oldest religions. I think Zoroastrianism is a little bit older. There's like this complex like sort of like Jesus tradition that like even like the pharaohs in Egypt and the Egyptian religions kind of develop parallel to the sort of ancient traditions. I call them ancient, but they're really like, now, some of them like predate like what we know as modern humanity. It kind of stretches our conception of like how long humans have been on the earth. But anyway, like Zoroastrianism and Cananism are very different than Judaism and even like Egyptian sort of religions, and those still are different from Christianity and Islam. They're just different branches of religious traditions, but when you look at like what Jesus was preaching, a lot of what he was preaching about was sort of this like descent into moral vacuity brought about by like Cananism, and it had a bunch of different names over the years and centuries and millennia. But like I've read a lot of the Bible. I'm not a theological expert. I have not read like every single version of the Bible, but like I've read enough of, and a lot of the books of the Bible, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they kind of like overlap. Like you're kind of like seeing like the same events from like 3 or 4 different perspectives. I think the Gospel of Luke probably has the most original material. There's a really serious debate in like theology about like which books of the current Bible came in what order, and like who was writing at the same time, and like who was reading a prior apostle's work and then writing, like how was it all kind of constructed. But anyway, my point is like the theme of a lot of the Bible that I've taken out personally is kind of like much like with like Khashoggi, Adnan Khashoggi and Epstein. Like there was this rise of like moral, like just vacuity. It wasn't even vacuity. It was like self-interest, greed, abuse of children, ritual sacrifice, like just like hyper individualism that was like worshipped. Like, and it was worse than just worshiping. Like these, like this sect of people, like these Canaanites actually like try to induce Baal or Beelzebub to like do things for them, and they have to be very evil for it to happen. And Jesus was kind of saying, like, I believe, this is just my opinion, Jesus said a lot of things, this is my overall take from studying the Bible. Jesus was saying, well, listen, those people are like very evil, and like unless it gets to a certain point where they've invaded your civil society and are like usurping your forms of government to impose their like abhorrent and perverted moral norms on you, Mr. Epstein and Mr. Adnan Khashoggi, then unless they're doing that, what you should do is counter it with love. Like on the whole, like just act from a place of love. That will ripple outwards and the light will overtake the dark. But you might have, like with the money changers in the temple, you might have this one situation where they get entrenched, like the Canaanites or whatever the hell, the people who worship Baal get entrenched in your civil society, and then allegorically you got to go in and, you know, walk tall, carry a big stick, flip the money changers table over. Maybe, you know, Jesus had a whip. I'm not going to say whether or not that was right. He's Jesus. I can't pass judgment on God's manifestation on earth. So anyway, my point is, Monday of Holy Week, Jesus goes into the temple. It's one of his last acts, actually. He flips over the temple. He's already kind of wanted. by like the civil authorities in like Jerusalem, who were really answering to Rome, but like they were more like a far off like governorate of Rome than like actually part of the Roman Empire. And they were governed by like these prelates who were like very evil. Like they weren't really Jewish. I think they might have invoked the new name of Judaism, but they were definitely more like devil worshippers. So anyway, they bring like Jesus before like a civil tribunal at the end of that week, I want to say, and it's because Judas gives up like Jesus's location. I want to say that's on like Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, and then Thursday's the Last Supper, and then I think Friday is when Jesus is caught and then killed, and then he dies on the cross and then rises on Sunday. But yeah, my point is, one of Jesus' last acts in the temporal world is kind of like going into the temple and flipping over the money changers' table and then kind of chasing them from the temple. It's an allegory for what happens when like very evil, like devil worshipping people get entrenched in your civil society. They'll go into your temples and turn them into profane spaces. So anyway, yeah, that's what I think. I don't know what that was all relevant to. Oh yeah, I was mad about something. Okay, but anyway, we need to go to the possible toxic material leak because Iran just retaliated very hard for Israel closing that church.
الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية تقول
It's in Arabic.
تطلب من الإسرائيليين القرب من المصنع الذي تعرض للقصف البقاء في أماكن مغلقة.
I love it, holy son.
مواد سامة. وتقول الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية إنها اتخذت هذا الإجراء احتياطيا. قبل نحو نصف ساعة من الآن في آخر بيان لها قالت الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية وأيضا الشرطة الإسرائيلية قالتا إن لا خطر من تسرب مواد سامة.
Yes, and the very last thing Jesus did was to forgive. 100%. Who said that? Who said that? Yes, Rada. Nailed it.
لكن بعد ذلك عاودت تراجعت عن الأمر السابق وتتحدث الآن عن خشيتها من تسلل مواد سامة في تلك المنطقة. كذلك دعت السلطات في ماتسبيريمون وهي منطقة في النقب إلى عدم الذهاب إلى هناك على إثر الدخان الكثيف الذي ينتشر في تلك المنطقة والخشية من تسرب مواد سامة. حتى الآن الإصابات هي إصابة واحدة بحسب ما يقول الإسعاف الإسرائيلي نتيجة لموجة أو الارتداد الذي نجم عن سقوط الصاروخ في تلك المنطقة. لكن حتى الآن هناك خشية من تسرب مواد سامة سواء في المنطقة المحيطة أو.
Yes, just to clarify, I don't think Jesus actually was handed over by Judas until after the Last Supper, but the approach to make the bribe happened on Tuesday or Wednesday of Holy Week. I might need to be corrected on that. My pleasure, Bunny. But yes, I believe Judas was first approached to sell Jesus out on Tuesday or Wednesday of Holy Week, but I may need to be corrected on that.
في الدخان لتنتقل إلى مناطق أخرى ولو أن الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية تقول إن الإجراءات التي اتخذتها هي إجراءات احتياطية ومع ذلك هناك مخاوف عند الإسرائيليين من تسرب مواد سامة من تلك المنطقة إلى مناطق أخرى. لم يتم بعد اتخاذ إجراءات واسعة على سبيل المثال في مناطق بعيدة.
Thank you very much to Interpretal Naomi. He's saying that Israel is saying evacuate and don't go near the area.
منها مدينة بئر السبع. حتى الآن الإجراءات هي في المنطقة الصناعية المنطقة التي فيها المصنع. لم تذكر بعد السلطات الإسرائيلية ما هي المواد السامة التي يخشى من الإسرائيليين استنشاقها في تلك المنطقة. ما هي الإجراءات التي يجب اتخاذها غير البقاء داخل الغرف أو المناطق المغلقة. كل هذه التفاصيل ليست واضحة حتى الآن. لكن الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية تقول إن هذه الإجراءات احترازية وتأخذها خشية من أن يتفاقم الوضع خلال الفترة.
There have been new impacts in Beersheba. I repeat, there have been new impacts in Beersheba in the past 5 minutes. I repeat, the sirens you just heard in Beersheba led to a new series of impacts. These are the latest pictures from Beersheba. There has been a new impact in Beersheba. I do not have an update on what it hit or what. It doesn't look as dangerous as the other one. Oh, rocket fire incoming in the north? Potentially, yes, rocket fire in the north near Kiryat Shimona. This is the latest hit on Beersheba. This is 5 minutes ago as more rocket fire comes in from the north. This is the latest from Beersheba. Again, more. This is a second impact in Beersheba on top of the fertilizer plant. This is a new impact.
والله خبط والله يا ولاد هي عند جراند كانيون والله هي عند جراند كانيون والله خبط والله يا ولاد هي عند جراند كانيون والله هي عند جراند كانيون والله خبط والله يا ولاد هي عند جراند كانيون والله هي عند جراند كانيون والله خبط والله يا ولاد هي عند جراند كانيون.
It's unclear where this has hit in Beersheba.
والله خبط والله يا ولاد هي عند جراند كانيون والله هي عند جراند كانيون والله
A hazardous material incident has been declared. They declared a hazardous material incident in Beersheba, and then Beersheba got hit again. This is not a good sign. There needs to be a resolution to the situation in Jerusalem immediately. Otherwise, Iran is going to keep doing this. They're very upset. They really are very, very upset. I cannot understate it enough. I'll show you what's happening. This is the actual hazardous alert announcement. This is the alert they received. A hazardous materials incident has been declared as a precaution. This is the first time Iran has done this. And you can tell it's so obvious it's in response to what happened in Jerusalem. It really is. It's very obvious. They're not really hiding it. Truly, it's very concerning. What I mean by that is Iran is not hiding that they did this as a response to what happened in Jerusalem, and they also are escalating. Like they've said they're going to escalate, and they're escalating. If you're wondering what am I talking about, this is the strike. It was on a petrochemical plant, a fertilizer plant in Israel. Might be loud. So this is why there's a hazardous incident declared. There's a very serious situation. Mary P, sometimes I just talk on this stream and they listen. So that's why I do it. Like I'm just saying, I hope like what they need to do is just open Alaska and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Iran will not bomb them if they open it. There's no risk of Iran doing that. They will not do it while those are open on Holy Sunday. If Israel keeps them closed, then Iran's going to keep bombing. It's coded language from the Iranian speaking code. This is the latest from Beersheba, where there is a hazardous material leak. Thank you, Hits Charm. That's a great insight.
Yo, what the fuck? أصلينه.
It looks like it's blowing south, but it's hard to tell.
Yo, what the fuck?
Looks like it's blowing south over the ocean, but it's hard to tell. Or over the Negev. Oh yes, I'm up early today. I got a lot of sleep last night. Yes, something very bad has happened in southern Israel. There's a hazardous material leak. You're looking at it now. All right, we got a statement from the American ambassador in Israel. It's Mike Huckabee. He's not. He's very upset about the closing of the church. He's extremely religious. So we have a statement from the American ambassador in Israel, who is very displeased about the closing of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Let's listen.
Conversation. My statement re-prohibiting the Latin Patriarch of entering Church of Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday, while all holy sites in the Old City are closed due to safety concerns for mass gatherings including the Western Wall. Church of the Holy Sepulchre and Al-Aqsa Mosque. The action today by the Israel National Police to deny Latin Patriarch Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa and 3 other priests from entering the church to offer a blessing on Palm Sunday is an unfortunate overreach already having major repercussions around the world. Home Front Command guidelines restrict any gatherings to 50 people or less. The 4 representatives of the Catholic Church were well below that restriction. Statements from the Gov of Israel indicate the action to prohibit Cardinal Pizzaballa entry to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre were for safety reasons, but churches, synagogues, and mosques throughout Jerusalem have met with the restrictions of 50 or less. For the Patriarch to be barred from entry to the church on Palm Sunday for a private ceremony is difficult to understand or justify. Israel has indicated it will work with the Patriarch to accommodate a safe means of carrying out Holy Week activities.
Okay. He's mad, but that's not a solution. That is not a solution to the problem. That's just him being mad. Iran is going to continue to bomb Israel until those churches are open. If they don't open them, they will continue to bomb them. Now the American ambassador in Israel is mad. How does that even happen? You've gone so far, you've caused such a big problem at that point that you have to just change the decision. Words won't do it. A safety plan won't do it. You have to just change the decision. That's all. It's a zero-sum equation. Oh. All right, here's the statement, by the way, if you're wondering what did they say. This is what they said. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem in the custody of the Holy Land joint press release. Holy City of Jerusalem, on Sunday, 29th of March, 2026. Quote, this morning, the Israeli police prevented the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, His Beatitude Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa, head of the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, together with the Custos of the Holy Land, the Most Reverend Father Francesco Ileppo, OFM, the official guardian of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem as they made their way to celebrate the Palm Sunday Mass. The 2 were stopped en route while proceeding privately and without any characteristics of a procession or ceremonial act, and were compelled to turn back. As a result, and for the first time in centuries, the heads of the church were prevented from celebrating the Palm Sunday Mass at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This incident is a grave precedent and disregard the sensibilities of billions of people around the world who, during this week, look to Jerusalem. The heads of the churches have acted with full responsibility and, since the outset of the war, have complied with all imposed restrictions. Public gatherings were canceled, attendance was prohibited, and arrangements were made to broadcast the celebration to hundreds of millions of faithful worldwide who, during these days of Easter, turn their eyes to Jerusalem and to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Preventing the entry of the Cardinal and the Custos, who bear the highest ecclesiastical responsibility for the Catholic Church and the holy places, constitutes a manifestly unreasonable and grossly disproportionate measure. This hasty and fundamentally flawed decision, tainted by improper considerations, represents an extreme departure from basic principles of reasonableness, freedom of worship, and respect for the status quo. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land express their profound sorrow to the Christian faithful in the Holy Land and throughout the world that prayer on one of the most sacred days of the Christian calendar has thus been prevented. So, yeah, that's gonna make them mad. Israel, I don't know why they did this. It would have been just a Holy Sunday. It would have been they wouldn't have bombed them. And so then immediately, 1 hour later, Iran put this out. Okay? You want to read it? British Reporter Towel, go ahead.
Conversation.
1 hour
Breaking
later.
news. The Revolutionary Guard announces Wave 86 of the True Promise 4 operations. Since Sunday dawn, under the code name, O Lord of the Worlds, and dedicated to the brave martyr journalists Ali Shuaib, Muhammad Fatuni. The martyr Fatima Fatuni, as well as the martyrs of the Armenians and the Christian martyrs in the 8-year Sacred Defense and the Ramadan War, the operation has begun against American and Zionist targets in the region. In the first phase of this operation, the infrastructure for air operations, drones, and weapons depots in the American bases in Victoria, Urajvan, and Al-Kaj were targeted using missiles and drones. And in continuation of the operation, hideouts of the American Army forces, the Zionist regime, and its terrorist party were targeted in various areas, including Arad, the Negev, Tel Aviv, Erbil, the 5th Naval Fleet, and Al-Dafra, with precise hits. The spread of smoke columns and explosions in the region, and images of the wreckage of destroyed American aircraft estimated at millions of dollars, have thwarted the attempts of officials and media outlets of countries allied with America in the region to impose a media blackout on the Iranian attacks. And victory comes only from Allah, the Mighty, the Wise.
Alright, this is what they put, and look at the opening scene. 1 hour later. This was the Iranians 1 hour after Israel wouldn't allow prayer. It says, quote, when the angels told Mary, God has chosen you, purified you, and given you distinction over all women. And then it says, in revenge for all Christ's suffering. This is the latest from the IRCG in response to Israel closing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. They're invoking Christ on their missiles now, firing them at Israel. That one sound is about to start, and it will get loud. That one says, when the band of Trump are destroying America, there's no need for our missiles to reach U.S. territory. When the band of Trump are destroying America, there's no need for our missiles to reach U.S. territory. Right, it's not, it's the Virgin Mother.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. پروردگارا قادر مطلق تویی، عزیز تویی. خدایا با توسل به آیه نورانی و ما رمیت از رمیت ولکن الله رما و به نیابت از همه این مردم که در سرما و گرما در خیابان برای اقامه دین تو ایستاده‌اند، دشمنانت را به دست پرتوان این مردم ذلیل کن. لبیک یا حسین.
And he said, for the people who stand in the cold in the streets to pray. Okay. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was the latest from the Iranians. I'm going to now show you more from Beersheba, which has been hit again. I do not have an impact assessment, but Beersheba has been hit again. Okay, the Iranians are invoking Christ. Beersheba has been hit again. This is the hit in Beersheba. It's unclear exactly what it hit. Okay, but this is the hit in Beersheba. This was the second hit. That's the closest I've been able to get to the actual hit. I don't know what that is, what's down there. I don't know where it was aimed at. All I know is that's the hit. This was the second impact in Beersheba. Hey, thanks for this. My pleasure, Rambo. Check out the French president's ex-post about the situation in Jerusalem. Okay? Emmanuel Macron. I think I should have his... Is that not how you spell Emmanuel? No, that's it. Okay. Oh, okay. Emmanuel Macron put out a short statement. It says, quote, from the French president 1 hour ago, I express my full support for the Latin Patriarch in Jerusalem and for the Christians in the Holy Land who were prevented from holding the Palm Sunday Mass at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. I condemn this decision issued by the Israeli police, which comes in the context of the alarming increase in violations targeting the status quo of the holy places in Jerusalem. Freedom to hold religious rites in Jerusalem must be ensured for all religions. Wow. All right, so I'll show you the latest, the missile that just hit Beersheba. Here it is from the ground. That's the missile that just hit Beersheba. Also, I don't control the ads, by the way, and it's done by YouTube. It's a way to support the platform and the channel. If there's a lot of ads, it means that it means advertisers are bidding on this stream because there's people watching it. But I don't actually see the revenue. It's mostly YouTube, which is fine. I don't cover this for ad revenue. It's just a way for the YouTube platform to get supported for hosting this coverage, so I'm absolutely fine with it. I got you. Not a problem, Neo Mortar Girl. Yeah, YouTube Premium's a great option, and then I don't think memberships impact ads, but I'll look more into it. But YouTube Premium's a great option. I wish I could afford it, but I cannot. This is the latest from Iran. This is the building, the defense ministry on Damavad Street in eastern Tehran. It is completely destroyed. So this is the latest from Tehran. The Ministry of Defense building is completely destroyed. Latest from Tehran. That's the Ministry of Defense building in Tehran. Okay. Now I'll show you the latest impact from Beersheba. So I don't know what was hit in Beersheba, but now we have two angles. This was the hit in Beersheba, the second hit. Not the petrochemical factory, but the second hit. It's unclear what was hit. Iran's army is claiming they downed an American drone. You're looking at the latest from Beersheba. It's unclear what the second impact site is, but that's it. It only happened 10 minutes ago. Another strike on a U.S. base in Kuwait. Another strike, Iran has been bombed intensely, electronics factories in particular. Wow. Wow. I have the so footage from the UAE is very hard to come by because it's very censored there. You can go to jail. Someone on a plane, I think, flying out. I can't tell if it's flying out or in. It's tough to tell. Almost looks like it's moving backwards. Hold on. It's just a really weird angle. So this is apparently from the UAE aluminum factory. Footage from UAE is very hard to get. The second impact has hit a building. People are trapped in Beersheba. People are trapped in Beersheba. You're looking at UAE now, but people are trapped in Beersheba. I'm seeing initial reports that the second impact in Beersheba has trapped people in a building. Okay, it's right there. So there are reports that people in the second hit, wherever this is, there are people trapped in a building. Okay, now here's the latest on the situation at the at the fertilizer plant. Hello, 1STI.
לנו כבר כיבוי, ואנחנו לאט לאט סוגרים כוחות נוספים על מנת להשתלט על השרפה. כרגע צוותים של תחנת באר שבע ומחוז דרום עובדים בשרפה גדולה בתעשייה באזור באר שבע. בשלב זה הרבה כוחות זורמים לפה על מנת להשתלט על השרפה. לנו כבר כיבוי, ואנחנו לאט לאט סוגרים כוחות נוספים על מנת להשתלט על השרפה.
Very serious secondary explosions. Very serious secondary explosions where he is. That was about an hour ago. Very serious secondary explosions. I'll show them to you now. This is Beersheba now. This was a secondary explosion that happened at that fertilizer factory. Very serious fire. Good morning, Jazzy Mom. Welcome to the stream. Very serious situation at that fertilizer plant. And this was immediately after Israel closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. All right, so I'll show you some more footage coming in now. Iran basically committed a chemical attack on southern Israel. The Israeli firefighters are there attempting to extinguish the flames. Give it 1 second. Come on now. Waiting for this one to load. Come on now. Here it is. So the Israeli firefighters are on scene attempting to extinguish the blaze, but the situation at that fertilizer plant is very bad. A hazardous chemical incident has been declared. So those are the firefighters on scene at the fertilizer plant in the south of Israel, near Beersheba. A very serious hazardous chemical situation happened because Iran bombed a fertilizer factory immediately after Israel closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Here's footage from the IRCG of a MQ-9 drone being downed by anti-aircraft fire. Real Jack Matt, good to see you. I don't know. I imagine within the next few days, but I don't know the exact date. It changes all the time. This is an MQ-9 drone, an American drone being shot out of the sky by Iranian anti-aircraft fire. They're in a negative pressure room. That's like deep underground, wherever this was recorded. It's a cell phone recording a screen, and they're in a negative pressure room. I can hear the fans, like I can hear the air system. They're in an underground environment with like a negative. They're in a negative pressure environment. So this was recorded probably in one of the underground bases. It's where, so this was probably recorded actually where the missile defense system was fired from. So where is this? Shiraz, east of the Strait of Hormuz. So somewhere on the coast, Bandar al-Abbas, north to Basra in Iraq. But yeah, it looks like it's actually it sounds like it's in the underground facility. I can hear the negative pressure air system. I showed you Dubai. Let me show you more from Beersheba now. The attack on Beersheba, the first one, the second one has apparently trapped people in a house. The first one caused a chemical leak at a fertilizer plant. It seemed to have been intentional too. The attack was almost designed to cause a chemical leak, and it did cause a chemical leak. I'll show you now. That's the fuselage from the one that hit in Beersheba. That's the fuselage. This is the fuselage, not the actual missile. That's just the fuel cell. It's a 2-stage missile. The fuel cell is like 40 pages. Yes, Mad Mike, hashtag save the goats. We got to get them away from the chemical fallout. And then this is I'll show you the attack on the ground. Okay, this is literally on the ground in Beersheba at the fertilizer plant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So there was a first responder live on air and a secondary explosion happened at the facility. I'm taking you live now. Right as someone was on air at the facility.
אנחנו סגרנו כרגע את הכביש ואנחנו מונעים פגישה של אנשים. אני אומר עוד פעם לבקש, מי שנמצא כאן בסמוך לאותו מפעל, שמזהה כאן את העשן, להסתגר בבית. מי שנמצא כרגע מבחינתנו, כביש 40, לפי המלצה שלנו, במשטרת ישראל. אנחנו סגרנו כרגע את הכביש ואנחנו מונעים פגישה של אנשים. אני אומר עוד פעם לבקש, מי שנמצא כאן בסמוך לאותו מפעל,
breaking the Toto Turner Stadium. As you just, that is literally a secondary explosion. One of the soccer stadiums in Beersheba has been hit. No, this is in Israel. This is a fertilizer factory that was hit by Iran, and this is a secondary explosion captured on a recording of the safety response unit. There's a hazardous contaminant incident declared in Beersheba. Beersheba's soccer stadium has been hit. I repeat, Beersheba's soccer stadium, the Toto Turner Stadium, has been hit. They've hit the soccer stadium. It was a cluster missile, I'm hearing. Very serious attacks in the south right now. Mad Mike, I think it depends on the prevailing winds. Okay, so the soccer stadium in Beersheba has been hit. They've hit the soccer grounds. I'm hearing it was a cluster missile. Here's a report from Al Arabia saying there's panic in Israel due to the fall of that cluster warhead after the attack on the fertilizer factory.
سقطت شظايا أو رؤوس عنقودية على ما يبدو من صاروخ إيراني استهدف بئر السبع في جنوب إسرائيل. الإسعاف الإسرائيلي يقول إنه تلقى بلاغات عن سقوط شظايا في 27 موقعا، هذا في بئر السبع في جنوب إسرائيل، ويقول أيضا أن طواقمه تتعامل مع مصابين. حتى الآن الحديث عن مصابين بحالات هلع، وذلك بعد أن سقطت هذه الشظايا الصاروخية. أيضا جرى الإعلان عن تضرر مبنى، هذا ما أوردته وسائل إعلام إسرائيلية. بالتالي خلال الدفعة الصاروخية الأخيرة التي استهدفت بئر السبع، الحديث الأولي يجري عن صاروخ عنقودي سقطت رؤوسه في 27 موقعا وفق الإسعاف الإسرائيلي. سجلت إصابات لكنها إصابات هلع وفق ما يعلن حتى الآن أو ينشر حتى الآن، وهنالك أضرار في منزل. هذا قصف جديد يستهدف بئر السبع بعد أن كانت تعرضت لاستهداف في أحد المصانع في جنوب بئر السبع. اندلعت الحرائق هناك، جرى التحذير من احتمال تسرب مواد سامة أو خطرة، وطلب من الإسرائيليين في الموقع ديما بالبقاء في مناطق مغلقة خوفا من تسرب هذه المواد السامة أو الخطرة. طواقم منتشرة في المكان للتعامل مع حرائق مندلعة، دخان أسود كثيف يندلع من هذا المصنع الذي واضح أنه تضرر إثر سقوط لصاروخ.
Netanyahu is ordering the expansion of the buffer zone in southern Israel, in southern Lebanon, northern Israel.
جانب أيضا حديث بعض وسائل الإعلام عن سقوط شظايا اعتراضية في هذه المواقع وفي محيط المصنع خلال محاولة اعتراض هذا الصاروخ الإيراني.
Okay, here's the latest. Even more from the ground. The firefighters are really struggling with this petrochemical explosion. There's a serious security incident in the south of Israel. Okay, the hazardous material teams are on the way. It was a fertilizer factory. Those are hazardous material teams on the way to the site. Oh, at least there were multiple hits because the first hit in Beersheba in the south of Israel was on a chemical factory, and then there was a cluster munition fired. All right, here's the latest from the city.
בדרום, מה שאתם רואים פה כרגע מאחוריי, לוחמי בתחנת באר שבע מטפלים באירוע פגיעה, וכרגע יש פה השלכות עד לא מעט דברים. הדבר הראשון מבחינתנו כרגע זה לעצור את האש שנמצאת כאן אחריי. העשן כפי שאתם רואים כרגע, זה אזימוט 300, כרגע מבחינתנו זה לכיוון כביש 40, שלפי המלצה שלנו, של משטרת ישראל. אנחנו סגרנו כרגע את הכביש ואנחנו מונעים פגישה של אנשים. אני אומר עוד פעם לבקש, מי שנמצא כאן בסמוך לאותו מפעל, שמזהה כאן את העשן, להסתגר בבית. מי שנמצא כרגע מבחינתנו בקו שמוביל, אם הוא יכול לעזוב את המקום, זה כרגע המלצה שלנו אליכם. אנחנו נמצאים במקום ואנחנו נדאג שהאירוע הזה יסתיים במהרה. אנחנו נמצאים כרגע באזור הפגיעה בדרום. מה שאתם רואים פה כרגע מאחוריי, לוחמי בתחנת באר שבע מטפלים באירוע פגיעה, וכרגע יש פה השלכות עד לא מעט דברים.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Ifti Ahmad. These are all coming from different areas, all towards Israel. Wow. Just an incredible flurry of activity this morning, all caused, if you're just tuning in, by Israel's decision to deny access to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This is one of the cluster missiles that fell in Beersheba. So first there was a direct one missile that hit a fertilizer plant and has caused a hazardous material leak. Okay, the second incident was a fission missile, what's called a Khorram Shahar, a cluster bomb, that hit a bunch of locations in Beersheba. You're looking at some of the cluster warheads impacting on buildings in Beersheba, in the middle of a traffic roundabout, it looks like in multiple residential areas. This is the second impact in Beersheba. Okay, the first impact was at a petrochemical site, or a fertilizer plant. This is the images of Beersheba after a fission missile was apparently fired towards the south and landed in the middle of the city. And then immediately as that was happening, Prime Minister Netanyahu announced that he'll be expanding the attempt by Israel to take territory in South Lebanon. And this is not a good sign. Bushehr Airport in Iran was also destroyed. Okay, Netanyahu has just announced he's expanding the buffer zone. I have the statement. It came out 30 seconds ago. Here's Netanyahu's statements on expanding the buffer zone. It's in Hebrew. I don't think I have it in English. Maybe he'll speak in English. I don't know. It only came out 30 seconds ago. Here it is. Netanyahu on expanding the buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Here's what he says. I'll have it translated. Let's see if he's speaking in English or Hebrew. Hold on. He might be speaking in Hebrew. Yeah, it's probably in Hebrew. So, British reporter Tal, what does he say?
Conversation. Translated from Hebrew. From the Northern Command statement. I have just instructed to expand even further the existing security zone. We are determined to change the situation in the north from its roots and restore security to the residents of the north. We will not tolerate a reality of ongoing threat to our settlements and citizens. We will continue to act with strength, determination, and responsibility until we achieve the goal.
Prime Minister of Israel laid a statement 30 seconds ago.
עם שר הביטחון, עם הרמטכ"ל, עם אלוף הפיקוד, וגם עם מפקדי האוגדות. אני פגשתי מפקדים אמיצים, מפקדים שנחושים להכות באויבינו ולהרחיק את הסכנה מגבולנו. אנחנו במערכה רב-זירתית. אנחנו מכים בעוצמה אדירה באיראן ובשלוחיה. אנחנו מביאים הישגים כבירים, הישגים שיוצרים סדקים גלויים במשטר הטרור בטהרן. איראן היא לא אותה איראן, חיזבאללה הוא לא אותו חיזבאללה, וחמאס הוא לא אותו חמאס. אלה כבר לא צבאות טרור שמאיימים על הקיום שלנו, אלה אויבים מוכים שנלחמים על הקיום שלהם. במקום שהם יפתיעו אותנו, אנחנו מפתיעים אותם. אנחנו הצד הפועל, אנחנו הצד התוקף, אנחנו הצד היוזם, ואנחנו נמצאים עמוק בשטחם. אמרתי שנשנה את פני המזרח התיכון ועשינו את זה, אבל שינינו גם את תפיסת הביטחון שלנו. אנחנו יוזמים, אנחנו תוקפים, ויצרנו 3 רצועות ביטחון עמוק בשטח האויב. בסוריה, מכתר החרמון עד הירמוך. בעזה, בלמעלה ממחצית שטח הרצועה. ובלבנון, הנחיתי עכשיו להרחיב עוד יותר את רצועת הביטחון הקיימת, כדי לסכל סופית את איום הפלישה, וכדי להרחיק מגבולנו את ירי טילי הנ"ט. צריך להבין שנסראללה יצר פה כוח גדול, הוא האמין שעם הכוח הזה הוא ישמיד אותנו. טוב, את נסראללה חיסלנו אלפי מחבלים של חיזבאללה, וחיסלנו מעל הכל את האיום העצום של 150,000 טילים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל. אבל עדיין יש לחיזבאללה יכולת שיורית לשגר רקטות אלינו. ומה שדנתי היום עם המפקדים כאן, זה בדרכים להסיר גם את האיום הזה. אזרחי ישראל היקרים, אני כמובן לא יכול לשתף אתכם בדיונים הללו, אבל אני כן יכול לומר לכם שאנחנו נחושים לשנות את המצב הזה בצפון מיסודו. ומילה לתושבי הצפון, אני מודע לקושי הגדול שלכם. אני הנחיתי את משרדי הממשלה לעזור לכם ביד רחבה מאוד. אני מבקש מכם, כפי שאני מבקש מכולכם אזרחי ישראל, המשך אורך רוח, המשך עמידה איתנה. אני שולח מכאן בשמכם תנחומים המשפחות של גיבורינו שנפלו במערכה על קיומנו. ואני רוצה להביע את הערכתי, את הערכת העם כולו, לחיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל, ובייחוד למשרתי המילואים ומשפחותיהם שעומדים בחזית ובעורף למשך למעלה משנתיים. אנחנו נחושים, אנחנו נלחמים, ובעזרת השם, אנחנו מנצחים.
All right, so that was the latest from the Prime Minister of Israel announcing an expansion of Israel's actions in southern Lebanon to take territory to create a buffer zone. Water under the fridge says, hope you're doing well and feeling rested. I am. God bless you. I don't know how long I'll be able to go today, but I'm happy to be with you all. I was very tired yesterday, feeling a little bit more awake today. Triplet Bob, it's so good to see you. And Diane and Primo's here. I miss Missy. Part of what keeps me kind of energized is I know a lot of you benefit from this real-time coverage, and after sleeping like 14 hours last night, I'm feeling a little bit recharged, but I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so we have to cap this stream probably at like 6 hours. We'll see how I'm feeling in a few hours. But yeah, the point is I was not doing good yesterday. I struggled. I watched 4 movies. I watched It Happened One Night, and then I watched Casablanca, and then I watched, I finished Barry Lyndon, which is a great film, and then I watched Casablanca, and then I watched, I finished Barry Lyndon, then I watched It Happened One Night, then I watched The Usual Suspects. Oh, Casablanca, then The Usual Suspects. Wow. You can tell how my brain is doing. I can't even remember the movies I watched yesterday. They were very good films, though. They helped me to relax, and then I went to bed. But yeah, my point is, I'm feeling better today, and God bless all of you. It is great to see you. Thank you, Mad Mike. I do think I need to figure out, like, a schedule for, like, streaming that is, like, manageable for me. I need to be a little adaptable to the events of the day. But yeah, it turns out, I don't know if you all saw earlier, but I'll take I'll show you the last, maybe we can do a little bit of sort of just like a recap on Towel's thoughts while I continue to await damage assessments. I'd like to show you all like what the last month has resulted in. It's really, I think, a testament to you all. Like, I just provide the information. I don't really think about myself this much. But if you look up on your screen now, you can see what the last month looks like. That's 127 different files in order. It's 106 gigabytes on disk, the coverage that this feed has provided over the last 29 days. We've reached 180 countries. Okay, there's been 2.3 million impressions, 977.8 thousand views, and 71.1 thousand hours of watch time, which is like 8.1 years, human years of watch time in 28 days. It's almost incomprehensible, and I'm so like humbled that you all find this information service so like helpful and relevant, and I'm so glad it reaches so many countries and governments and different people. Apparently, like, it's really helpful. I didn't know that, but like looking back on it, yeah, I suppose we have done a lot of coverage. It's not really about me. It's more just about like the fact that there's a place where people can feel safe and comfortable and sort of learn about the developments of the day, even if intense, in an arena where they feel they can express themselves. And I just think that's one of the most important things we can do. So, yeah, 127 files over 28 days, 106 gigs, all done by one person. Just me kind of like doing my thing. And I'm grateful to be along on this ride with you all. And as you can see, journalism is not an industry. That said, I do need a little bit of help. The end of the month is very hard, and this month has 31 days, which makes it worse. I am able to reach out for help, like if it becomes an emergency. I wouldn't say we're at an emergency, but yeah, if you've been thinking, you know what, I'll help Tao, we have a little donate button. Anytime you would like to help, you can either, you don't have to donate, but you can just do !donate or !Bob. I forgot I made Triplet Bob a special command. And then it will remind people, any donations that you give, just go to food and things like that. And I do need a little help. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Please don't donate if it would be a burden. Please don't donate if it would take food away from you or those who you love or causes that you support. But if you're out there and you're like, you know what, I struck oil. I was walking around and I struck oil today. I don't think that happens very much anymore, but maybe that happened to you. Okay, well, I wouldn't mind, #HelpTao. Anyway, you're all wonderful. Thank you for your support of this channel. It's very humbling. I don't think about it from a myopic or individualistic perspective. I don't even really understand the scope of it all. I haven't sold out. I haven't approached any sponsors. I don't plan on it. The only thing I really want to do is turn this into a news network that I run. I want to have editorial meetings in the morning, and then I want there to be anchors, and then I want field correspondents and writers. I can easily manage that, bro. If you give me 30 people, I can have them all working on things, and I can remember what they're all working on, and then have them, I can package it up, tell people what to put on the air. I can go on the air sometimes. I don't really care. I can do that while I'm on the air too. But the point is, I want it to be an actual news network. I kind of want to set up an institution that will then continue to facilitate my ideals and my vision in a form that only I control. Because that's the only way to do it. I don't want to answer to any investors. I don't want to answer to sponsors. You get involved with me, you do it on my terms, because principles are what drive the operation. So anyway, that's really, God bless all of you. Thank you for your support. We'll see how long I can go today before I get very, very tired. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm going to try to go for 6 hours. If I go for 5, I'll be happy. This was supposed to be a 1-hour stream, and then Iran bombed Beersheba and caused a chemical spill. This is Bushehr Airport in Iran. Al Arabia likes to put dramatic music. Bushehr Airport in Iran is gone. God bless you, Keith. Thank you so much for the kind words. Keeps me going. Inspires me to greatness. #HelpTao. Oh no! I'm negative $13.58 on my Cash App. This is not good. I didn't even know I had overdraft protection on my Cash App, which I suppose is positive. How much do we got there? 69. Oh, yeah, this is going to be rough. It's all right. God bless all of you. We're going to pull this off. I can't believe I went negative on my Cash App. That's extremely embarrassing. My point is #HelpTao. I only ask for help if I really, really need it. Today's one of those days. So if you're out there and you'd like to help Tao today, that's great. If it becomes an emergency overnight, I will message my various friends. You all are wonderful to keep me focused on my work and not worried about existing. And I try to be responsible, I haven't even eaten today. I didn't even get an energy drink. I just had 1 coffee. I'm trying to consume less caffeine. I'm trying to sleep more and be a little bit more healthy. But yeah, I get very nervous because I have a negative net worth. And you might be saying how do you do this? Well, I don't know. That's probably the only way someone could do it. If they just did not care about their day-to-day and they didn't want to advance. If they were just doing it because they care. And yeah, that person probably would have really high analytical intelligence and low executive functioning. So they would have no idea how to live. They just know how to do work like this. It's like a vocation. So anyway, God bless all of you who helped little Tao. I'm a little nervous about the next few days, but we'll make it through. We always do. I just am blessed that I'm in a position to be able to do this, and there are colleagues that I have that are on the front lines and that sleep under the threat of bombardment. So I just try to take solace and feel gratitude that God has put me in a position to report on this without being under the fall of bombs, and I sympathize very much with those people. So that's really, I think, where the passion comes from, coupled with like the camaraderie and compassion you all show to each other, and then also the fact you keep me alive. All those things combined together. Anyway, so yeah, I know a lot of people like hear this afterwards, or even like a few minutes later. But yeah, you're able to help Little Tao, but don't do it if it would be a burden on yourself or your family or causes you support. That would make me kind of sad. We're gonna take the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera, but I want to show you now the footage from the first day of the war. This shows a U.S. precision strike hitting a sports hall in Iran, killing 21. This was a U.S. strike on a sports hall on the first day of the war that killed 21. Oh, God bless you, Joyce. This is a U.S. strike from the first day of the war on a sports hall in Iran that killed 21 people. Again, a U.S. strike on a sports hall first day of the war. Which killed 21 people. It's unclear why this strike happened on a sports hall, but those are the 21 people who were killed. And I have said, no matter what side of this war, when civilians die, it is a tragedy. And those are the 21 people, including a baby, who died in the strike on that sports hall. And although people tend to really sympathize or empathize with their side in war, Pope Leo also said showing that the human side of war is very important, and the human side of war is there are casualties and you should know about them. Even if they're from a country where you might think the government is your enemy, those are humans. They maybe half of those people, maybe less, maybe more, supported the government in Iran. I don't know if the baby even knows what the government is, frankly. So the baby's death is just an inconsolable tragedy, inexcusable tragedy. That baby that died in the strike on the sports hall in Green. As Ifti Ahmad said, the children of my enemies are not my enemy, and I will raise them as my own. Not Ifti Ahmad, so sorry. That was Alpha Omega. As Alpha Omega said, the children of my enemies are not my enemies, and I will raise them as my own. And every death of a child in war is a tragedy. Here is the strike that caused a chemical leak and a hazardous material emergency in the Negev right now in the south of Israel. This is still going on. Oh, God bless you, Casey Wolf. Thank you for your support. You are so kind. I will certainly make sure I get another coffee. You're looking at the latest from Beersheba in the south of Israel. It has caused a hazardous material spill. Okay, the latest from Beersheba in southern Israel.
Yo.
And thank you again, Casey Wolf. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your support and kind words about the channel. Oh, some of these scenes are very hard to look at. Children being killed, chemical spills in the south of Israel, the banning of the prayer on Holy Sunday in Jerusalem.
What the fuck?
Sorry for the cussing. That's in the video.
Yo. What the fuck? אצלנו. Yo. What the fuck?
Again, sorry for the cussing. That's in the video. Alright, so that was... There's a chemical leak.
Yo.
An uncontained chemical leak in South Israel. And this was the result of a tit for tat. Oh, Mary P., you're so kind. Yes, so I haven't put like an Amazon command. I should probably do that because Tal Mom Lynn likes the Amazon. We have a list of snacks that I eat. I think you can just send them to me. If you need information about... oh, God bless you. I know, Mary P., it does affect me, like my soul, which is hard, like why it's hard to do the coverage, but I try so hard. But yes, if you are interested in sending me snacks, I have an Amazon wish list. I love snacks. Okay, if you need like information, if you try to send stuff to me off the wish list and it asks for information, just email me at grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Kingsley, it's so good to see you. But yes, someone asked if I like snacks. I have an Amazon wish list. One of the things on there is like a computer for streaming to make the service better. Don't get that if you're looking for snacks, but I put some snacks on there. I don't know how it works when you send things to me from that. I think it just goes to my house. But yeah, if anyone wants to feed me, you can do that. I like snacks. I don't know. It's weird. Like, if it were up to me, I probably wouldn't take care of myself very well. Here's the latest from Beersheba, where there's a chemical spill. Oh, God bless you, Silent Dogs. I do love snacks. You're wonderful. Hashtag Tower loves snacks. Sure, Mary P. Like, whatever you think is most reasonable, if you can just email me, I'll give you whatever information you need. I don't really have food. I've been trying to get a coffee maker, and I've been trying to learn how to make coffee at home. No one ever taught me. I have some idea of how to do it. I feel like that will be good. And then, like, I'd like to learn how to make food. I can put food in a toaster oven. I don't really understand food, but that's okay. And yeah, so I'm working on it. And then snacks, I only eat like 4 foods, like bread, cheese, chicken, rice, a little bit of honey mustard. But I'll also eat like crackers or like healthy snacks, like trail mix, like raisins, things like that, M&Ms. Like, I eat nuts from time to time. So yeah, I'm not like the healthiest person, but yeah. Oh, God bless you. Water under the fridge. It is so, you are so kind to support the channel. Truly. God bless you for all of your support of Tao channel. Water under the fridge. You are wonderful and loved. You're so kind. When people send the super chats, it tells YouTube that this channel is appreciated and loved. You all are very kind. Touch my towel hat. You can kind of tell, like, I did not expect to do a long stream today, but, you know, I'm here with you all, and once I'm relaying the information, and especially hearing about a hazardous chemical leak, I will stay and report until I get you some information about what is happening. Oh, that's wonderful, Mary P. Yes, so if you want to save my email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com, I would love to enter discussions with you about that. It's like a routine. Once I get into it, I can do it. But, like, once I'm in a routine, it's really hard to get out of it. Yes, so, like, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, a rice cooker, like, so I can just cook my own rice, like, on it, like, in a routine. And then a coffee pot, and then like an air fryer, and I feel like I could be and like some paper plates, and then I feel like I could be like in a routine where I actually am self-sufficient. It's harder than you think for an autistic person. But yes, God bless you, water under the fridge.
Oh, yeah, already. Oh, yeah, already.
That's the latest from southern Israel. Oh, you're all so kind. Yes, hashtag help tab. Oh, you can see I'm running low on energy. I will try to get you an update on this Iranian strike. I imagine there's some kind of negotiation happening about Jerusalem. If you're wondering, this all started because of what happened in Jerusalem. As soon as the prayers were banned in the holy city, literally as soon as that happened, things kind of went haywire. Here's scenes from Lebanon, Nabayoth. This is Lebanon. Yes, it is, Mary P. I do try, but it's hard. You're looking now at the latest from southern Lebanon. This is the town of Nabayoth. This is Nabayoth. Good night, Neo-Mortal Girl. I just want to make sure people understand that it's not just Israel or Iran or Iraq or Bahrain or Kuwait. The destruction, or UAE or Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan, the destruction in Lebanon is ungodly. Well, I don't think anything can be ungodly. It is God-forsaken. It maybe not even that. It's just a very sad scene. Every day, the bombing gets worse. Every day, new types of targets are hit. Every day, more civilians suffer. It's the only constant in this war, unfortunately. Just human suffering. I'm going to give you the latest from Trey Yinks right now on Fox News regarding U.S. troops and their deployment in the region. Thank you all for your compassion towards each other and towards little. I'm very grateful.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. After 4 weeks of war in the Middle East, the conflict grinds on. Reports indicate the United States is preparing for a possible weeks-long ground operation in Iran that would include thousands of U.S. service members. Over the weekend, the USS Tripoli, manned with 3,500 troops, including 2,500 Marines, arrived in the CENTCOM area of operation. If an operation is ordered to seize Iranian oil facilities or enriched uranium, it's expected that both special forces and conventional forces would be used. This comes as the United States and Israel launched a series of strikes against Iranian military infrastructure over the weekend, including hitting Iran's nuclear development facilities.
In Operation Rising Lion, we hit very hard the entire chain of nuclear production in Iran. We hit everything from the production capabilities in the factories, all the components, to the centrifuges and beams, and so on. The entire production chain was hit. It was affected. It was delayed, but it was not completely destroyed.
With the Israelis looking east, they're also looking north, where early Saturday an IDF soldier from Connecticut was killed in southern Lebanon by a Hezbollah rocket. His name was Moshe Katz, and he was 22 years old.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's the latest from Trey Yingst. Now I have for you the latest from Beersheba, where there has been serious damage to multiple homes along with that attack on the chemical facility. Here is Beersheba. Damage to a home in Beersheba following an Iranian fission missile just minutes ago.
סריקה בדירת מגורים, לקחו מאחת ללוחמי האש.
Here's the latest from the Prime Minister of Israel with English subtitles. I couldn't understand what he said during the last speech, but I have this. Alright, so this is the Prime Minister of Israel with English subtitles. I couldn't understand what he was saying before. I don't speak Hebrew. Don't speak Arabic either, but I'm trying to learn.
סיימתי כעת הערכת מצב בפיקוד צפון, עם שר הביטחון, עם הרמטכ"ל, עם אלוף הפיקוד, וגם עם מפקדי האוגדות. אני פגשתי מפקדים אמיצים, מפקדים שנחושים להכות באויבינו ולהרחיק את הסכנה מגבולנו. אנחנו במערכה רב-זירתית. אנחנו מכים בעוצמה אדירה באיראן ובשלוחיה. אנחנו מביאים הישגים כבירים, הישגים שיוצרים סדקים גלויים במשטר הטרור בטהרן. איראן היא לא אותה איראן, חיזבאללה הוא לא אותו חיזבאללה, וחמאס הוא לא אותו חמאס. אלה כבר לא צבאות טרור שמאיימים על הקיום שלנו, אלה אויבים מוכים שנלחמים על הקיום שלהם. במקום שהם יפתיעו אותנו, אנחנו מפתיעים אותם. אנחנו הצד הפועל, אנחנו הצד התוקף, אנחנו הצד היוזם, ואנחנו נמצאים עמוק בשטחם. אמרתי שנשנה את פני המזרח התיכון ועשינו את זה, אבל שינינו גם את תפיסת הביטחון שלנו. אנחנו יוזמים, אנחנו תוקפים, ויצרנו 3 רצועות ביטחון עמוק בשטח האויב. בסוריה, מכתר החרמון עד הירמוך. בעזה, בלמעלה ממחצית שטח הרצועה. ובלבנון, הנחיתי עכשיו להרחיב עוד יותר את רצועת הביטחון הקיימת, כדי לסכל סופית את איום הפלישה, וכדי להרחיק מגבולנו את ירי טילי הנ"ט. צריך להבין שנסראללה יצר פה כוח גדול, הוא האמין שעם הכוח הזה הוא ישמיד אותנו. טוב, את נסראללה חיסלנו אלפי מחבלים של חיזבאללה, וחיסלנו מעל הכל את האיום העצום של 150,000 טילים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל. אבל עדיין יש לחיזבאללה יכולת שיורית לשגר רקטות אלינו. ומה שדנתי היום עם המפקדים כאן, זה בדרכים להסיר גם את האיום הזה. אזרחי ישראל היקרים, אני כמובן לא יכול לשתף אתכם בדיונים הללו, אבל אני כן יכול לומר לכם שאנחנו נחושים לשנות את המצב הזה בצפון מיסודו. ומילה לתושבי הצפון. אני מודע לקושי הגדול שלכם. אני הנחיתי את משרדי הממשלה לעזור לכם ביד רחבה מאוד. אני מבקש מכם, כפי שאני מבקש מכולכם אזרחי ישראל, המשך אורך רוח, המשך עמידה איתנה. אני שולח מכאן בשמכם תנחומים המשפחות של גיבורינו שנפלו במערכה על קיומנו. ואני רוצה להביע את הערכתי, את הערכת העם כולו, לחיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל, ובייחוד למשרתי המילואים ומשפחותיהם שעומדים בחזית ובעורף במשך למעלה משנתיים. אנחנו נחושים, אנחנו נלחמים, ובעזרת השם, אנחנו מנצחים.
Yes, we saw that Valhalla, the footage attack on Dubai. Now, as you know, Dubai doesn't allow footage to be published, so the only time you'll ever see something like this is from someone leaving. You can go to jail for many years in Dubai for sharing something like this. Whether you're a foreigner or otherwise, in Dubai, if you share something like this while you're on the ground, you will go to jail for 2 years, and your consulate cannot get you out. Hello, Sri Lanka. Hello, Neeks, on live. We are grateful to have you. God bless the people of Sri Lanka. Welcome and God bless you. Hashtag we love Sri Lanka. But yes, this footage, Valhalla, we took a look at it a little bit earlier. It's from the UAE. This is the kind of thing that could get a foreign national, if they stay on the ground, imprisoned for 2 years. That's why a lot of footage does not come out of the UAE because of that. So it's fascinating to be able to see it. Here's the latest report from South Lebanon for Channel 4 regarding the targeting of journalists and ambulance workers yesterday by Israel.
Chants of defiance and screams of anguish as they mourn 2 victims of an Israeli airstrike. One, Jawad, just 11 years old. Bury me along with your 2 eyes, my love, this woman cries. Jawad was killed alongside his cousin and an uncle in their home yesterday. The Hezbollah flag is draped over one of the coffins. Death to America and death to Israel, some of those gathered shout. Ideological support for Hezbollah here is high, but everyone tells us this family were not involved in any military activity.
It's a civilian place. There is no missiles coming out of here, no nothing, no resistance around here. But we all are resistance. We all Hezbollah, okay, against this enemy, Israel, Netanyahu, and the big liar, Trump.
This was Jawad on the left, on the right, 9-year-old Sajid. Their uncle Raghib was an interior designer. This was the home he had built. And this is what's left of it now.
Well, you can see this home has been completely destroyed. A large extended family had been living here. Many of them, in fact, had fled to Beirut and only returned just a few days ago, thinking it was safer. And then the house was targeted.
My child, she was here, and the blood is coming from the head.
Wafa's children and nephews had been playing in the courtyard.
My daughter comes from outside. She said, Mom, I take it, but my son is here. He's dead.
Do you have any idea why this happened here?
No, nothing here. No, nothing here. They play for...
Not fishing. Not fishing.
Nothing.
Here, no.
Only children, only children play football here.
Israel's army says it's killed hundreds of Hezbollah fighters in response to the group's cross-border attacks. But Israeli tactics here seem a repeat of its actions in Gaza. Today, killing at least 5 paramedics in the south of the country. 3 Lebanese journalists were killed in another strike that the Israeli military acknowledged was targeted and deliberate. It even released its own video of the attack, labeling without proof one of the journalists a Hezbollah member. The victims, Ali Shoaib, Fatima Fatouni and her brother Mohammed, worked for pro-Hezbollah channels, but were well-known media figures. The killing of journalists, irrespective of their affiliation, is a war crime. At the site of another Israeli attack, we meet Hassan. His sister and her 3-month-old baby were killed yesterday. The child, also named Hassan, was barely older than this war.
I want justice. I want the United Nations to investigate the massacres of civilians that are happening. We're at war, right? There are rules of war.
The Israeli army didn't reply to our questions about who or what they were targeting here. You can see for yourself who the victims were.
The latest from South Lebanon, from Channel 4. Images the world needs to see. And that man from South Lebanon who lost his sister and his nephew is the most reasonable voice you can imagine in light of that agony. He said, all we want is an investigation. Stop violating the rules of war. Here's the latest from Al Mayadeen at the funeral of those two journalists just mentioned. The funeral was today.
على أكف الأحبة رفعت النعوش في ظل أجواء من الحزن والحسرة على وداع الزميلة الشهيدة فاطمة فتوني وشقيقها المصور الشهيد محمد والزميل في قناة المنار الشهيد علي شعيب. هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت كان الوداع المهيب. أحباء الشهداء حملوا النعوش إلى مثواهم على سبيل الوديعة ليصار لاحقا إلى تشييعهم ومواراتهم في ثرى الجنوب الذي أحبوه حتى الشهادة. فاطمة ومحمد وعلي قرابين على مذبح نقل الواقع كما هو ونقل حقيقة جرائم العدوان الإسرائيلي المتصاعد على لبنان. وعلى وقع الفراق الأليم حملت الجثامين لإتمام مراسم الوداع. أسرة شبكة الميادين والمنار وإذاعة النور وحشد من الأحبة جمعهم الوفاء لفاطمة ومحمد وعلي. أما والد الشهيدة فاطمة وشقيقها الشهيد محمد فكان الأكثر ثباتا على الرغم من المصاب الأليم، فكان يواسي المشيعين وكله فخر بفلذتي كبده، وكل ما كان يتمناه أن يلتقي بهما قبل الفراق. أما عائلة الشهيد علي شعيب فكانت على موعد مع الوداع الأخير بعد أن كان الأمل بلقاء ولو كان أخيرا. هنا ستستريح فاطمة من مهنة المتاعب، وكانت تتمنى أن تواصل تغطيتها اليومية للعدوان على الجنوب وللمواجهات التي تخوضها المقاومة على طول الحدود مع فلسطين المحتلة. فاطمة ومحمد وعلي شهداء أحياء وسط محبيهم، وما الغدر الإسرائيلي إلا صفة اعتادها جيش الاحتلال ظنا منه أنه سيحجب طبيعته الإجرامية. وداع مهيب للزميلة الشهيدة فاطمة فتوني ولشقيقها المصور محمد فتوني والزميل في قناة المنار الشهيد علي شعيب. هنا ورثر على أن تنقل جثامينهم الطاهرة إلى أرض الجنوب ليصار إلى تشييعهم بعد انتهاء العدوان الإسرائيلي المتصاعد على لبنان.
Rest in peace, colleagues. Now that I find out that image of one of the journalists in the Radwan Brigade outfit was photoshopped, I'm so mad. I want to see evidence that they were part of Hezbollah. They might be sympathetic to Hezbollah, but that does not mean that they were actually in Hezbollah. I want to see evidence. I want to see evidence that those journalists, one or both of them, was providing field positions of Israeli soldiers in real time to Hezbollah. A photoshopped image of Ali, the male journalist, in the Radwan unit is not proof. That's correct. No personalities. I don't know who's talking about what, but I don't even want to intervene. I'm just going to do love and donate and Discord. There you go. All right. Everybody be kind and compassionate. In the honor of my two colleagues who were killed in southern Lebanon, here is a 4-minute report from Al Mayadeen in South Lebanon. This was the channel that Fatima worked for. The latest in full Arabic only in Fatima's honor from South Lebanon 6 minutes ago from El Mayadeen.
بالفعل محمد تم استهداف دبابتي ميركافا بصليات من الصواريخ في منطقة البياضة، ولكن الآن حزب الله أصدر البيان الذي حمل رقم 19 وأعلن فيه أنه تصدى لقوة إسرائيلية لدى وصولها إلى نقطة كمين معد مسبقا في منطقة غدماثة، وحينها قام حزب الله بتفجير عبوتين ناسفتين بجنود القوة وآلياتها، ثم التحموا معها بالأسلحة الخفيفة والمتوسطة والقذائف الصاروخية وحققوا إصابة مباشرة ومؤكدة. كذلك تم استهداف دبابتي ميركافا بمحلقتين انقضاضيتين وحققوا إصابات مباشرة. نتحدث عن عملية في القطاع الأوسط من جهة بلدة عيترون. كان هناك قوة إسرائيلية تحاول التوغل من بلدة عيترون باتجاه بلدة عيناتا، اشتبكت معها المقاومة من مسافة صفر واستهدفت دبابتي ميركافا بمحلقات انقضاضية ليرتفع عدد الدبابات التي جرى استهدافها خلال هذا اليوم إلى نحو 7 دبابات ميركافا. يضاف إلى هاتين الدبابتين دبابتين كنت قد بدأت الحديث عنهما، جرى استهدافهما بصليات من الصواريخ في بلدة البياضة، وكذلك المقاومة استهدفت دبابة في بلدة البياضة أيضا بمحلقة انقضاضية، وكذلك استهدفت دبابة ميركافا في خلة الجوار عند الأطراف الجنوبية لبلدة بيت ليف. أيضا نتحدث عن 7 دبابات استهدفتها المقاومة حتى هذه اللحظة. إذن عمليات المقاومة مستمرة، التلاحم المباشر مع القوات الإسرائيلية مستمرة، ولا سيما في بلدة شمع، حيث أعلنت المقاومة منذ نحو نصف ساعة عن التحام مباشر واشتباك من المسافة صفر في الأطراف الشرقية لبلدة شمع من دون أن تدخل القوات الإسرائيلية بحسب معلوماتنا الأولية لهذه البلدة، وإنما الاشتباك يحصل الآن في الأطراف الشرقية لبلدة شمع من ناحية الخط الحدودي، أي من ناحية القرى التي تقع بين بلدة شمع والخط الحدودي. وهناك القوات الإسرائيلية كانت قد تموضعت عند القرى التي تقع عند الحافة الأمامية الحدودية، أي عند الخط صفر، وتحديدا نتحدث عن الظهيرة وعلمة الشعب. وبالتالي القطاع الغربي يشهد تطورات كبيرة في خلال الساعات الماضية، يحدث ذلك وسط قصف مدفعي عنيف يطال عدد من القرى في القطاع الغربي ولا سيما المنصوري والقليلي. كذلك كان هناك قصف استهدف أطراف بلدة الشعيتية مع ساعات الصباح الأولى. في مقابل ذلك يوسع الاحتلال الإسرائيلي من اعتداءاته وغاراته، هي أدت خلال هذا اليوم إلى ارتقاء مسعف من الهيئة الصحية الإسلامية إثر اعتداء غاشم من قبل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي استهدف فريق تابع للهيئة الصحية الإسلامية، وتحديدا استهدف سيارة في مدينة بنت جبيل، وكذلك استهدف الاحتلال مستودع للأدوية تابع لمستشفى مدينة بنت جبيل. إضافة إلى ذلك الاحتلال الإسرائيلي شن سلسلة من الغارات استهدفت خلال الساعات الماضية منزلا في برعشيت، إضافة إلى قصف مدفعي استهدف شقرة وغارة على البلدة أدت إلى ارتقاء 4 شهداء خلال الساعات الماضية.
That was the latest from Al Mayadeen. That was Fatima's channel. Fatima was killed yesterday. I'll now show you the latest from Yazd, Iran. And now I'll show you the latest. So that's the latest from Yazd, okay, which has been hit with a huge airstrike. Hello, PSA. It's good to see you. God bless you. And now I will show you. We can do a chat reset if we need to. That's okay. Now I will show you the latest from Tehran. Okay, I will show you the latest from Tehran, latest pictures from Tehran now. Now, if you don't know what a chat reset is, a chat reset is where we say save the goats, and then we just post lots of goat emojis. It's a chat reset. I'm going to show you the latest from Tehran now. This is Tehran today, during the day. Hashtag save the goats. The great chat reset of 2026. Hi Penny, how are you? Hashtag save the goats. If you've never been here during a chat reset, we just post lots of emojis. It's mostly when I'm resetting the chat. Hi Donald, how you doing, my friend? Ifti Ahmad, I love those emojis. Those are great. Goat emojis are great. Penguin emojis are great. We like goats. Lavender and Rose likes goats. Mohammed likes goats. Kingsley likes goats. Save the red pandas. We actually have a red marshmallow man. We don't have a red panda, but we have a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man emoji. He's red. We also have a Chewbacca emoji. He has his little koala with him. We also have a Chloe the dog emoji. That's Chloe the dog. Hashtag free Chloe. She survived. She made it through. Hashtag free Chloe. And then we have a goat emoji. We just have lots of emojis on this channel. Like the Chloe the dog one is probably the most adorable. I mean, because she's an undercover doggy. Like she has a wig because she's in the undercover FBI program. You don't understand. She's in the doggy CIA. She's in doggy WITSEC. Now I'll show you where the celebration had to occur. This is the celebration of the Holy Cross. Excuse me. This is the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pier Basida Pisbala, blessed the whole city with relics of the Holy Cross from the Mount of Olives on Palm Sunday morning after Israeli police blocked him from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to celebrate Mass. The video is from the Christian Media Center. Incoming. Incoming. Incoming. So that's who Israel blocked from being able to administer Mass. Breaking. Incoming. Incoming. Incoming. I repeat. Incoming. There has been another launch from Iran towards the south again. They're going to hit them again. Incoming. Incoming. You have 6 minutes. It's towards Beersheba. Incoming. There has been another launch. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. There has been another launch towards the south. I repeat, there has been another launch towards the south. Time to arrival, 4 minutes. Again at the south. It's incoming. It is the south of Israel. There is an incoming, again, third time towards Beersheba. Again, incoming to the south towards Beersheba. You have 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Iran has fired again. You're hearing Tel Aviv Airport. Iran has fired again. The target is Beersheba. We should see the early alerts now, unless it was intercepted. You should see the early alerts now, unless it was intercepted. Normally the early alerts, it was not intercepted, it's coming. Red alert's coming. It's going to start beeping. It looks like it might be a fission missile. I can't tell. I don't know what line of fire they have. It's incoming now. I don't know about that, God manners, but Iran is being very targeted. It's shelling the south of Israel because it's mad about what happened in Jerusalem. Welcome, Keith. God bless you. Yes, Diane. Let's see if there's more footage of the Emirates plant. Okay, the alerts are incoming now in the south. We don't really have a cam down there. We have a central Israel cam, but it doesn't show Beersheba. Yes, major attacks on the Abu Dhabi oil fields. Hello, Mr. Ballfree. Save the goats. We love the English towels. God bless England. Welcome, Mr. Ballfree. Alright, there's been another shot fired towards the south. You won't hear anything on the Tel Aviv cam. There has been another shot fired towards the south. I expect to have updates shortly. The red alerts are still live right now. We're going to do everything we can to save the goats. There's no necessary... We need to build goat shelters, okay? It's going to be very hard to do that. What's going on, Kanapi? You saw something on 10? Hold on, Kanapi saw something on 10. I see a missile on 10! Oh, Kanapi caught the missile on 10. There has been the missile is coming from from Lebanon. Kanapi caught it. It's right here. It's right here. Watch it come over. It was at... I'll get you better quality. It was at 7:30 p.m. local time in Israel. I just saw it. Where is it? There it is. Look at the Iranian missile going over Cam 10. That's it. Look at it. It's coming now. Oh, look at it. Kanapi saw it. It's an Iranian missile coming through Lebanon. Excellent catch, Kanapi. Again, that was at 7:31 p.m. local time. Great catch, Kanapi. Wow. It's unclear where this missile is going, but that was quite a catch. I'm looking for... any updates from that one. I don't know where it went. The missile's still coming in. We saw it traveling over South Lebanon. Same time Cam 3 hit. That's Ben Gurion Airport. You saw a hit in Ben Gurion Airport at 7:31. All right, let's run it back. You sure? On Cam 3? Central Israel, Cam 2, what time? Welcome, Keith. So there it is on Cam 10, right? Right here. That was at 7:31 local time. Holding for an extra 20 seconds. .31. That's not really a time. Checking for a flash on Cam 3. Let me know if you see a timestamp. So around 7:31. All right. Same time as 10. All right, so there it is on... Oh! Oh, wow. Look at that. It's on cam 10 and cam 3 at the same time. Oh, that's crazy. So cam 10 and cam 3 show a similar area of the sky from different angles. Because look, there's no way that's not the same missile. That's the same missile, just from different angles. Wow. Cam 10 and cam 3 show the same part of the sky. You can tell because look, the missile's on the same place at the same. It's in cam 10 here and cam 3 here. Wow, and it's on the owl cam too. Hello, El Cid Baron. Greetings to you. I didn't see it on the owl cam. Maybe it comes a little bit later, but I saw it on the other two. Alright, I'm going to jump that live. I'm monitoring. Yeah, it was definitely an Iranian missile heading to the south through Lebanon over Tel Aviv. I'm now going to show you the latest footage from Tehran. You got me for maybe another 2 hours. I said 6 hours, we've gone 4. So I'm going to show you right now the latest footage from Tehran. Actually, here's the missile that just went to the south of Israel. I'll show you this quickly. I don't know where this is going, but here's footage from the ground. That's the missile that just went to the south. Now I have footage for you from Tehran. This is what's like the reality of life under Israeli American strikes.
هیچکی هم تو خونه‌هانی همه در رفتن. اومد اونا دیدی؟
تهران
اومد موشک از اینجا میاد، از سمت چپ بیاد. اومد از اینجا میاد، از اینجا.
From Tehran, one more time.
ساختمون لرزید، بیشرف 3 تا موشک پشت سر هم اومد، دیدی؟ هیچکی هم تو خونه‌هانی همه در رفتن. اومد اونا دیدی؟ اومد موشک از اینجا میاد، از سمت چپ بیاد. اومد از اینجا میاد از اینجا. برو بریم.
Footage from Tehran during American airstrikes. I'll now show you some more damage from Tehran overnight. This is the Bushehr airport in Iran. This is the Bushehr airport in Bushehr, Iran. The airport does not exist anymore. That's the airport in Bushehr, Iran. I now have for you the latest footage of the missile that went over South Israel. This is the missile that just went over South Israel. It was intercepted, it looks like. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent some towel lunch money. You're very kind. Here's the latest from Israel. This was the rocket fired at the Negev. Love it, Bongs, James Bog. I love it. Good to see you, my dear friend. Hello, Serpentine. Iran. I say it, Iran. The Arabic pronunciation is closer to Iran. Six ray of light, no personality. 666 ray of light, no personalities. I'm issuing a warning from the chair. I'm not naming the member. I'm issuing a warning from the chair. Okay? A warning from the chair. I will name the member for 666 ray of light, then remove the member for the honorable member for the remainder of the day's sitting if I see further personalities. Thank you, Serpentine. Yes, we have alerts in the north. Alerts in the north. Safed. Alerts in the northern settlements. Thank you, Mason. Hello, IXO. It's good to see you. I must say, I think the AI is the aliens. That's the only plausible explanation. Here's more from southern Israel. The latest from southern Israel just now. Not the best footage, but that's that rocket we just saw in Cam 10. Here's the latest from Hezbollah in South Lebanon. The latest from Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Not really sure what they shelled, but they shelled something. Probably Israeli army positions. Yeah, everybody's really mad today. Yeah, everybody's just really mad. Everybody is really mad at each other and firing lots of missiles. They're really mad about the thing in Jerusalem. The Iranians are very, very mad about the thing in Jerusalem. And then there's been an American attack on Yazd. No, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm going to go. I think I'm going to wrap up in the next hour. You got me for 6 hours, maybe 5 hours. I need to decompress a little bit. This has been, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. Because there's going to be a ground invasion. I think we have like 2 days before they start the ground invasion. Maybe 24 hours. And Iran is going to bomb schools tomorrow. They're going to bomb at least 2 schools, somewhere in the region, probably an American school and an Israeli school. Yeah, that was a mortar. I agree, Silent Dog. It looks like mortar shelling. By the way, here's a nice picture. This is the path that Jesus walked into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday more than 2,000 years ago. Isn't that special? Remember how I told you the story about how Jesus had to come into Jerusalem? I think this is actually where he finds the goat. He literally finds the goat here. I don't like that comment. So he finds a goat somewhere outside Jerusalem, or he tells 2 of his followers, go get me that goat. It might be a donkey, actually, like a mule. And they're like, Jesus, you want us to steal it? He's like, it's not stealing it. I'm just borrowing it. I need to go into Jerusalem. So Jesus, kind of takes the donkey. I think it was a mule or a donkey. And he rides the donkey, to, this path. And then he meets a group of people, I think, and he gets off the donkey and he kind of preaches to them. And then he's like, I have to go to Jerusalem now. And so he walks into Jerusalem, and that was the path he took. He walked down that path, and he knew he was going to his death because he knew he was wanted. It's not like Judas sold him out in the sense that Jesus was not on the radar, and then Judas put him on the radar for the powers that be. It was that Jesus was kind of a wanted man. And he knew he was walking to his death in Jerusalem, but he wanted to go there to tell the people to stop disgracing his temple. He had a bunch of reasons for going, but I think that was the primary one. So anyway, he stops and talks to some people, and then he walks to Jerusalem, and this was the path that Jesus walked to get into Jerusalem. He just walked down that path. And then he got there. I don't think he does it the first night he gets there. I think he gets there today, Palm Sunday, and then Monday morning he walks into the temple and he's really mad, and he finds that people are exchanging money in the temple and doing all this other stuff that he doesn't like. So he just pulls out his whip and just kind of goes haywire on them. And it's the only time Jesus ever uses violence in the entire Bible. And it's not really, I guess it's light violence compared to what people were doing at the time. There was a very intense period of history. But anyway, Jesus flips over the table. That's the famous act. But he also has a whip with him, and he starts driving all the people out of the temple. And the people that he was mad at were the Canaanites, really. Jesus describes this a lot in the Bible. He really doesn't like people who sacrifice children and worship Baal, and the Torah echoes a lot of this as well. A lot of the religions at the time did not like these Canaanite folks. They thought they were very evil, and they thought the Canaanites had kind of taken over civil society. So I think what Jesus was really doing was kind of sending a message to the Epstein class or the Khashoggi class, the Adnan Khashoggi class of his time, and being get out of my religion and government, you evil beings, stop worshiping Baal. And then they killed him immediately after. That's what I always took from that story. He was willing to just drive right into the heart of it and be you took over my religion, you took over God, the spiritual love of God, you took over all that's sacred and holy, you sacrifice children, you're evil, you're terrible people, you infect the world, it's not any religion that you belong to, it's this Canaanite Baal worshipping devil nonsense, get out of my temple. And then they killed him immediately. He lasted, I think, what I looked it up. So Judas doesn't actually turn Jesus over until after the Last Supper, but he's approached to sell him out on Tuesday or Wednesday of the Holy Week. And then by Thursday, there's the Last Supper. And then Friday, Jesus is formally captured by the powers that be in Jerusalem. They were like priests, kind of, that like they were like civil priests that administered the law in Jerusalem at the time. And they were really mad at Jesus, especially after the whole thing with the temple. So they got him. They wanted to get him before that, but like he walked into Jerusalem knowing they would get him, and like basically was like sacrificing himself. And like his last act, I don't think people should misunderstand this, at least this is how I interpret it. His like one of his last acts, like his most like grandiose act interfacing with the human world, was literally using violence to drive money changers from the temple. But it's also more than just money changers. That's kind of a bastardization of the moral message of that story or that parable. It's more like Jesus went into the church, like the temple, and cleansed it of like devil worshiping. That's how I took it. It was kind of like the Epstein files of its day, but like in a literary allusion type of thing. But yeah, I absolutely believe that Jesus like was killed because he was willing to march directly into the heart of civil society and say, like, a lot of the people running government and religion are very evil, and I won't stand for this. And they killed him for it. That's what I've always believed anyway. Well, they killed him for a lot of things, but I truly believe like that's what like Jesus was willing to do. It was kind of a lesson he was trying to teach, I think, the wider civil society, because you have to kind of understand the political constellation of like the time of Jesus. There were like 8 major civilizations or like branches of knowledge. The Romans had a bunch of like outposts throughout like the Middle Eastern world, but like especially near the Mediterranean and Judea and Samaria, etc. But like really what it was like 8 different distinct like tribes, and like some of them had religions that went back further than others. Like, for example, Zoroastrianism, and then I told you about Cananism. There was actually a region of the world called Canaan. That's why, like, that big, like, billionaire investor conference that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with, and, like, that Rumsey Hall School down in Connecticut, they're all near New Canaan, Connecticut. And that's why Jeffrey Epstein's bank account was called Baal, because Baal worship goes back, like, way, way, way, way, way further than I think a lot of people understand. And Baal worship never went away. It's just that Jesus was probably the closest, like during the transition of the last age, when the age of Pisces kind of took precedent, hence the symbolism of Jesus with the fish. Jesus was kind of like the hallmark of the New Age in that he struck down a lot of the corruption that had occurred of morality and civil society at the hands of those like very dangerous Canaanites. And those Canaanites would love to have us believe that like Jesus was the problem, or the Jewish religion was the problem, or the Christian religion was the problem, or the Muslim religion or Islamic religion was the problem. In reality, it's the Canaanites who are the damn problem. They're supranational, they're super religious. What I mean is they transcend the bounds of nation states. They were around before the Westphalian Peace of 1648. They were around before the time of Jesus. They will continue to be around unless we can rise up, meet the moment, and sort of, in a way, I think a lot like what Jesus did, kind of stand up for a purity of morality and purpose that will dispel the influence of those nefarious factions from within our governmental and civil society apparatus. You know what I'm saying? Are we all on the same page? Anyway, I think that's a really important thing to do. That's just what I feel called to say by looking down that hill. You know, I feel like very called to say that. I'm a little bit baffled, frankly. But yeah, that's what we should do. I think that's what Jesus was trying to do. And now it's the new age again. But this is the age of Aquarius, so there'll be another prophet. And I think that is very important. I'm not really sure how it'll all play out. Hopefully they don't kill this prophet. That would be bad. You know, because you kind of need a guiding light. There's a little bit of a moral leadership vacuum right now. So you kind of just need a guiding light to come in there and be like, listen, you damn Canaanites, get out of the government and let all the people of the world be judged by how they would treat the most vulnerable when they think no one is looking. That's why I like Matthew 25:31 through 46. I think that embodies that moral lesson very well. My point is, though, that's a wonderful view, and, you know, I think that's exactly what I needed on this Palm Sunday. I feel reinvigorated, inspired, and uplifted by looking at the view that Jesus saw when he was walking into Jerusalem. Christos in Greek means anointed one. Oh, what a wonderful name. Now I'm going to take you to Lebanon for a heartwarming story about a local family that's been donating food to help displaced peoples.
من أول يوم كميون الحب عم بيوزع كل أنواع المساعدات. أول مرحلة بلشنا بالفرش، من بعدها بلشنا
Rocket fire in the north.
والمخدات، ورجعنا بالخيم، رجعنا عملنا فواكه، عملنا كله فواكه، وزعنا فواكه بقلبه، رجعنا من بعدها وزعنا عملنا صيدلية، رجعنا هلا ملابس ومن بعدها أفران.
I agree, Lavender Rose. So that's the latest from Al Jazeera. There's a lot of rocket fire in the north. Hezbollah is definitely intent on taking territory from Israel in the north. I don't know why. I don't think Israel really understood. Maybe they did, but I'm not sure they really understood what they were doing by taking on Hezbollah. Hezbollah is just the Quds force of the IRGC. So, like, you fought a dual front war, in essence, against Iran. It was probably not the best idea. I don't know if Iran just like hid the Quds force really well up there. Oh, by the way, the Iranian ambassador is refusing to leave Lebanon. He refused the government of Lebanon's instruction to make him a persona non grata. I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera English now for the top of the hour update. Let me reduce the quality, it's a little too much. Top of the hour on Al Jazeera.
Push for diplomacy that is currently taking place in Islamabad. We just heard from Pakistan's foreign minister. Pakistan currently hosting 3 Middle East nations, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, all of them trying to open a window or keep open a window for diplomacy between Iran and the United States. Now, both sides have put out their plans, the conditions that they want to see met in order to end this war, but those conditions right now, those positions, very far apart from one another. Iran, for instance, wants not only what they call U.S. aggression to end, but they also want their sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz to be recognized, and they want security guarantees that they will never be attacked again by the United States and by Israel. More on that in just a moment.
The messaging, the narrative, everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
As oil prices rise, the cost of harvesting crops is climbing quickly.
Potential negotiation is conditioned upon the halting of the campaign of airstrikes.
How and when the war could end, President Trump had no answers, only stating that Iran wants to make a deal.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Latest from the president of Lebanon. So Hezbollah and the president of Lebanon are on the same side about what happened in Jerusalem today. I think that tells you a lot. This is a statement from the president of Lebanon. Quote, President of the Republic, General Joseph Aoun, made a phone call to the Latin bishop in Lebanon, Bishop Caesar Essayan, and informed him of Lebanon's condemnation as president and people of the Israeli authorities' action in preventing the Latin Patriarch in Jerusalem, Cardinal Pir Besada Pizzaballa, from accessing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to celebrate Palm Sunday Mass, considering this measure to constitute a flagrant violation of freedom of worship and a blatant breach of international law and international humanitarian law. So, I don't know, Israel has managed to unite Hezbollah and the Lebanese government on an issue. I didn't think that was possible. Hezbollah is probably like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, because Hezbollah is mad about the thing in Jerusalem as well, as are the Iranians, as are the Americans. Basically, no one is happy with what happened in Jerusalem today on Palm Sunday. There's not a single country that backed Israel up. Like, the Americans condemned it, the Lebanese condemned it, the Iranians condemned it. The Iranians started bombing the south of Israel with messages saying, like, for Christ. Like, it was for Christ's suffering. Oh, goodness, it got really bad. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what, I don't think Turkey's going to be joining anything. Turkey's a very fractured country. Turkey's part of NATO, so it's not allowed to join the war on Iran's side. Nah. No, Turkey's part of NATO, so that's not possible.
On counting the cost, Europe faces the threat of another energy crisis, so how vulnerable are European nations if the Iran conflict drags on? Can governments cushion the blow for businesses and households, or could European countries turn back to Russia to avoid shortages? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Top of the hour on Al Jazeera. We're a few minutes behind. And yes, those are active rocket fires.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier. Coming up in the program, an Iranian missile attack sparks a major fire in an Israeli industrial zone, prompting the evacuation of residents from the area. Iran accuses the U.S. of planning a ground operation and warns it is ready to hail fire on American troops. U.S.-Israeli attacks continue in Iran. We are reporting from the scene of a commercial building attacked in Tehran. And a chance for diplomacy. Foreign ministers from 4 regional powers meet in Islamabad to find a way out of the war.
Yeah, I think Iran's going to keep fighting.
So Iran's parliament speaker is accusing the U.S. of plotting a ground attack, despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts to end the war. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf's comments appear to be a sign of Iran's mistrust of any negotiations. In the past few hours, an Iranian strike has hit an industrial area near Beersheba in southern Israel. Israeli media reporting damage to a chemical plant containing hazardous materials there. Residents have been told to evacuate due to toxic fumes. And in Iran, explosions were reported in the capital Tehran and several other cities. A commercial building was targeted in an Israeli strike on Sunday. A day ago...
Pause. I have the latest from the cardinal who was prevented from speaking. Okay, I follow a lot of Vatican reporters. So this is the latest from the cardinal who was prevented from speaking. I think it might be in Italian, but it might, I don't know what language he speaks. Let me read the full quote for you. British reporter Tal, could you read the quote? I'll try to translate the whole video for you, but could you read the quote, British reporter Tal? Yes. Any minute now. Come on, you got this, British reporter Tal.
Conversation. Cardinal Pizzaballa, it is true that the police had said that the orders from the internal command prevented any kind of gathering in places where there is no shelter, but we had not asked for anything public. Just a brief and small private ceremony to preserve the idea of the celebration in the Holy Sepulchre. There were no clashes. Everything was done in a very polite manner. I do not want to force the issue. We want to use this situation to try to clarify better in the coming days what to do, in respect for everyone's safety, but also in respect for the right to prayer.
Okay, let's take a look.
They are purposefully blocking this while keeping synagogues open. Discover more.
Thank you.
Wow, a powerful homily by Pope Leo in Monaco, criticizing those who gorge themselves on power and money, leaving their neighbors in...
Not related. Okay, let's listen.
Gli ordini del Home Front Command, del comando interno, aveva impedito qualsiasi genere di aggregazione nei luoghi dove non c'è un rifugio.
Did you just say Pope Leo just called all the bishops to Rome? Oh God, he's mad.
Però noi avevamo anche chiesto, non abbiamo chiesto nulla di pubblico, una breve, piccola cerimonia privata per salvare l'idea della celebrazione del Santo Sepolcro. Ci sono stati dei fraintendimenti a quanto pare, non ci siamo compresi l'un l'altro ed è questo quello che è accaduto. Non è mai successo. Dispiace che questo sia accaduto. Devo dire che non ci...
Let me get you the... This is too important. We need captions for this. Hold on. So you watch this and then let me get you the captions in English.
È vero che la polizia aveva detto che gli ordini del Home Front Command, del comando interno, aveva impedito qualsiasi genere di aggregazione nei luoghi dove non c'è un rifugio. Però noi avevamo anche chiesto di salvare l'idea della celebrazione del Santo Sepolcro. Ci sono stati dei fraintendimenti a quanto pare, non ci siamo compresi l'un l'altro ed è questo quello che è accaduto. Non è mai successo. Dispiace che questo sia accaduto. Devo dire che non ci sono stati scontri, tutto è stato fatto in maniera molto educata. Non voglio forzare la mano, ecco, vogliamo usare questa situazione per vedere di chiarire meglio i prossimi giorni cosa fare nel rispetto della sicurezza di tutti naturalmente, ma anche nel rispetto del diritto alla preghiera.
Qual è il cuore del suo messaggio proprio all'inizio di questa settimana santa, in queste condizioni, anche con i fatti che sono avvenuti stamattina?
Beh, i fatti di stamattina sono importanti, sì, ma dobbiamo pensare al contesto generale, che c'è gente che sta molto peggio.
I'm going to get you subtitles now.
Non può celebrare.
This is a very important thing. This is the man who was prevented from doing his thing.
Ecco, quello che voglio dire è sì,
from his service at
ancora una volta una Pasqua
whole Church of the Holy Sepulchre. So that was the man who was prevented from speaking at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. I'm going to get you, it's too important. That's a Rome correspondent for the Vatican. He's really good. I follow a lot of Catholic reporters. No, that was not Persian. Why do you think that was Persian? That is not Persian. That was definitely Italian. All right, let me just make sure that's the right one. Yep. All right, let's do it. I'm going to try to create subtitles for you now. I thought it was in Persian. It was not Persian. That was Italian. I'm going to generate subtitles for you, and then I'm going to get the full quote for you. Let's go to Al Jazeera English while I work on that for you. Just 1 second.
There was another attack on the University of Science and Technology in the capital, Tehran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to strike American and Israeli campuses across the region in response. And while those tit-for-tat attacks are taking place, there is a diplomatic push. Islamabad is hosting a series of meetings focused on de-escalation. Foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt are attending those talks. Pakistan says that both Iran and the U.S. have expressed confidence that Islamabad can facilitate talks. Al Jazeera's Nuruddin is near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and that's where we're going to start. Noor, you've told us that in Beersheba, southern Israel, the city has come under attack pretty much since the overnight hours, and that there have been multiple rounds of attacks. Walk us through what's happened there.
That's right, Cyril. Since midnight last night, we've seen several Iranian missiles fired at the southern Israel area, basically at Beersheba and the surrounding area. Now, this afternoon, one of those missiles hit an industrial zone, specifically a chemical factory, and large plumes of smoke and fire was seen there. There was a bit of a panic because there was fear that there could be a leak of hazardous material. The Ministry of Environment has, in the past half hour, cleared that confusion up and said that upon inspection there is no leak of hazardous material. But certainly this strike was a reminder of just how dangerously close everybody is getting to something really bad happening, striking at nuclear facilities, striking at an industrial zone here in Israel, and so on. And in the meantime, of course, this wasn't just that attack. We had another Iranian missile hit in several areas in Beersheba. At least 10 different areas were impacted. 13 people were sent to hospital for treatment. Again, a reminder of just how dangerous all of those targets are. And what we're seeing is what is being cleared by the military sensor, Sarah.
Nuruddin reporting from Ramallah in the West Bank. Thank you very much, Noor. And as we've been reporting, U.S. and Israeli strikes have continued across Iran. There's been a strike on a commercial building in northeastern Tehran. Tawhid Asadi has this report from the scene.
It's now about a month since the commencement of the campaign of airstrikes by the American and Israelis targeting different locations across the country, including this neighborhood in the northeast of the capital, where a commercial building was just a few hours ago.
The damage here is severe, especially on the second and third floors. Large sections of the facades have been torn away and parts of the interior have collapsed. You can clearly see the force of the blast, even from outside. Residents say the building houses 2 beauty salons, a physiotherapy center, a dental clinic, an interior design studio, an IT service company, and 2 cafes. It also hosts a media service provider company that works with several international media outlets. Local authorities say at least 10 people were injured in this strike. The effects of the explosion are also clearly visible in surrounding residential buildings. Many nearby apartments have suffered destruction. The exterior of several buildings has been affected, windows have been shattered, and doors have been blown out of their frames.
We were asleep when we were suddenly awakened by the sound of an explosion and shattering glass. It was terrifying. The walls of our home were blown apart and debris from the building in front of us was thrown into ours.
Iran's health ministry says since the start of the war, more than 2,000 people have been killed nationwide, including over 460 women and children. At least 26,000 people have been injured. Iran's Red Crescent says more than 92 civilian units have been damaged so far, ranging from minor harm to total collapse. That includes roughly 71 residential units across the country. In the capital, the situation has been even worse. Over 30,000 residential and commercial units have been impacted. Hundreds of schools and healthcare facilities have been also hit, along with other public infrastructure. Meanwhile, the war has an obvious impact on the businesses here in Iran. More than 20,000 commercial units have been damaged nationwide. Even those not directly hit are struggling. The ongoing pressure makes it hard for business owners to keep operating.
As war continues, uncertainty hangs over everyday life, especially when it comes to how long it will take. And until then, it's the very ordinary citizens who continue to pay the price. Oida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, an Iranian government spokesperson has outlined Iran's conditions for ending the war.
Naturally, we were not the ones who started the war. And in this war, we have endured significant losses in terms of human casualties and damage to citizens' homes and infrastructure. War compensation is one of the issues. Another issue is that, given the circumstances we are in and the continuous cycle of war, ceasefire and war, we are willing to move towards a sustainable peace. At the same time, the Strait of Hormuz is a bestowed asset that has been granted to us, and the issue of control over the Strait of Hormuz is one of the key matters under the current circumstances. As the President has also emphasized, the lifting of sanctions is another key issue for us in order to achieve a sustainable peace. Of course, I should stress that the issue of peace and war ultimately falls within the authority of the supreme leader.
Iran's parliament speaker is warning his country's forces are ready for an American ground offensive. In a statement, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said the enemy openly sends messages of negotiation and dialogue while secretly plotting a ground attack, unaware that our men are waiting the American soldiers to enter on so that they can rain fire upon them and punish their regional partners. We are aware of the enemy's weaknesses and clearly see the signs of fear and terror in the enemy's army. Well, Ali Hashim is in Tehran. So, Ali, is there making...
This is my friend Ali Hashim. I'm so glad he's okay. I was worried about him. I've known Ali for years. I hope he's okay.
Preparations now for a U.S. ground invasion?
Well, Cyril, with respect to the ground invasion or the proposed ground invasion, it's something that the Iranians have taken into consideration for a long time, and they've been talking about this, at least in what we've been hearing from military spokespeople, or even the foreign minister in a very famous interview of him when he said that the Iranians are waiting for the troops. So it's clear for the Iranians this is an area that they think is a symmetric, not asymmetric, symmetric field for confrontation with the U.S. Army. Absolutely, they are preparing for that. Now, how they're preparing for that, what are the measures, and what's the scope of the U.S. intervention, military and ground intervention in Iran. This is going to be the issue that that will have its own reflection or impact on how the battle is going to continue, especially that one of the things that is taken into consideration, the very difficult logistic support line for the U.S. Military when it comes to occupying, for example, an island like Kharg Island. Now, at the end, it all depends on how many troops are going to attack Iran, how are they going to attack Iran. These are, of course, military issues. But, of course, in the previous hours, we've heard the military spokesperson, Ibrahim Zulfiqari, talking and threatening the Americans that any attempt to attack Iran will be met with a very strong response.
Ali, you say that they're preparing for a ground invasion, and that probably shouldn't be surprising. Are they also, the Iranians, engaging with this opportunity for diplomacy that seems to be building up in Islamabad at the moment?
As we understood from several conversations here, they don't have a problem with the concept of talks, the concept of diplomacy. They've been behind diplomacy. This is what they've been saying over the past couple of years. Even things goes back till 2003. They've been conducting diplomacy, talking to all the parties, and recently, even after the last war, they went back towards diplomacy, spoke to the Americans. It's not the idea of the concept. The concept isn't the problem. The main problem is on what conditions and what kind of a table. To the Iranians, the table that was the field of discussions and negotiations between them and the Americans has collapsed, has been destroyed by the war. So there is a need for a new table, for new legs, for new surface, and then new chips on the table.
Ali Hashem reporting from Tehran. Thank you very much, Ali.
One of the best to ever do it. Yeah, more alerts in the north. Ali Hashem's one of the best reporters out there. I'll show you the clip now of the of Cardinal Pizbala. I put it into English for you. Okay, English subtitles. This was that clip we just saw. Here it is with English subtitles. This is the Catholic cardinal that was prevented from conducting the Holy Sunday service today in Jerusalem. This is with English subtitles. It took a second for me to convert it, but I was able to do it. Here you go.
Diciamo che è vero che la polizia aveva detto che gli ordini del Home Front Command, del comando interno, avevano impedito qualsiasi genere di aggregazione nei luoghi dove non c'è un rifugio, però noi avevamo anche chiesto, non abbiamo chiesto nulla di pubblico, una breve, piccola cerimonia privata per salvare l'idea della celebrazione del Santo Sepolcro. Ci sono stati dei fraintendimenti a quanto pare, non ci siamo compresi l'un l'altro ed è questo quello che è accaduto, non è mai successo. Dispiace che questo sia accaduto, devo dire che non ci sono stati scontri, tutto è stato fatto in maniera molto educata, non voglio forzare la mano, ecco, vogliamo usare questa situazione per vedere di chiarire meglio i prossimi giorni cosa fare nel rispetto della sicurezza di tutti naturalmente, ma anche nel rispetto del diritto alla preghiera.
Qual è il cuore del suo messaggio proprio all'inizio di questa settimana santa in queste condizioni, anche con i fatti che sono avvenuti stamattina?
Beh, i fatti di stamattina sono importanti, sì, ma dobbiamo pensare al contesto generale, che c'è gente che sta molto peggio di noi, ecco, che non può celebrare per motivi molto diversi. Per cui ecco, quello che voglio dire è sì, celebriamo ancora una volta una Pasqua sottotono.
Again, the latest from the Jerusalem, the holy city, where Palm Sunday Mass was prevented from being conducted at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. English translations. This is the cardinal who was prevented from conducting the Mass.
Diciamo che è vero che
Oh, the alert apps tell me about, hello, Timole, it's good to see you. The alert apps give me a hint, and then I have to discern whether it's like a Houthi launch or a launch from Hezbollah or an Iran launch. I can normally tell depending on like where it's going to, what the launch timer is, who's been firing. It's kind of an art in like looking at the alerts. They don't say Iran, but it's easy enough to figure out where they're coming from.
La polizia
Hello, Marguerite. It's good to see you.
Che gli ordini del Home Front Command del
Hello,
comando interno,
Nelatanyo. It's great to see you.
gli ordini del Home Front. Diciamo che è vero che la polizia aveva detto che gli ordini del Home Front Command, del comando interno, aveva impedito qualsiasi genere di aggregazione nei luoghi dove non c'è un rifugio, però noi avevamo anche chiesto, non abbiamo chiesto nulla di pubblico, una breve, piccola cerimonia privata per salvare l'idea della celebrazione del Santo Sepolcro. Ci sono stati dei fraintendimenti a quanto pare, non ci siamo compresi l'un l'altro ed è questo quello che è accaduto. Non è mai successo. Dispiace che questo sia accaduto. Devo dire che non ci sono stati scontri, tutto è stato fatto in maniera molto educata. Non voglio forzare la mano. Ecco, vogliamo usare questa situazione per vedere di chiarire meglio i prossimi giorni cosa fare nel rispetto della sicurezza di tutti naturalmente, ma anche nel rispetto del diritto alla preghiera.
Qual è il cuore del suo messaggio proprio all'inizio di questa settimana santa in queste condizioni, anche con i fatti che sono avvenuti stamattina?
Beh, i fatti di stamattina sono importanti, sì, ma dobbiamo pensare al contesto generale, che c'è gente che sta molto peggio di noi, ecco, che non può celebrare per motivi molto diversi. Per cui, ecco, quello che voglio dire è sì, celebriamo ancora una volta una Pasqua sottotono.
Powerful words. We have a little bit of time left together, about maybe 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the latest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq, claiming a drone swarm attack. This is the latest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq, claiming a drone swarm attack on the region on Saturday, March 28th. So this is the latest from the Blood Guardians, an attack with drones yesterday. Latest from the Blood Guardians now. Also, thank you to everyone who's been supporting this public information service. If you've been waiting to send a towel donation or thinking, yeah, I'm going to help Grant when he needs it. Yeah, a towel needs a little bit of help at the end of this month. I can make it through another day or two. But, you know, if we all, like, help out a little bit, if we can, then it spreads it out and I don't have to tell my friends it's an emergency. So anyway, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. And did you know at any time, if you want people to be able to help this chat, you can just type in !donate in the chat and our wonderful Autobot will be like, here's the links. And that's for Towels Food Fund. You can also put in !love and !rules and !Bob and !sound and !Discord. Did you know we also have a Discord? You can come on in, you can chat with us. It's wonderful. You know what I'm saying? We have all sorts of wonderful things. You can meet some wonderful people. You can hang out. #HelpTowel. All right, let's take a look at the latest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. That might not be the Blood Guardians. It doesn't sound like their song. Oh, new song. Ifti Ahmad's gonna love it. They have a really good song. All right, Blood Guardians, all right. I get the point, bro. They have so much better music than us. It's not even close. We might have to listen to this one again. That's really a bop. I mean, listen, they've really done me in with this one. Where did they get this song? How did they create this? Damn it, they're up in the game here. Yeah, we need our votes come in. Best song so far, by far. It's impossible not to dance to this. It's amazing. I don't know how they do it. Oh, good night, Lavender and Rose. God bless you. I'll send you off to the sounds of this very hip-shaking Blood Guardians music. Listen, the Islamic resistance, the Axis, they got us beat on music by miles. Alright, one more time. Listen, when it's so good that I want to play it multiple times. Water under the fridge, thank you. We got about an hour left. God bless you for all your support, compassion, and kindness. You are a super towel. You are a wonderful human. God bless you, water under the fridge. And I will be sending you positive vibes all week long. You enjoy the rest of your Sunday, too. God bless you, water under the fridge. Now, we might have to listen to that song one more time. It's really good. And forget the visuals, just that song. I mean, I couldn't watch the video because the music was so good. Ready? You ready for this? Oh, yeah, Timothy Snell. So from what I understand, the Home Front Command, the most recent report from Al Jazeera of like 7 minutes ago, was that the Home Front Command did not, they declared a hazardous situation. Then they lifted the warning, okay? But there is some kind of shelter in place for the residents near the smoke. So I think they are very on it, and the people who live in the area are getting alerts directly to their phone. So as far as I understand, they lifted the hazardous chemical warning within the past 15 or 20 minutes, but I didn't see that reported directly. Al Jazeera said it, but the woman in Ramallah probably got the actual warning from someone who lives near there. So I'm going to go with they lifted the hazardous chemical warning, but there's a very serious fire at that fertilizer plant. Now we're going to listen to the song one more time. I can't help it, I'm sorry.
لبيك يا أبا الفضل لبيك يا أبا الفضل لبيك يا أبا الفضل لبيك يا أبا الفضل احنا ولياء الدم شرط لبيك يا أبا الفضل جملة نطير مو فرط لبيك يا أبا الفضل كسائد نحطهم ضبط لبيك يا أبا الفضل جنح تنقضهم نقط لبيك يا أبا الفضل إلا ذكرهم ينسى لبيك يا أبا الفضل إلا ذكرهم ينمسح إلا ذكرهم ينمسح.
I mean, come on. It's just too good. Their music is so far and above anything that the West puts out. It's just incredibly good. Alright, I'll show you the latest from Bushehr Airport in Iran, which is completely destroyed. The Bushehr Airport, it's pretty much gone. What's that? No, that's a leave shelter alert. Here you go. This is the Bushehr Airport in Iran. I mean, it exists, but it's pretty much gone. It is great music, I'll tell you that, though. No one's ever going to convince me that the Blood Guardians and Hezbollah don't have great music. Iran only has one song, but I think they consider it a little beneath them. They don't really care about the music. But the Blood Guardians, they flex with that music. They're by far and away the best with the music. But yeah, this is Bushehr Airport right now in Tehran. The U.S. Consulate in Erbil. Breaking from the U.S. Consulate in Erbil. Breaking from the U.S. Consulate in Erbil. We advise U.S. citizens to leave Iraq immediately. Urgent. Hezbollah. Fighters of the Islamic resistance shot down an Israeli warplane in the skies over the city of Nabatayth with a surface-to-air missile. Hezbollah is claiming they have shot down an Israeli warplane over southern Lebanon with a surface-to-air missile. I repeat. Hezbollah is claiming they have shot down a Israeli fighter warplane over the south of Lebanon. Normally when Hezbollah claims something like that, they tend to have video of it. You're looking now at the latest pictures from Bushehr Airport in Iran, which does not exist anymore. It was an airport that existed for domestic flights. It is no longer an airport. There's a ground stop at Palm Beach International because a drone came in too close during Air Force One takeoff. Helicopters have flown in to investigate. So there's a ground stop at Palm Beach International because a drone flew in while Mr. President was taking off. Oh, goodness. Well, this is escalating very rapidly. All right, here's what else I have. This is the latest from Janat Abad in Tehran. Okay, this was a building destroyed in Janat Abad in Tehran overnight. Okay, Jarat Arat. Okay, now there have been explosions in Bushehr again. There have been big explosions not only at the airport in Bushehr overnight, but now in Delam Port in Bushehr, Iran. I'll show you those now. Delam Port, Bushehr, Iran. This is Delam Port in Bushehr, Iran. Okay, here's Hezbollah claiming they shot down a Israeli plane with a surface-to-air missile. Here's the U.S. consulate telling all citizens to leave Iraq immediately, all U.S. citizens. Here's the latest from the electronics industries in Shiraz. This is the electronics industries Shiraz this morning. The electronic industries building in Shiraz. God bless you, Seer. Thank you very much for your support. This is the latest from Shiraz, Iran. Okay, the electronics industry. Shiraz, Iran, the latest. Again, the latest from Shiraz, Iran. The latest from Shiraz, Iran. So there's definitely escalating bombings on both sides. Okay. And then here's from Yazd. Okay, another area in Iran. This is the latest from Yazd. Bunny, the U.S. consulate in Erbil has... Hello, Bunny Towel Mom. The U.S. consulate in Erbil has ordered, I guess, strongly advised or urged, I would imagine it's an order, the evacuation of American citizens in Iraq. If you are still in Iraq and you're an American citizen, that's probably not an ideal place to be. All right, classes will be online in Iran. Okay, here's the Iran Minister of Schools saying that classes will be held virtually. They'll resume in 6 days, but be held virtually. This is the Minister of Science in Iran.
سازمان‌های بین‌المللی یک سازوکاری داره. خب ما اون سازوکار رو شروع کردیم. اما در قدم اول لازم بود که ما یک بیانیه حقوقی صادر بکنیم و تو این بیانیه استناد بکنیم به کنوانسیون‌های زیرربط، استناد بکنیم به رویه‌های قضایی مبنی بر ممنوعیت حمله به مراکز علمی آموزشی تحقیقاتی. این بیانیه با مشترکاً با وزیر محترم بهداشت صادر شد. ما امروز هم اطلاعیه دادیم در شرایط کنونی جنگ عرض کنم که آموزش تعطیل نخواهد شد به طور جدی. از 15 فروردین ماه آموزش ها دایر می شود، منتها به صورت مجازی خواهد بود. برای کنکور انشالله طی یک هفته آینده تاریخش رو اعلام میکنیم. شکایت در سازمان‌های بین‌المللی یک سازوکاری داره. خب ما اون سازوکار رو شروع کردیم. اما در قدم اول لازم بود که ما یک بیانیه حقوقی صادر بکنیم و تو این بیانیه استناد بکنیم به کنوانسیون‌های زیرربط، استناد بکنیم به رویه‌های قضایی مبنی بر ممنوعیت حمله به مراکز علمی آموزشی تحقیقاتی. این بیانیه با مشترکاً با وزیر محترم بهداشت صادر شد. ما امروز هم اطلاعیه دادیم در شرایط کنونی جنگ.
All right, it appears there was damage in Beersheba from the latest Iranian strike. Here's part of the missile that just fell in the Negev region. Okay, I have the fuselage for you. I'm going to keep going for maybe 20 more minutes. This is one of those times during the month where I need some extra help. So if you're listening and you're one of those people that's like, Grant needs some help. The super chats are great, but they don't come in till next month. If you would like to help directly, there's a Cash App up on the screen. You can just put your phone up to the screen like that. It will tell you what to do with your camera open. The Cash App is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a one-man news operation. It's just me. I'm the producer. I pay for the Canva subscription and I pay for the XSplit. I take those all on to provide a public information service. I design it to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, using entertainment as a buffer to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you'd like to help to support that with a small donation to, help me live and eat and things like that at the end of the month, the Cash App is Grant Smith Ellis, the Venmo is @GrantE1, and the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. You can also type in exclamation Bob or exclamation donate, and it will bring up the donation pathways. And God bless you to all of you who have been supporting Little Towel this month. We're almost to the end of the month, and we'll start the cycle again. Here's the latest from the missile that fell in the Negev with no reported injuries. This is the fuselage that just fell in the Negev from Iran. Oh, God bless you to the person who just sent some money for lunch. You are so kind. I am so grateful. #towel lunch. Yay, towel lunch. Oh, yay. God bless you, Reaper. #towel lunch. Yay. I'm so grateful. I was going to be a little hungry. Okay, I have the latest statement from the IRGC for you now. I have the latest just 3 minutes ago from the IRGC. Okay, I'll have it read out to you in English and then I'll play you the video. Mind you, this may be loud, but you always get the latest on Towel News. Okay, let's take a listen. Here's what they just said. This is the latest from the IRGC on Towel News.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. URGENT. Islamic Revolutionary Guard. As part of the wave of operations number 86 of True Promise 4 under the slogan, O Lord of the Worlds, and dedicated to all brave national athletes and heroes. and as a firm response to the brutal attacks by the American Zionist Axis on industrial centers in Iran, and in continuation of striking industries linked to the United States along the Persian Gulf. The solid and liquid fuel ballistic missile forces affiliated with the aerospace force of the Revolutionary Guard targeted the Niyat Hoviv industrial city in Beersheba in southern occupied territories, and as a result of the successive explosions, the area entered a state of complete blackout.
Wow. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, Tawny, God bless you. Welcome as a towel fan and enjoy your towel emojis. Some of them have penguin hearts. They're adorable. I'm going to play you the latest right now from the IRGC. It may be loud, so you can do the... Let me do the exclamation point sound. If you ever see a video on this channel, just be aware it may be loud, okay? Sound warning. God bless you, Tawny. Of course, Bunny. Just remind me if I forget on Discord, I will make you a custom elephant emoji. You got it. For Towel Mom Bunny, anything. Depressed robot emoji. Got it. Okay. Depressed robot emoji. Okay. I got it. I can take all these emoji requests. That's not a problem. I can make you custom elephant emojis and a custom depressed robot emoji. I can do that. I have to do it by hand. But yeah, I can do that. Of course, Bunny, you will get... I'll make a very special custom elephant. Maybe it will have a bunny on the elephant. It'll be a bunny with an elephant. Alright. Okay, so by the beginning of next week, so I imagine tomorrow, there will be enough forces to allow the execution of a major ground operation against Iran. Okay, here's the latest from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. I'm just going to read you the update from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and by I'm going to read it, I mean Reporter Towel, British Reporter Towel is going to read it. Oh, God bless all of you who've been helping Little Towel today. I can get my lunch now. I'm so excited. Then I have a doctor's tomorrow, and then I'll be with you tomorrow again at 1 p.m. We got about 15 minutes left or so. Then I will be with you tomorrow again at 1 p.m. All right, let's take a listen. From the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Go ahead, British Reporter Towel.
Conversation. Security alert. U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, March 29, 2026. Location, Iraq. There are minor updates to information on border crossings with Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. Iran and its affiliated terrorist militias may intend to target American universities in Baghdad, Sulaymaniyah, and Dohuk, as well as other universities perceived as connected to the United States. Iran has specifically directed threats toward American universities across various parts of the Middle East. Iran-aligned terrorist militias have carried out widespread attacks on American citizens and U.S.-associated targets throughout Iraq, including in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. U.S. citizens are advised to depart Iraq immediately. The U.S. mission in Iraq remains open despite the departure order to assist American citizens inside Iraq. Please do not proceed to the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad or the Consulate General in Erbil due to ongoing risks from rockets and drones in Iraqi airspace. The U.S. Embassy in Iraq reminds American citizens of the Level 4 travel advisory: do not travel to Iraq. U.S. citizens are advised of the following: do not travel to Iraq for any reason. Depart immediately if you are there. Iran and its affiliated terrorist armed groups pose a serious threat to public security in Iraq. These groups have conducted attacks and are likely to attempt further ones against US-associated targets throughout Iraq, including diplomatic facilities, universities, businesses, energy infrastructure, and other sites believed to have ties to the United States, including in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Iran-aligned terrorist armed groups have also attacked commercial airports and hotels frequented by foreigners. These groups may attempt to kidnap Americans. The threat of rockets, drones, and mortars persists in Iraqi airspace. US citizens should depart Iraq immediately. Remaining in Iraq exposes US citizens to serious risks. We are closely monitoring the situation and will provide updates as new information becomes available to help you make decisions regarding your safety. The US government provides the latest information on available departure options. The safety and security of American citizens is our top priority, whether for President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, or the Department of State. Exit options. Airspace is closed, and commercial flights are suspended from Iraq. Land routes to Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are open. Travelers should anticipate long delays. Local ground transportation options are available. Americans are advised to depart now via Turkey. Commercial flights are available from Turkey. US citizens. Conversation. Security alert. Exit options. Airspace is closed, and commercial flights are suspended from Iraq. Land routes to Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are open. Travelers should anticipate long delays. Local ground transportation options are available. Americans are advised to depart now via one of these land routes. Airspace in neighboring countries may be closed, and local entry and exit requirements apply. Air travel prices in the region may be significantly higher than usual, and flights may be fully booked, delayed, or cancelled on short notice. The following information is intended to help you make your decision and is subject to change. Jordan. Commercial flights are operating from Queen Alia International Airport, but disruptions to flights may occur. You can view information on departing flights from Amman here. Royal Jordanian Airlines has announced the launch of a new direct ground transportation service for Iraqi travelers from Baghdad to Queen Alia International Airport in Amman, effective March 30th. An Iraqi travel company will provide buses that enable travelers to enter Jordan overland without a visa and be treated as transit passengers. Royal Jordanian will provide ticket holders with further details directly. Entry visas are available on arrival at the land border crossing with Iraq. US citizens can also apply for a visa using the e-visa application through the Ministry of Interior to expedite processing at the border. Jordan allows US citizens to cross the border from Iraq with expired passports, with some fee waivers. Kuwait. No commercial flights are operating from Kuwait currently due to the ongoing risk of missile and drone attacks. Land routes leading to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are open. Borders may close and reopen at any time. Before traveling to the border, please contact the Kuwaiti Ministry of Foreign Affairs via email at kuwaitacs@state.gov and provide them with the following information: name, date of birth, passport information, number and issue, expiration date, name of the intended border crossing, and expected crossing date. It is recommended to obtain an electronic visa in advance to ensure smooth entry. Travelers can apply for the visa online at the link. Information for US citizens departing from Kuwait and entering the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can be found on the Alerts for US Citizens page on the US Embassy in Kuwait website. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Commercial flights are operating from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. US citizens are strongly advised to apply for a Saudi e-visa at least 48 hours before travel to avoid delays at the border. Please use only the official website. It has been reported that third-party sites charge higher fees for processing and that some have not issued visas after payment. To obtain an e-visa, you will need your passport, a recent passport-sized photo, a completed online application form, and a valid email address. The cost is approximately $105 United States dollars, and processing typically takes less than 2 business days. Visas on arrival may be available, but applying online prior to travel is recommended. Transit visas cost approximately $10.50 USD, but are valid for up to 96 hours only. US citizens have reported the ability to purchase transit visas in person at land border crossings. US citizens whose passports have less than 6 months validity are not eligible for an e-visa, but may still qualify for a visa on arrival. US citizens with expired passports.
Also, I don't rely on British Reporter Towel. I use him to read words faster than I can without hurting my voice.
Security alert. US Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, March 29, 2026.
Stop, please. I want you to read
Conversation.
this one.
Security alert.
I want you to read.
Conversation.
Stop it. Stop it. You're bothering me. All right. So needless to say, I was actually using that to get a sense of where the planes are operating or not. And British Reporter Tell is very good. I mean, he is the top of his class. He can read for hours and hours and hours. He never gets tired. But no, I wouldn't say I rely on him. I kind of use British Reporter Tell to read faster than me and also to save my voice. Here's the latest from Tehran. It's unclear what they're filming. There's no explosions. But it said airstrikes have been carried out in Tehran and Karaj, which is to the west of Tehran. All right. Here was some footage of a missile going over the Jordan capital of Amman a little bit earlier. That's an Iranian missile heading over Jordan. Getting close to the end of our coverage day here. I have an early doctor's appointment tomorrow. We've been going for about 5.5 hours. Again, that was the latest from over Amman, Jordan. All right, coming up on the top of the hour. For those of you who are wondering, I will be back with you tomorrow after my doctor's appointment, so probably late morning, early afternoon. Really depends on if they do a blood draw or not. I'm very disabled, and I just throw myself at the mercy of the doctors sometimes. Sometimes they make me go on this board and they flip me upside down and I have to eat an Oreo with barium on it. That, if you've never been through that, that's a lot. Now here's Fox News apparently covering the fact that the picture of one of the journalists killed in an airstrike was actually edited, so I just want to run this report from Fox.
3 Lebanese journalists were killed, including Ali Shuaib, who worked for the Hezbollah-affiliated Al-Manor television network. The IDF accused Shuaib of operating as a member of Hezbollah's Radwan forces and included a photo of him wearing a military uniform. When asked by Fox News about the source of the photo, the IDF responded, quote, "Unfortunately, there isn't really a picture of it. It was photoshopped."
Oh,
the IDF announced they have conducted new raids into southern Lebanon over the weekend, taking troops from southern Syria into southern Lebanon.
I told you don't want to mess with Trey Yingst. Trey Yingst probably realized that was a Photoshop thing right away, and he's got connections in the IDF. He is embedded with them all the time, and he doesn't like when journalists get killed, and he definitely doesn't like something like that, in my opinion. He's shown a sympathy in the past. I've talked to him in the past. He's a good guy. Trey Yingst, he's very sympathetic to Israel, but you kill a journalist, and Trey Yingst will be very upset about it. And I think that's a testament to his integrity and dedication to the vocation. Yeah, but the U.S. Embassy is definitely calling on all of its citizens to leave Iraq immediately. I mean, absolutely immediately. I don't know why anyone would have stayed in Iraq, but yes, it's very important, I think, based on this latest alert for people to leave. Large-scale power outages are reported in the city of Karaj to the west of Tehran. This is the last update of the day. I have a feeling things will get intense, probably tomorrow in the morning. I don't know if the rest of the day will be intense. There haven't been any launches from Iran in the last hour or two. There is a complete blackout in the city of Karaj to the west of Tehran. This is a small city to the west of Tehran. There are complete blackouts following airstrikes in Karaj. Massive explosions heard in Tehran. This is Karaj. complete power outage in Karsh. All right, so that's where it's all ramping up. Alright, so the U.S. has taken out the power in the Iranian city of Karsh. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm now going to leave you with the last part of our coverage of the day. Thank you all for your support. I'll be back with you tomorrow at 1. I'm now going to show you Palm Sunday during, I guess, what could be considered. Here's a map of all the Iranian missile launch sites. There have been 1,650 launches recorded by Iran. Alright, I'm going to have, let's just go over the Iranian launches. Oh, that's a lot. Alright, let's go over the Iranian launches. So here's a complete review of everything Iran has launched and where they've been hit. And that'll be our conclusion. Then I'll show you
Conversation.
Holy Sunday and the
Open
Holy
source
Land.
intel has mapped all known Iranian ballistic missile launch sites active over the past month. Cross-reference with satellite imagery, IDF and CENTCOM statements,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
OSINT sources. Approximately 1,650 launches recorded. Targets, Israel and Gulf states. Primary sites, satellite plus IDF, CENTCOM confirmed. Yazd, most active hub. Mountain complex near Kustan Park, Yazd Missile City, struck 5+ times. Launch on March 27th followed by a strike within hours. Activity continues at scale. Shiraz, dispersed sites across Fars. Satellite shows a propellant leak and launcher fires. Launcher destroyed March 25th. Failure recorded March 17th. Isfahan, 6 zones active. Northern base hit with launcher explosion and building destruction. Tunnel cleared within 48 hours. Sofe struck March 27th. Failure March 20th. Jam, Bushehr, IRGC Chamran base. 2 missile salvos. Struck 3+ times. Coastal launches enable varied trajectories. Confirmed other sites, IDF, CENTCOM, satellite. Kashan, missile base near Aran Va Bijol, confirmed strikes. Desful, missile base, 7+ buildings destroyed. Kermanshah, mobile launcher destroyed by IAF-35. Panjpella, MRBM base confirmed. Kamije, MRBM base confirmed. Mahadasht, IRGC base, 3 hardened shelters destroyed. Koramabad, Imam Ali base, bunker busters used, IRGC commander killed. Bandar Abbas, Korgu, missile base struck. Tabriz, IRGC Amman base, smoke confirmed. Zanjan, hidden launcher struck at civilian site. Bijana, Malad, launch site struck. Missile base, tunnels and structures destroyed. La, mobile launches operating from a civilian site near La Missile City. Hamadan, failed launch observed. No launches from central Tehran. All activity from a 50 to 70 kilometers perimeter ring. Reported, not fully verified. Leston, reported, no confirmation. Damavad, reported, no confirmation. Meshkan Dasht, reported, unconfirmed. Miane, reported, unconfirmed. Abha, reported, unconfirmed. Other missile, drone sites hit. Garage, missile plant, structural destruction confirmed. Avaz, drone base, runway cratered, heavy damage. Kesham Island, IRGC base, 19 buildings destroyed. Pakdasht, industrial zones. Semnan, Sharaud, solid fuel facility, engine sites hit. Urmia, IRGC operational base struck. Darab, confirmed in strike wave. Degradation update. 29 of approximately 30 known launch bases struck Washington Post. The following main missile production and propellant infrastructure were hit. Kojir, major missile production and assembly complex near Tehran. Handles solid fuel production and missile components. Parchin, military complex tied to explosives testing and warhead development. Also linked to missile and nuclear work. Hakimiye, industrial and research area in eastern Tehran tied to missile components, electronics, and support infrastructure. Sharaud, large missile and space complex. Key site for solid fuel engine production, testing, and long-range missile development. Approximately 350 of 470 launchers destroyed or disabled. U.S. assessment, approximately 33% destroyed. Approximately 33% degraded or inaccessible. Target breakdown. Approximately 400 medium-range ballistic missiles right-pointing arrow Israel. Approximately 1,250 short-range ballistic missiles right-pointing arrow Gulf states. Conversation.
That was a good overview. So that's what's been hit in Iran, if you're wondering. I'll give you a close-up on the map, then I gotta close. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. I'm tired. I am cranky because I might have to get a needle at the doctor's tomorrow, and I hate needles. But out of everything the world is facing, that is a small thing. I just faint. So anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless all of you. It's just past 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. Sunday, March 29th, Holy Sunday, 2026. It is 8 p.m. in Tel Aviv and South Africa, and it is 9:30 p.m. in Tehran. Let's take Al Jazeera's top of the hour update, and then I'll get out of here.
Held a very detailed and in-depth discussion on the current...
Oh yes, peace discussions in Pakistan are going to happen, so let's listen to this.
The capital, Tehran, and several other cities. A commercial building was targeted in an Israeli strike on Sunday. A day ago, there was another attack on the University of Science and Technology in Tehran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to strike American and Israeli campuses in response. While those tit-for-tat attacks are taking place, there's a diplomatic push too. Islamabad is hosting 2 days of meetings focused on de-escalation. Foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Egypt are attending. Pakistan says both Iran and the US have expressed confidence that Islamabad can facilitate talks. Well, we are live in Tehran, near Ramallah, Tyre, Washington, D.C., Riyadh and Islamabad, where those talks are happening. A short while ago, the Pakistani foreign minister gave an update on the first day discussions.
The foreign minister held a very detailed and in-depth discussion on the current regional situation. We also discussed the possible ways to bring an early and permanent end to the war in the region. The foreign ministers expressed concerns that the ongoing conflict is extremely unfortunate for its devastating impact on lives and livelihood across the wider region. We agreed that this war is not in favor of anyone and would only lead to death and destruction. The unity of Muslim Ummah in these challenging times is of utmost importance.
Osama bin Javed is in Islamabad for us. The message coming from top brass in Pakistan is clearly that these talks are vitally important right now. But give us a sense of what these countries really hope to achieve in the time that they have and how.
True,
well,
if the
you've just
Ahmad.
heard from the foreign minister of Pakistan there describing that these were constructive talks, talks that were held in an atmosphere of a productive environment, talks that essentially brought all of these four countries together. Two of them share a border with Iran, and that is why this was important for them to come together. Second time in a matter of weeks that they've come together to discuss a number of issues, not just limited to the Strait of Hormuz, but also about you've seen from that statement that they're also talking about how the UN Charter, international law, international humanitarian law, all needs to be under consideration, not just by Israel, but also by Iran as well. So these foreign ministers held those meetings. They held a meeting separately with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who's been holding talks with the Iranian president just yesterday, and today the foreign minister also had talks with the Iranian foreign minister as well. As all of this continues, we are hearing from these sides that there could be the possibility of talks between Pakistan and Pakistan could facilitate the talks between Iran and America if the situation allows it. So that is why these talks were vitally important. They continue to open their negotiations and the rounds that they've had. And now, Pakistan is saying that it is going to continue to play the role that it has been playing here in Islamabad.
You can hear people just yelling in the background. Let me show you the latest from Turkish TV. It was released earlier. This is what happened after that attack in Beersheba. I think I see now why they were so worried about a chemical attack. Take a look at what happened after the facility in Beersheba was struck. For some reason, Turkish TV has a camera like right there. I don't know how they got this past the sensors, but you can see like how damaging these fumes are. Welcome to the new folks in the chat. But take a look at this report from earlier in southern Israel after a fertilizer factory was struck by Iran.
Ramat Hovov tesisi vuruldu az önce, yani yaklaşık 45 dakika önce ve bir alarm durumu var. Şu anda da bakın siren sesini duyuyorsunuzdur, ekrana geliyordur. Bakın karşıda o sanayi sitesindeki yangına müdahale için gelen ekipler şu anda bölgede alarm durumuna geçmiş durumdalar. Sirenler çaldığı için de bakın yere uzandılar ve olası bir füze saldırısına yönelik de kendilerini şimdi korumaya çalışıyorlar. Tabii bakın yoğun duman çıkışını da göreceksiniz az sonra. Öncelikle tabii ki Cüneyt Ali Özel sizlere şu anki alarm durumunu göstersin. Bakın polis ekipleri, yine özel kıyafetli görevliler, yani kimyasal madde sızıntısı tehlikesi nedeniyle çok sayıda da ekip bölgeye gönderildi. Onlar özel kıyafetleriyle, özel donanımlarıyla buraya geldiler ve şu anda adım adım işte o sanayi sitesinin, sanayi tesisinin bulunduğu yere doğru gidiyorlardı ki bir anda bir İran'dan misilleme dalgası daha başladı ki Ramat Hovov sanayi tesisinin vurulduğu bilgisi paylaşılmıştı ki gelen görüntülerde de yoğun bir duman çıkışı vardı. Sonrasında İsrailli yetkililerden gelen açıklama buranın balistik bir füzeyle değil, balistik füzenin havada imha edilmesi sonucunda evet bakın bir patlama. Evet, bir patlama sesi duyuldu. Evet bakın. Bakın bu tarafa düştü, evet. Bu bölge sanayi, evet şu anda duman yükseliyor, görüyorum. Bakın şu anda ikinci, bakın hemen göstersin Cüneyt Ali Orazal sizlere. Gelen füze bakın hemen karşıdaki işte yüksek gerilim hatlarının bulunduğu noktaya düştü. Burası geçtiğimiz günlerde de vurulan Dimano'ya yakın, Dimona nükleer tesisinin de bulunduğu noktaya yakın bir yer. Aynı zamanda Arat, Berşeva'ya çok yakın bir yer burası. Az önce Ramat Hovov sanayi tesisi, sanayi sitesi vurulmuştu. Sanayi tesisinde bir kimyasal sızıntıdan bahsediliyordu. O sırada yeniden ikinci kez alarm durumuna geçildi ve İran'dan gelen füzelerde hemen bakın o tesisin tam karşısındaki noktaya isabet etti ve şu anda da yoğun duman çıkışını görebiliyorsunuz karşıdan. Evet, ard arda saldırılar İran'dan ve İsrail kentleri tehdit altındaydı. Şimdi geçtiğimiz günlerde en sarsıcı saldırıların yaşandığı Dimona ve aynı zamanda Arat ve bu saldırılar daha yankıları sürerken şimdi de aynı bölgeye, yakın bir bölgeye düşen bir başka İran füzesi. Bakın yoğun duman çıkışını göstereceğiz sizlere.
Good job, Mad Mike.
Evet, bakın karşı tarafta
He is near
işte
Dimona.
Ramat Hovov sanayi tesisindeki
It's
yoğun
actually
duman çıkışını görüyoruz.
he's pointing at a fertilizer plant that was struck near Beersheba, which is near Dimona, and the Negev in the south of Israel earlier by Iran.
Gelen ilk açıklama bir kimyasal sızıntı olduğu yönündeydi.
I don't know
Sonrasında
how they got this
dediler ki
footage.
herhangi bir tehlike olmayabilir ama tekrardan alarm durumuna geçildi ve ard arda işte siren sesleri ve sonrasında da patlama
Yeah, it kept
sesleri
exploding
duyuldu
afterwards.
ve
It has
bir başka
nitrate.
nokta daha vuruldu. Şu anda bölgede ekiplerinde çalışmaları.
And then the Israeli army probably saw him and yelled at him. I don't know how he got away with filming them like that. They're all like collapsing from the fumes. I don't know how he was allowed to film that. Just incredible. It shouldn't exist. It really shouldn't. I have the latest for you from Tehran and then I gotta go. I'm very tired. I'm very tired. So this is the latest from the Parshin side of Tehran. You'll see an explosion in the middle. harsh inside of Tehran. Latest from Tehran. Latest from Tehran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I do have to get going. I should get some lunch. I'm very hungry. There has been powers cut off in all of, power has been cut off in parts of Karaj province and in a limited area of Tehran. And followed up by Tasneem reporter with officials shows that it will be restored soon. So they expect to restore the power in those areas soon, but they are cut off. Here's the latest strike near Mehrabad airport in Tehran. Which you can see. Let's just get the latest update from Tehran and then we'll get out of here after that.
And Osama, I wonder if you can clear something up for us, because is it possible to say whether these talks are happening at the behest of Pakistan or the parties that aren't there, the United States and Iran? Who's actually driving these negotiations?
Oh, welcome. Oh,
Sorry for the commotion there. The security here is trying to push it away. But this is essentially, Pakistan has been at the heart of all of this.
Welcome,
this is the second round that is being held. And Pakistan says because it is a unique position that it is in right now, because the reason that it has this... I'm sorry about the commotion right here. We've been moved here by the security. But as the security gentlemen are moving us, explaining to us there is a VIP movement that is happening on the road, and that is why they're going to ask us to move. But again, as I was saying, that because there is these various foreign ministers who are here in Pakistan, and that is why they will have to move us to a safe location. But as you were asking me about the role of Pakistan, Pakistan wants to tell the world that it can play that role. Its foreign minister has been holding these conversations, the prime minister has been holding these conversations, and they say that this is a role that is going to expand into some sort of a settlement where both sides in the coming few days could hold face-to-face talks, if not indirectly.
All right, many thanks for that, Osama.
Good recovery.
In spite of the intervention by local security there, we
Good
appreciate
recovery.
Your reporting, Osama bin Javed in Islamabad. Let's bring in Rasul Sadeh, who's in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. So Rasul, Saudi Arabia, we know, is part of this Islamabad Quad, along with Turkey, Egypt, and of course Pakistan, attempting, we know, to find a diplomatic exit ramp. Is Riyadh pinning much hope on progress there? What's being said about the nature of these talks?
Well, so here, Saudi Arabia is the biggest economy in GCC and biggest, in terms of demography, biggest population, and also in terms of size, the biggest country. So in that sense, it's quite important for Saudi Arabia to be at the table and being part of these diplomatic efforts. And also besides that, so Egypt, Pakistan, and Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are being affected by this war indirectly, while Saudi Arabia is being a subject of the war on a daily basis. So the attacks of drones from Iran are just continuing here. So here, Saudi Arabia is not officially, but practically, in a sense, it is representing the GCC. And so being there and communicating GCC positions, Saudi Arabia's position is quite important. So here, some of them based on my talks with some of the officials, and some of them have been public. So the items.
Okay, going to interrupt here to show you the latest from Tehran. There's a major power outage in Tehran, and there's major bombing going on in Tehran right now as well. I'm going to show this to you right now. Give me 1 second. Come on now. Here we go. So if you want to see the extent of the power outage in Tehran, half the city is without power. I mean, you're looking now at Tehran. It's a rolling blackout. You are looking live. That's maybe an hour ago in Tehran. There is no power in half the city. That is Tehran right now. Right now. The city is only half powered. You're looking out Tehran after an airstrike. That's the actual, you're looking out on Tehran, and it is completely blacked out. I'll show you some of the airstrikes in Tehran that caught near Parshin. This was around 9:20 p.m., so about an hour and a half ago. This was some of those airstrikes, and then there were rolling blackouts in Tehran. Hello, Tizzle. We love our Tau friends from Ireland. God bless all the people of Ireland on this Good Sunday. God bless Ireland. We love our Irish towels. They're wonderful. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's the latest from Tehran. I now need to actually see the report from Tehran. I don't need to see the Saudi Arabian report. I understand. I want the Tehran report. No, I don't want Ramallah. I want Tehran. I want my friend Ali Hashim. This is my friend Ali Hashim. In Tehran.
By the hit, it was...
1 second. This will be the end of my day. I really need to go eat after this and get ready for the doctor.
Thanks.
This is the latest from Tehran.
Later on in the program, but let's take you straight now to Ali Hashim, who's in Tehran. And Ali, we are hearing of a new round of strikes. We understand in the capital, although there may be other targets as well, and reports of widespread power outages.
Well, there have been several airstrikes just a few minutes ago. We had a very huge sound. From the west, we understand now that there are actually limited power outages in Tehran, and there is a power outage in Karaj, which is the city in the other province close to Tehran, the borders of Tehran, western borders of Tehran. Reports of plume of smoke coming out of an area close to Mehrabad airport. Also reports of a strike towards the northeast of the city, which has been actually under strikes for the past weeks. So these are the latest reports coming. I've been actually going through the latest news just to see if there's any other updates. But this coincides with other attacks during the day, including one very remarkable and significant on the university in Isfahan. The governor of Isfahan reported that. That comes also a day after the attack on another university, Science and Industry, Ilm wa San'at, here in Tehran. Earlier today, there was an attack in the area of Harawi towards...
I'm going to pause now to show you the latest. Karaj is in a complete blackout. I really have to go, but this situation is escalating quickly. I guess I don't have to go, but I'm hungry and I'm tired. But it's important that I get this information out to you. So here's the latest from Beersheba. Okay? Here's the latest. This is what was fired at Beersheba in the latest round. I do not know about any impact assessment, but that is the missile that was fired at Beersheba in the latest round by Iran. It was about an hour ago. That's the last alert we saw. That was the missile. That's the missile breaking up in parts over Beersheba just a few minutes ago. Now I'll show you live from Tehran and Karj. Karj is way worse. Karj has no power at all. So this is from the streets of Karaj just about 5 minutes ago as a result of the airstrike. Karaj, Iran, which is to the west of Tehran, is in a complete blackout. You're looking live now on the streets of Karaj, Iran, which is in a complete blackout. Yes, I'm going to go eat. I'm not doing a full 12-hour stream today, just 6 hours, but I do want to get off in the next 15 minutes. Now, I have a statement from the Secretary General of the Hezbollah brigades. Okay, I'll have it read for you by British Announcer Tal. Go ahead, British Announcer Tal. Would you take it away? Latest statement from the Secretary General of the Hezbollah brigades. Go ahead.
Conversation.
Thank you.
Urgent. Statement by the Secretary General of the Hezbollah brigades. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. When they came upon you from above you and from below you, and when eyes grew wild and hearts reached throats, and you had fancies about God, praise be to God, Lord of the worlds, and prayers and peace upon our leader and prophet, the trustworthy Muhammad, and his pure and righteous household, and may God be pleased with his chosen companions of excellence, and his righteous servants, martyrs, and mujahideen. The entry of the Lions of Yemen into the resistance front in the sacred defensive war against the Zionist American enemy, which targeted the sanctuary of the Islamic Republic and the resistance forces in the region, represents divine support and a qualitative addition from which we foresee omens of goodness and blessing, fulfilling and realizing the true promise, as foretold by the Chosen One, peace and blessings of God be upon him and his family, and his successor, the Contented One, peace be upon him. As we sense the magnitude of the exceptional circumstances that have shackled our brothers in Palestine, with the Bedouins conspiring against them, we watch for a leap from them, even if with minimal effort, to attain the honor of defending the strongholds of Mohammedan Islam and preserving human dignity. For Hezbollah, the pearl of the resistance's crown and the pillar of its edifice, must not be left alone. Having generously offered lives and souls as a sacrifice for the cause of Palestine, and the epics of Al-Aqsa flood are nothing but a true witness to its immense sacrifice and the exceptional nature of its stances. Likewise, our eyes turn to the honorable people of the Levant, that they may erase, through their heroism and the blaze of their sacrifices, the filth of the betrayal by Al-Jolani and his gang, who pawned themselves to the enemy's projects. For the field today opens its doors to the free people of Syria to restore its usurped position, in loyalty to the path of resistance that never once compromised with the Zionists.
Hezbollah in Lebanon.
It is the multiplication
Syria.
of qualitative operations against American forces, not in quantity, that subjugates the enemies, and by the might of God and his help, we shall witness the Mujahideen in Iraq crushing the head of the American aggressor. That is a promise that will not be belied. The criminal, Trump, along with the butcher, Netanyahu, conspired to undermine the security and stability of the Islamic Republic and to turn its noble people against its leadership, but God willed nothing less than to turn their plots back upon themselves. As the American street rose up against Trump's arrogance and policies, and they plot, and God plots, and God is the best of plotters, and we hope soon to witness the Zionists shaken from within. War, in our understanding, is a clash of wills, and a breaking of the enemy's will has appeared on the horizon, so, be patient and steadfast and stand firm, and that God's promise is true, victory from God and a near triumph. And give good tidings to the believers. A greeting of peace from a most merciful Lord. Secretary General of the Hezbollah Brigades, Haj Abu Hussein al-Hamadawi. The 29th of March 2026.
Okay. So that was quite a statement. Here are the latest power blackouts from Tehran, and then I'm going. Okay, latest images of the blackouts. These are pictures from Tehran tonight, just now. Yes, God bless you, Sam. Reports that Israel will allow Americans to open more bases. Alright, a lot more footage coming in right now. A lot more footage. There's very serious strikes that have just happened on Tehran. Let me show you. So I'll show you the strikes that have just happened on Tehran. Okay, this is facing the Mehrabad airport. It was at 9:10 p.m. local time in Tehran. The Mehrabad airport. I keep saying I'm going to go, but there's more and more footage. And they have this like compulsion to get information out to the world. Okay, that's Mehrabad airport tonight in Tehran. Now here is the blackout from the southeast of Tehran. Tehran is blacked out. There is just a complete power blackout in certain parts of the city. You're in the middle of the blackout that Tehran is facing right now. Oh, God bless you, Timothy Snell. And may God protect your family. and all of our soldiers. Okay, now I'll show you the latest from Karj, which is also completely blacked out. Here's the latest from Karj. Okay, this was at 9:28 p.m. local time. Karj. This is Karj, Iran, tonight. It's completely blacked out in parts of the city. Okay, so you're looking out over Karj, Iran right now. It's blacked out. Okay, this is the latest from Karj, Iran, which is completely blacked out. For miles, you're just looking out over the city of Karj, and it's blacked out. At least the southern sector of the city is blacked out. And you know, even when they adjust the light, you can see that the southern sector is blacked out. Goes very fast, but yeah, the whole city is blacked out. At least the southern quadrant. It's unclear how they took all that power out, but the city of Karj has no power whatsoever throughout almost all of it. Alright, if I don't go now, I'm never going to go. And I need to eat, and I need to rest before my doctors. Alright, God bless all of you. Thank you for watching today. This is a public information service. If you want to feed me, if you appreciated the 6-hour Sunday stream that was supposed to be an hour, there's the Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Don't donate if you've already donated. God bless all of you for your support. I do this each day. I'll be back with you after 1 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Time. It could be earlier than that, depending on if I faint at the doctor or just make it through, if I have to go do things afterwards. Sometimes I have to get like an x-ray. It all depends on how it plays out. Anyway, God bless you all on this Palm Sunday. I'm going to go eat some chicken. I think I like chicken. I will pray for you all. I hope you all spend the rest of you. Hello, Bear. You came in at just at the end, but I'll be back tomorrow in the afternoon, and tomorrow will be a regular stream. Today was like supposed to be an hour, and it was supposed to be a lunch catch up. It ended up being 6 hours. Thank you, Timothy Snell. God bless you. God bless you, Bear. Bear, we will be back. We just were supposed to do an hour today. We did 6 hours. I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern for a full stream. Oh, Liberty St. James. Well, Papa Henlock, it may be possible, depending on what goes on today, but it's very likely because of my doctor's appointment that even if there is a big event today, you will not see me until tomorrow late morning, whereupon I will do a catch-up of whatever happened between now and then I'll pick up right from there. But yeah, my health is, not great, so I can't just not pay attention. And if I go to the doctor with no sleep and I have to get a blood draw, it's like a guaranteed fate, and it puts a lot of stress on like my heart and stuff. So Liberty St. James, it doesn't put stress on my heart, but warms my heart right up. That amazing towel emoji controller, look at him walking around there. Look how epic he is. He's a super towel. Look at him. I love him. I'm going to give him a little head pat. I'm giving him a little head pat. You see like that? Giving him a little head pat. He's a super towel controller. Good job, little super towel controller. God bless you, Liberty St. James. Thank you so much for your support. I love that little towel super controller. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain. It's provided free for all. There's no paywalls on any of my journalism. I've been doing this for a few years now. I've been covering the war pretty much 29 straight days. I guess we didn't do yesterday, so we've covered the war for 29, 30 days. I hope you all have found it helpful. You can find more information about me in the chat. Welcome, Buddha Priest. I love that username. Oh, thank you, Tawny Brown. Blessed be to you as well. I really appreciate you, Buddha Priest. That means a lot to me. If any of you want to come hang out, we have a Discord. I'll have the bot post that. If you need any of the donation information, I'll have the bot post that. I also like to have the bot post the information about love. And then also I can do the Bob command. I love the Bob command. I made a special command just for Tripoli Bob. All right, so I got to get ready for the rest of my day, so I must go. But let me do my traditional outro. So if you liked what you saw here today, if you found camaraderie in the chat, compassion, if you enjoyed or learned something today, there's a way you can pay it forward. All right, it's the way that I prefer you pay it forward, especially on this Palm Sunday. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around us. Yes, you can look for reasons based on unconditional love. You can look for reasons to donate to our veterans or our service members or their families. Now more than ever, they need your support, and you can be there for them. Likewise, have you considered donating to an animal shelter run by veterans or service members? You know, it's a great way to help our furry friends. For example, like my best friend, he's a Peep Bunny. Well, he's one of my best friends. Peep Bunny Towel. He's actually not with me right now. He's a card stand because Bunny Towel Mom sent me these awesome cards that have like Kofi Kingston, and then also an RK9, and then a signed Albert card from the WWF Attitude Era, and then Jerry Lawler, who I love because he reminds me of Memphis Wrestling, and then there's a Funko Pop with the guy with the cigarette. But anyway, Peep Bunny Towel is our channel mascot. He's a stuffed Peep Bunny Towel. I actually got an ad for Peeps on YouTube today. I thought it was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. They know about the Peep Bunny Towel. It might have been on Twitter, actually. But either way, they know about the Peep Bunny Towel. So anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. And as I was saying, you could consider donating to an animal shelter run by veterans. Great way to help our furry friends. Although Peep Bunny Towel is not an animal, he is a replica animal. Great way to help our furry friends. Great way to help our veterans. But it doesn't, if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans, you could consider a donation to animal shelters in general. It's a great way to help our furry friends. Yes, everybody loves Peep, especially Bunny Towel Mom and Francine. We might have missed Francine because she's on a different time zone, but we'll see her tomorrow. She loves Peep so much. Maybe if she watches the replay, she'll get to see this. We do need a truth command. I'll put that in soon, Donald. I have to custom code them. But yes, you may also consider, if you're in the UK, a donation to the Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. Oh, Mimi, I'm so glad I got to see you. God bless you, Mimi. I was thinking about you this morning, Mimi. I was like, I hope I get to see Mimi if I go live today. And then I got to see Mimi. I needed that energy. That was wonderful. You're the best, Mimi. God bless you. And the goats. Mimi hugs a goat. We love goats. But yes, it can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating or giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore in the outro. Yes, in that way, may we all change up the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. I did not forget about Tippecanoe, don't worry. I know Triple Bob, I know he's thinking about Tippecanoe. Likewise, what was I going to say next? Oh, yes, and by doing so, may we live up to our Tal Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, which is our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively, therein bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Peep Bunny towel. Now, allow me to cite the presidents in order for the most part. I skip a few in the middle, but for my dear friend. So here we go. Washington, obviously, then President Adams, then President Jefferson, then President Madison. Then I lose a few in the middle. Then we pick up with 8, Martin Van Buren, 13, Andrew Jackson. Then I get a little hazy, but then we pick up with Tippecanoe and Taylor too. Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So it is, let's see here. Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland Harrison Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? How about them apples? I'm getting so good at that I don't think it's actually humanly possible to say the presidents and actually know what you're talking about. Like, not just a memorized list, but to actually know every president and the context of their presidency in that order and to say it that fast. I think I might be the only person who can do that. I'd have to actually go around and like test some people, but Anyway, that's how I like to end my streams. I'm so glad I got to see you, Real. God bless you. Jerry, no kings. Oh, that's hilarious, Real. All right, you want to play me out with some beeps? Oh, yeah, here we go. Of course there's some beeps. Thanks. Of course there are. All right, God bless you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Martin Van Buren, the Little Magician. Yes, I learned that one from Seinfeld, the Gang of Eight. All right. God bless all of you. May God protect our troops. May God protect the innocent and the animals, including the goats and the cows and the snakes and the dogs and the cats and the sheep and the penguins. And may there be peace, especially on this Palm Sunday. If we could just have some peace until tomorrow, that would be nice. I pray for that. I don't think it's going to happen because Iran said it will engage in sort of like extra proportional attacks if its power infrastructure gets hit, but I pray for peace. I hope you do as well. God bless each and every one of you. Oh, Mimi, that is so kind of you. Mimi, I'll send you an email about the car and we can figure out a way to make, like, you are so kind. Mimi, I'll send you an email. Send an email about car. You're so good, Mimi. Mimi, my email is, I know you already have it, grantsmithellis@gmail. If you just send me an email later today, I might forget, but I'll follow up with you, Mimi. We can brainstorm. That would take a lot of stress, but I'll tell you about it in the email. Maybe my sister will be able to solve that situation. Anyway, God bless you, Mimi. God bless all of you. I'm going to go eat, and then I'm going to rest up so I don't faint at the doctor, and then I'll be back with you all for more coverage tomorrow after 1 p.m. Eastern time here from Boston. Signing off at 2:38 p.m. Eastern, U.S. War Time, Sunday, March 29th, 2026. It is 8:38 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. And it is 10:08 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. God bless, and may God protect all of you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night. And thank you for all of your support. You're all wonderful and lovely. I appreciate you more than perhaps I can ever express. And until we see each other again in under 24 hours, just know how much your compassion and kindness towards each other and myself keeps me going even during these intense moments. Good afternoon, good evening, good night.